Okay, so good hello and welcome to part 6, session 6, part 1. Yep, definitely the right terminology. It's the 22nd of the 6th, 2024. Definitely getting the dates right. I am Viktor the GM and here are the players!
Hello, I'm Hannah and I'm playing Myr'ra, Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Evening, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm going to be playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, the tough warrior who masters weaponry.
Excellent. And eventually our speakers will return to us. Eventually.
Quickly, please.
Hurry up.
In their name.
They're literal
We need the
diplomat
speakers.
people of our team and they're like, nah, you still got this is fine.
Fine.
What do you remember from last time?
Oh,
We're in trouble.
Well, let's not jump to the end yet.
It's time to
we
rock.
were in a big meeting. Much
On the
was
moon.
said. Yeah, we were on the moon.
I love that subplot you're
Sorry.
convinced exists. The moon room!
Well, there is a moon. There is a moon.
There is a moon, yeah.
Therefore, there is room on the moon.
The moon has a name in
Mhm.
this world as well.
It's called
The
Dave.
moon's
Dave.
called Amblin?
Dave the moon.
Dave.
And no, it's not called Amblin. No, yeah.
Dave.
I've added to my conspiracy board about
Yep.
him.
No, the moon is called Soma.
Ooh.
Yes.
Write it down in my notes. It's going to go in the might be important later.
Toma, that's Tona. The moon is high.
Anything else you
So
remember
yes,
from
we
last?
were in a meeting that we weren't really involved in.
Mhm. Big important people said big important things.
He's well at
Big
least
important
mentioned, right?
Yeah, we have learned that the Skeletor exists in the middle of the ocean and can blind you if you try and look at him.
Don't look at me!
Malmanis,
Yes, Malmanis.
Storm Island.
The
That's what I've written.
the full title that anyone that knows of this potential threat, Malmanis, knows them as Malmanis of the Black Spire.
Great name.
Yeah.
Everyone was quite not stressed about the Farron attacks, but like, oh, that's a bit. And then Greed stood up and said, "Oh, it happens in Caldera all the time." And then said nice things about Hedera, but in a way that stressed us all out.
Just
Yes.
a bit.
Yeah.
My wife.
Your wife.
Ignited my wife, please, sir. Do.
And then we all got asked to leave the room.
With Joy. Joy took us away.
Well, Joy walked off, and we assumed that she would have broken into our room.
We did actually know that is a
We went
correct.
to
Yeah.
a quiet place, and we talked to Talanis and Hedera about all the shit that had gone on in
And
the past 24
Aluben.
hours.
And Alabama.
Alabama.
And we brought them up to speed.
Brought them
Oh,
up
yes.
this. Yes, we did.
Mhm.
And we have got the Adara's talking to Greed, hopefully to tell him about the crystals. Talanis is telling Vermi about the crystals containing souls, who's hopefully going to get her uncle and then just slowly tell the whole table while they have some privacy. As we...
We're
or at
being
least
subtle, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Riven is a
Unusual
little...
for us.
I know. Riven is slightly worried that if the speaker finds out such direct acts of heresy have been brought to the front door, religious moral war might just explode out of nowhere. Just like, we don't need that right now.
And what's the speaker up to right now?
The speaker's taking care of the Rakshasan,
Rakashan!
Cat sitting?
Yes.
Rakshasan, the fucking
Sun,
Cats.
Emperor, and the Moon, Luna, Empress.
Solar Emperor Sun, as his
Mhm.
name is, and Lunar Empress Moon.
Your names are shit.
Big energy there.
How very unimpressed these are.
That's got to be they.
Are you called Moon Moon?
No
Is
needs to
that
be
you?
catty, Nat. I'll see myself out. Doo-doo.
There's your children called trash.
He interrupted in
Yes.
the meeting, big drama, Because not allowed to do that.
Mhm.
Yeah, he managed to do it
He
twice.
did it
before-
twice.
Yeah, second
And then
time he got told shush.
By whom?
The speaker.
Remember her name?
Oh, she had a great name.
Alextica Cridge.
Yes, I did not write it down.
Played by Alice
She-
Cridge. Because I am
told
original
him
with
to-
names.
Up the shut fuck.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The Lunar Empress has been very quiet. She seems a lot. I mean, I've not focused a lot on her, but a lot more demure than he is.
Yeah, at no point have they stood up in front of a room uninvited and boasted about like how great they are, really. It seems to be all the sun.
Yeah. So, yeah. Then we left. We organised that with them. We went back to our room to find
Went-
Joy.
What a great phrase. We went back to our room to find Joy.
and we did not find Joy there. Joy found us.
And we found Joy by pushing the couch against the door so that Joy couldn't get in.
It's like, no, you're not invited.
A modern fable.
Joy.
Walked us through the entire castle.
Yeah, all the way down. We were subterranean to what is the vaults. We learned that they all get a unique vault that can only be opened by their own personal blade. And then there's a massive vault that they all need to access together. Fuck knows what's in that. Like, what's so bad that it's like all of us need to unanimously agree to ever open this again?
So that was
It's
never
still the
stated.
Fey War.
It was never stated that you need all of them to open it.
Oh, it's just they can all open it.
I don't think that was stated either.
Oh.
There may be some middle ground of vagueness that wasn't stated.
Basically, when we
needed more than
when
one.
we took the sword out, two places glowed that we could put it in. One in front of one of the doors, one in the middle. We
Yeah.
That
didn't
was
try
fun.
the one in the middle. To be fair.
No.
We could have done.
I'm
And to
pretty
be
sure
fair-
there was an implication you needed more than one person.
Yes, that was definitely implied. And Joy specifically stood at the one in front of the door as well to indicate it's probably this slot here.
Yeah, it's this one in front of this door because Joy said to us she had been allowed to use this door before. She had been given the sword, which was how we confirmed that us using it wasn't going to murder us.
And Joy didn't seem like they wanted to bring harm to any of you at any point either, so...
No. We did guess what was in there, which was pride. We did say to Joy
Really early on in
pride.
the session, and then you talked your way around that for quite a bit, and
Oh,
then
no,
came back to it.
because
But
it
it was good theory crafting.
Because the only thing I could think, because I was like, that's what I said to Joy, I'm like, pride's in there. If we leave her and she starts getting desperate, because I don't know if she's capable of dying like typical means, but starving may kill them. And desperately, she might start doing desperate shit, and that's not something we need pride
It
doing.
depends what you feel like you have
Listen.
learned about the siblings, we'll call them, the celestial siblings, from Sloth, right? Because that's probably the
Yeah.
person you've learned the most from about them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So time certainly wouldn't kill her.
Not enough.
And if I let's just say true worst case scenario, she can't actually die of starvation, but she can suffer it. That is
It almost goes back to Chiral's prison, doesn't it, in a different way? Like,
it's a fate worse than in hell, to be honest, where she comes from. The irony.
well, I mean,
or
according
sin
to, I was going to say,
isn't-
according to Sloth,
They had a paradise.
yes, you never learned the name of their paradise, but it definitely had a name very similar to Hell.
Yeah.
Hell was
Her
not
choice.
Hell was not a bad place in this world's like mythology,
It was
if
just
you will.
a place.
It was a place they were, and it's also the origins of the word help because salvation was its aim.
Oh.
Yeah.
Didn't
like
work,
that.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I do think like the way I was thinking, because as I said, as Riven to Joy, I was like, I know pride's in there, but the worry becomes, at least for Riven, is this is her giving us the chance to let her out on a kind of equal standing. If we walk away and we're basically going, haha, fuck you, I'm going to let you sit in a
Yeah.
box and suffer.
Yeah.
The next step is to her to elevate to violence to try and get out.
Once she gets out, which she probably would.
I don't think we've ever discussed, like, we talk about the
Barlen?
Falgain are
Falgain.
the sensible ones.
So the Barlen made the good deals, that
the
didn't
Falgain.
turn on them, and the Falgain are the ones that, like, their deals didn't go well.
And they're just beasts.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much these beasts are still under the control of the thing they made the deal with. Is it like a rabid dog that someone can actually yank the chain on? And I think maybe Riven's worry was, could you imagine a just army of Falgain that Pride just calls on and be like, fucking seek them out? It would be disastrous. So
that is also, that note that you've hit on very perfectly is the threat that the devils wield. Is their army is an army of monsters, right? And it's just they don't need them. So they roam the wilds of Caldera because the devils aren't the best, let's call them parents for lack of a better term.
Wranglers?
Like they're not the best. It's very free range, right?
Yeah. The vision I have in my head is if they said go over the short mountains, them coming down would look like that scene in The Lion King with the stampede. Just here they come, like, and there's not a lot you can do. So I think there's always that kind of thing that the lack of knowledge. It's like the devil we don't actually know, and we don't know how much they control the Falgain. Like, do they have enough to like coerce them to behave certain ways? Be like, I'm going to tell you all to go left. You're all going to go left. Can't have a whole conversation.
Yeah, is it like the Thriller music video? Like, because they all in court? Yeah.
Yeah, just like all go over there and kill everything. Okay, right. Next step. So, yeah, there's certainly Pride would probably escalate pretty heavily if we hadn't helped.
Are you trying to imply that Pride wouldn't like to lose face?
You think? Not that she already kind of hasn't, because she's had to get us here. She's stuck in a box for a reason, because she lost. So and maybe that's the thing, she knows she's lost face, at least in front of us, because we were there. So she's already lost face in front of us. We saw Vermi beat her, and we saw Kayam.
Chiral.
And I mean, Chiral, sorry, I keep doing that. It's a character of mine. Chiral. Think of Hyrule, but then Chiral. But
we're
I mean,
the soldier from the mountain.
Yeah, that one. But yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to wind Pride up, all you'd say is like, there's a reason you didn't get given the sword with the Fae. You couldn't even beat one. That's why they gave it to Slime.
I mean,
you can really pop some fucking buttons.
Technically, she did beat one though. Only the one that you've witnessed, right, so far.
He isn't dead. She did. You didn't win. I still got some HP left in that bar.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though, because as we know from, like, if Chiral hadn't intervened Pride
would have lost.
Pride would have won that fight. Vermi would have lost, and then what would have happened to the world? So it was very nice that he did in fact give himself up in that moment.
Also, again, going back to Sloth and not taking away from the fact that Pride's clearly a fucking sociopath out of this gang. What was so bad that Pride, of all things, and all of their siblings went, we need to go ask for help because we can't beat that. To the elves, at least, to get the whole thing. So, like, how frightening. Like, Pride, again, it's the same with all of the devils and the same with the silver and the gold elves. They went through this shit. They have the PTSD. They get to have the war flashbacks. So for all we know, like, I mean, we do the scene when Loudon appeared, Loudon fucking stared, even though that was Pride as Loudon, at Cairo. Like, oh, fuck that. Like, in that moment, she might have been like, not this, anything but this, not them again, anything but. Could have been having, like, the Kill Bill moment where it zooms in as, it could have been like
it's
that.
Not the worst take to either in terms of what you've, like, looking at the devastation that war did to people, never mind anything else.
And even the way Sloth talks about it, we find, so, like, Sloth doesn't want to talk about it, and you're like, this guy could kill all of us like it's a joke.
Yeah.
And he's just like, please don't talk about this.
He's somewhere between, like, embarrassment, like, grief, like, yeah,
all of the feelings. So yeah, like, she is also aware we have a thing that she's terrified of, or had it at least. I don't know how much she knows if he's still alive. But yeah, Pride was in there sitting on a chair, drumming her fingers away like, about fucking time. She's probably very stinky. Probably a bit stinky. Probably needs a bath. Probably needs a big bath. Get some meaty, a bubble bath.
Other bubble baths are available unless they want to sponsor us, and then Matey's the only one available.
The only one. That's the one with the co-characters, at least. You can get one for all the characters. You can get one for everyone.
We'll get Matey to sponsor us. We'll get some of our NPCs as the characters. We need a
what
KT.
What smell would you make the 7 devils? What would their different smells be?
All different cherry, but at different ripened stages.
Ah,
there you go.
Amazing.
For no reason other than that was the first thing that came to my head.
Apart from the fact you drink cherry coke, like
yeah, but I'm also
if you
drinking
don't have it in your veins, you're
a latte
alive.
right now, with a Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen mug that happens to be obviously KT.
Other mugs are available.
Other mugs are
sponsor us.
Other percentages of change.
Yes,
are also
yes. Imagine we got he must be on Cameo, right? Do you think we could get him to do some voice work for KT?
For KT, I would do that. I would find him. But yeah, we ended with the door fizzling away. Oh no, we actually also, Joy told us our deal with
yes,
with Pride, which was a really upsetting deal. I wanted eternal happiness, and she's old.
Yeah,
The eternal, and she's always happy.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, got exactly what.
And at least it gave some nice framing to every kind of weird feeling about, is she telling the truth, is she not, why does it seem like really doubled down honesty when it didn't need to be, like she seems fake because of it, and it was weirdly all the truth, like it is actually just her. Oh dear, this is her life.
So yeah, and we have the session ended with Pride looking at us and just said about time or something along those lines.
What the hell took you so long?
You so long.
Played by the wonderful
was that aimed at
Michelle
us, or was that
Gomez.
aimed at Joy?
Exactly. But yes, Pride played by Michelle Gomez if we had the budget. Other Michelle Gomez's are available.
Unless she sponsors us.
Yes.
Then it certainly happened.
In which case it is just the one.
Well, we know the name of this. So that's sell your soul for some sponsorship.
Well, I love that. See, whenever you're watching some kind of thing and they happen to name drop a product and then freak out about whether or not it's going to give weight to it or not, and I'm like, man, when did we become such capitalist slaves? Oh yeah, that's right. But anyway, in another more light-hearted note, so yes, the door has long since dissipated. The kind of shadowy, glittery cloud has vanished.
The
big
best people
archway.
for this scenario are the only 3 people.
It's totally fine. That laugh was far too immediate there. I'm sorry. And yes, Throne sat basically right in the kind of central view, and yes, sat very kind of demure, I guess, but slightly impatient look on their face, with a very wicked and forced smile, as they're been wrapping their nails on the arm of the chair, staring at you and just saying, "And what the hell took you so long?" And then they stand up and crack their neck and work their shoulders a bit, and you hear the clack clack of their heels on the black flooring as they walk out of the vault door.
I am going to reach up and have my hand on my sword and get between my friends in this thing.
Yep. I kind of always just assumed you were in front of everybody else anyway, weirdly. I don't know why, but that was the visual I had.
the big one.
More so that Lockhart and Falkwin had definitely moved behind you naturally and
out of sight.
Yeah.
I am not here.
Nori's checked all the corners and realised. I was going to say, you've checked all the corners and found it sadly lacking, since it's a circular room for the most part. I was going to say as well, the scale of this room as well is big. I think I mentioned that before, but I don't know if I said how big.
Yeah.
It was we're talking big. Circus tent big.
I was going to say it's fucking massive antechamber basically.
Yeah, and it's, as I said, huge, big, kind of almost nothing in the middle, just as I said, circular floor. And then the 6 big archways that are, as I said, very huge. You could drive a truck through them easily if trucks were a thing in this world. So, yeah, we mean the big trucks. The holidays are coming trucks.
The juggernauts.
So the holidays are.
Yes. So yeah, they've stepped out. They've as I said, they've cracked their limbs a bit, and you hear the audible click and the echo off the walls, and then the clack clack as they step over the threshold of the the vault, and then they just kind of like look at everyone and smile, like that very wide smile, the unnerving smile of a Michelle Gomez.
Myr'ra
if
might
it
pop her
is-
head.
Oh, you go?
Go,
No,
go,
no,
go.
no.
No,
Myr'ra,
go.
Myr'ra. If it isn't the usurper and queen killer herself.
She kind of like does that thing where she like darts down in an action pose and like looks over her shoulder and goes, "Where?"
You're not fucking funny.
Really, I think that's a matter of opinion. I've been told I'm quite hilarious at parties. However, and she puts like her hand up, that's not what we're here for. And she like taps her fingers on like the half sunken sword, as if like teasing it. She goes, I appreciate this. Like gestures over her shoulder to the door. So, as thanks, I want to immediately kill you all.
You also answer some questions.
And she just like rolls her eyes mostly to herself. And then she goes, not the reaction I was expecting. Well, come on.
Imminent death.
Rakushin got your tongue.
Oh. I like look at Riven and I'm like,
Loudon first. I say to you, Myr'ra, like Loudon first. That's the answer we need.
Yeah. What? We're just a bit confused about the why of all of this.
And she kind of screws up her face a bit, as if, like very mockingly on her face, and says, "Well, I needed out."
No. Why did you kill our queen and parade around as her for nearly 2 years?
Oh, we are definitely skipping ahead. There is much more to discuss before we get to that, wouldn't you say? Joy,
I would say.
take notes. And Joy's like, and like looks around but doesn't have like anything to take
I
notes on.
give her some paper and a spare pen, and I pull one out as well.
And she like Pride just starts like pacing back and forth, just like behind, like the sword is definitely between like you guys and her, and like she does that thing where she very like animatedly turns 180 on like her heel, as she's pacing back and forth, and she says, "Fair is fair. Yous have done me a favor, I will do you a favor. I think that's fair. I was kidding about the killing thing. You're far too useful. Yous have worked for me for some time now." So, what do yous want? I understand answers, but there must be something more exciting. She like waves her hand mysteriously.
Why did you do what you did with Loudon?
Okay, is anyone else able to speak, or is it just the sword?
Sword speaks plenty.
Oh, really? Like she like leans down with her ear to the sword. She goes, "What's that? They're stalling? I thought so." And she kind of like goes back up and puts like her hands on her hip and looks at you and she says, "Yous know too much already. If I tell you more, the deal gets more violent. I don't really want that. Do yous want that?"
You killed our queen.
Former queen.
You tried to kill our current one, so you could remain our queen. You have your own fucking people.
Like her face like doesn't move from that like almost self-aggrandizing like smile that she's got. It's like lip curl that she's got to it. And she goes, I've said we'll get to that. But in the meantime, back to my deal. That's a very boring answer.
Sorry to disappoint you.
She just like grins at you and then blows you a kiss.
You're not that impressive.
She kind of like like looks almost hurt, like that kind of full like
Please go, because Riven's just waiting.
No.
Riven wants one answer.
I might be a young male in this game, but I know when not to get involved with two women who are bitching each other. I'm just wandering about.
Rakish and fight! Oh.
Find the exit, find the exit, find the exit!
Yeah.
Go for it, Myr'ra.
Put my paper down. I'm not sure we seem to be speaking in circles. We have already let you out. And I don't think any of us feel particularly inclined to make deals right now.
She's like that kind of like, again, I guess dirty smile is maybe the best like description of it, that she like removes from Riven as if it takes a lot of effort to redirect her gaze to you, and then she kind of like cocks her head slightly and she goes, "You don't seem to understand this is my way of showing gratitude. I don't know how long I could have been in there for if it hadn't been for yous being such darlings letting me out. It is appreciated."
Mm-hmm. I think Myr'ra's just in her head replaying that it could get more violently. Just being
You
like,
have to
"What? Did grandmother
You just need to get
say
out
about-"
before she gets
Yeah.
through me. You just need to get out before she gets through me.
I don't. I think at least player agency. I don't think that's what Myr'ra understood from that. Myr'ra understood if we push for too much in a deal would go violently for us, as in Falgain versus Barlen, as in we need to make like.
Well, she's
that's
saying
what
she owes us. So right now, that's
Mhm.
Riven saying that's what
Yeah,
his
she
answer.
seems
I
like she
want.
feels
Yeah.
obligated to like
Yeah.
make up
But there's
for what
still-
has just happened, right? She's like, "You'd have
Yeah.
done this for me, I'll do something for you," but she's being a dick about it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And she's using the language of a
Yeah.
devil.
Hmm.
So the word deal comes up quite a lot. And
Yeah.
I think Myr'ra's definitely got like flinchy. Like,
Mhm.
no.
But at least you've seen that it seemed to involve some level of ceremony, at least with Joy's deal with you
Yes.
guys. It wasn't just a, "Oh, you've been
So we
trapped in
can't do
some
it by
wordplay."
accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There needs to be
Yeah, it seems like we
intention
have to
behind
do
it. Mostly
Okay.
because I hate that style of GMing.
I think I would.
Come on, Chris.
I think I would say to myself, loud enough that it would probably be heard, but I do kind of introvertly. I've already rejected one deal from once Immortal. Why would I take another deal now?
I think when you say that as well, Pride cocks their head around the mass that is Riven and looks at Nori and goes, "Are we cheating on me already? Naughty, naughty."
Would it not be the other? It's fine.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
That just shows you how
But
much
no,
they think
but
of themselves.
Yes, and technically we were, I suppose, working for
Yeah, like Pride employed you, it seems.
our demon friend first.
Under false pretenses, though.
Oh yeah, definitely wouldn't hold up in court.
Does it make
Like,
a difference in the
Yeah.
demon's eyes?
So we don't actually have a deal with Pride.
I never really had to deal with Loudon either, other than like what you had already cashed in, right? Like you've resolved all of
Yeah.
those things. So yeah.
I legit.
Now,
she keeps
in
saying
my
we
mind-
should get to that, but I don't know what she's actually asking for.
She wants more things from us. So
Well-
that the ties are tight.
For the sake of the tone,
Mm.
she is presenting you as an opportunity to ask something within Pride's power. They've clearly stated they'll get to the questioning, but they need to resolve that first. You can take from that what you will, but it does imply that they're willing to do something for you guys as a balancing thing.
Right, well, play urgency. Do you think we could make her guarantee she never does what she did again? No body swapping with other sword
Who can
holders.
ask? My one would be, could we ask for protection for Vermi? Because that was the other part of this. Can we get the sword back without it going badly?
Oh, that'd be quite funny. You have
Do
to
we
protect
ask
the person
for-
who asked you.
Yeah.
You have to protect the
But not
person
even
who
like,
fucking
you
beat you.
can't simply now try and like
I like
something
that.
that protects Vermi
Mhm.
because the other one would be asked for Chiral, but I'd feel like that's not the vibe. Like Pride does not feel like the person. would want to-
Also, it might then tip your hand that he's still around.
Yeah.
Live.
Whereas you
Whereas-
don't know what Pride knows
No.
on that subject currently.
Yes.
but we
so
do know that Pride knows Vermi.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
And Pride knows they stabbed Chiral.
yeah.
So, much to their chagrin, right? Like,
Mhm.
how dare you get in the way of
So is
killing?
that what we try and guarantee, that she protects Vermi? We need to be really
Yeah.
careful how we word this. This is a genie.
Mhm.
If we word this
Mhm.
wrong, this is like wishing D&D.
Yeah.
You word it wrong, it's going
Yeah.
to bite you in the ass. So we need to think of this like a legal contract. Like, we
Where
need to
a
be...
legal expert when we need them.
I know. So, like, what...
Mhm.
How do we
Because
word
that
it?
would be I don't think any of us want anything from Pride, like, personally.
No.
So I think going for...
No, they want like a countryside castle or something, right?
No.
just suddenly
But we need to be
like,
careful in saying you have to
yeah.
protect Vermi, because she might just pick Vermi up and take her to fucking Caldera and be like, well, she's safe with me.
I was going to say,
and then
try and
keep
do
her...
something about, like, not letting this, like, damage the, like, table or something about, like, Vermi being mentioned, but we also don't want this to become an international incident.
Do we get her to own to what she did? Because if she owns to what she did, then Vermi's fine.
Mm-hmm. But the table might not be.
I mean, also, if she owns to what she did, if that's something you make her do, she might also just kill you and Vermi. And then
Yeah.
still go on up to it.
Yeah. Because that doesn't protect.
I'm not saying
if
she
we
will, I'm
let
just
her
saying that's the thing you have to
Pride-
worry about, is if you antagonise Pride.
Anything antagonises Pride. That's the
necessarily.
problem. With a demon like Pride, like, its Pride is its main thing, so anything that it can see below it, which is probably quite a lot, or seen to make it weak, it'll take it
I also love that
poorly.
Michelle Gomez, I don't think it's
Yeah.
that tall either, and I love that.
So it's
that's the
a
thing of
really
letting her keep her, like, being that thing of, like, only the people, like, in this room and Vermi will know what really happened. We will let you keep your...
But
as
Vermi
long
wants
as
to be
you-
able to tell the people. She wants to be able to tell Deng.
With somebody else. It doesn't, like...
Well, I think Chris said this last session, saying
Mm.
anything could have possessed Loudon.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to have more detail than that. I think. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if it was you, Chris, but I think I definitely heard somebody say that last
Yeah.
session. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you wanted some plausible
And then they
deniability
pointed
vagueness.
out that they had the sword, so it had to be
Mhm.
Pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah,
It
that
had
was
to
good.
be somebody that was a blade wielder. And who does
Yeah.
possession in here, bar the fucking devils. So you're basically saying that she did
But
But
it.
keep in mind, a
again-
lot of that is what are the common people going to believe versus what the main characters in the roleplay know. Like, very different brackets.
Like, we know,
Yeah,
and
and the
we
people
know
that were in the
was a
room.
real sword, whereas, like, magic is definitely one of those things that you could say, it was just actually us. Like, again, the people in that room,
Yes.
but the people in that room already saw a bunch of shit happen.
Yeah.
It's the common people of Denk who, something like Loudon was possessed. Vermi helped free her from that, and is also her daughter.
Yeah.
But are you risking a kind of weird hysteria over everyone being like, well, how do we know if they're ever possessed again? And, you know...
Everybody
like,
goes and dusts off their
Lockhart's
firestones
job.
from the...
Suspect-
Yeah, like, how do you
Yeah.
stop a mass hysteria being like, you need to be able to say who it was, so everyone can say...
That
well,
doesn't
there they are
necessarily
over
stop
there.
mass hysteria.
Yeah.
Only that it can't happen again would stop mass hysteria, whatever the thing was, if you're worried about something sparking people panicking. Even saying, oh, a devil possessed Loudon and did X, Y, and Z. People go, oh my god, there is 7 of those fuckers. That would create mass hysteria. Saying, something possessed Loudon, we've stopped it, everything's fine. That
It's more reassuring, yeah.
But how much do the world know about, like, would they think...
Well, that's
automatically
not
think,
something you'd
well,
ever know. How much does the world know about?
possession... Like, would the world ever go, elves can possess people? The dwarves can possess
There's
people?
no way
or
to
would
answer that. Not within the scope of the context of the moment.
Because also, like, magic, like, there is...
Yeah, that's
like,
what I was going to
there's a
say.
whole bunch of, like,
In a world of
magics.
magic,
Yeah, like astral
it could have been
projection.
anybody.
Yeah.
Probably a thing outside of the big
I
players.
know it's not going to happen, but Pride isn't going to get her comeuppance. Which...
Maybe not yet. But
It's
we still
extremely
may. And if we can
disappointing.
get out of this with information and a guarantee of Verme's safety, it doesn't mean we can't still try to take down Pride in another way. Once we're...
Arc 4. Pride comes before the fall. Just in time for autumn.
Rearrange the words again.
Yep.
I just don't see Pride getting... I don't see the bad guy getting what the bad guy should get. And that's disappointing to me and Riven. So it's just like, what's the fucking point? Because it's going to happen again. If she's this bad, she's just going to do it again. But just to somebody else.
But it's also in terms of, like, we don't know yet why. There could very well be a very specific reason why Loudon and why now and why Denk. That means it wouldn't. And also, once we have that information, we can then make that call.
But she's not going to give us it until after we organise the deal, which is going to make sure, you know, it's happening in a very particular fucking order. We just have to make sure the deal doesn't include... Yeah, the deal doesn't include... And we shall never harm you.
Make sure it doesn't if this is your plan long term. Don't do a crumbar and guarantee you can't attack.
Yeah, what was that? Mutual
assured
I mean, ultimately, though, in this scenario, our lives are meaningless.
Yes,
we are just
snap our fingers and we're dead.
Working for... so our ultimate aim is to protect
Vermi and
not to get anything.
Well, it's
for
to protect
ourselves,
the
we're
whole
just there to
circle,
protect.
because could you imagine her controlling,
Correct.
like, Vermi's uncle? With that level of magical ability and having dragons. Now, I'm going to make an assumption as a player that the dragon would fucking catch on like that, and Pride would know what the inside of a dragon fucking feels like all of a sudden. I imagine that, and I don't imagine her going for the gold or the silver elf, but there's two other people. The dwarves, who literally are the only thing between Denk and Caldera. So if she controls the Dwarven Kingdom, that's a fucking nightmare. And then you've got the Bronzebark Elves, who, again, I imagine they're magically inclined, but he is the youngest. He's like only 50, he said.
Did I say as young as that? I don't know if I said he was as young as 50, but maybe I did. He isn't that old.
He's
but
not as old as them. He wasn't there
old.
for the war.
No.
So that's still two real dangers she could just go and do with other people. And I think that's the thing, like, we have to make sure she can't do it again. Because whatever this grand fucking scheme was, she's smart enough to figure it out using other players on the board. Unfortunately, because she can bide her time like a motherfucker. Because she's
It's
eternal.
how do we phrase... Like, do we try and phrase it
and how do we monkey paw our way into not fucking this up?
Because if we say, like, protect the table in its current form, just kill one of them and then it's somebody else.
I mean, keep in mind, I can help use word things with the intention you want. I'm not Pride.
But I think that feels like what we want to ask for. Is we want to ask for something to protect
the circle.
The circle.
And well, is the wording then that she has to ensure that the circle are all of their own minds? She has to kind of ensure that none are
like possession insurance, basically.
Almost like like she can, and she can't let anyone else. So if our siblings started shit, she'd be like, nope.
Think of the amount of campaigns that could uncover, though.
So I do wonder if it's she.
Yay!
A speaker just in time.
A speaker emerges.
Sorry, I'm late.
It's okay.
Would you like to pause your player agency moment to just, well, Sean, do your intro. Just do that.
Hi, I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin, who is the mystical speaker who keeps a magical ally, and I am just back from Edinburgh Pride.
Happy Pride.
Yeah, Pride
Happy
is
Pride.
right in front of us.
What good time.
Yeah, she
Wow.
is in front of
Wow.
us. We are trying to ask her.
No, let's rewind
Tell
a
us
bit. Just want to
through it.
speed run Sean through the last session very briefly, because I don't know how much
Oh,
Sean
yeah.
used to catch up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'd intended to catch up, I didn't get around to it yet.
Oh, because yeah, things happen. Oh
Hmm.
god.
Well, I'm going to use this opportunity to jump to the bathroom.
Okay.
We were in the
Can
big
everybody
meeting.
get one of those?
No.
I'll just post it in the message. That's what we want. Everybody to be protected by that symbol.
Okay, yeah.
Supernatural.
Yep,
Oh,
I
yes,
get
that's
you.
what it is,
Yep.
the supernatural symbol.
Can't be possessed, yep. Mhm.
Anyway, sorry.
It's okay,
Sorry,
other
Sean.
protective tattoos do exist.
We were in a big meeting. Big important people did lots of talking.
Mhm.
There are important things, but they were sort of like important for other people
Mhm.
rather than us. For now. We then met with Joy
Mhm.
in all her happy, smiley goodness. And she took us down to the very basement of the castle, into the Vault of the Five, where it turns out all of the 5 members of the table get their own special vault.
Mhm.
And then she
Mhm.
told us she didn't have the key, but we did.
Ah,
And we went, ah!
ah.
And then panicked quite a lot because we instantly thought, oh, Pride's probably in there then.
Hmm.
And then we theorized about a lot of other equally scary things that could also be in there.
So many things.
So many things. Maybe the moon.
Maybe the moon.
But we did we talked a lot. And we went,
I think there was
"We're
like
gonna put this-"
19 player agency conversations that they weren't needed because we just didn't go back into the narrative. We just
Yeah.
went from the players about to another one.
Yeah. We'd occasionally be like, okay, I say this to Joy. And no, back to a player agency moment.
Just like pausing a video game every 2 seconds to micromanage the hell out of it.
But we agreed with Joy that she would tell us, she promised us the answers were inside the vault. And she promised us that she would do everything in her power to keep us safe.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's very kind of her.
And he's made a little bargain with Joy. Everybody bound themselves in a deal with Joy.
We did do that. So true. And that we would open the vault and she would tell us what her deal with Pride had been. What made her into a Calderan. Calderan.
The Calderan.
Which turned out she had asked for eternal happiness.
Ah.
Oh, which made us all quite sad.
Ironically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we made the deal, so we kept up our side of it. So we got the sword, and we put it in the special key space.
Basically
that
the slot on the
magically.
floor in front of the door, yep.
Yep, Temple of Time.
Yeah, and the door like dissolved in like cool misty like shadow magic.
Very Temple of Time.
Very cool.
I don't know
And
what
then
Temple of Time is.
inside
What's
the
that from?
vault-
From Zelda.
Okay,
Goodness
I have
me.
not played any Zelda games, so...
We will have words.
We have many words, I'll have you know.
Yes.
Often, in fact, on a regular
Yeah.
basis, in fact.
And guess who was inside the vault?
Right.
It was.
Guess who opened the vault? We didn't have to, but we did.
Oh, it wouldn't have been any fun if we just opened a different vault.
Correct. It wouldn't have been. That's
What's behind door number 2?
Yeah.
Regret. Yeah.
Yeah. And she was sassy about the fact that we had taken too long, which we
Yes.
were unsure if that means in general or about how long we deliberate.
All of
Also,
the above.
Pride is played by Michelle Gomez.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I saw the pictures of Missy in the.
Well, I don't think those ones are for Missy. Those ones are for her. Is it Lilith she played in Sabrina? I can't remember who she played in Sabrina.
Yeah.
Lilith.
Yeah.
Oh,
Madame
was she in
Satan.
Sabrina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's great in it.
She is in fact great in it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
Missy.
started watching that, but didn't finish it.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually finished it. I got right to the end, but I think I stopped because maybe I was waiting on the last part to get released and I just never went back. Probably should do that. But anyway, back in the room. So,
Yes.
yes, any other highlights, Hannah?
I think that's the end of last episode.
Yep.
And then this time, we also caught Alu Ben up on gemness.
Mhm.
But that was earlier on. And yes, now we are in a room with Pride, who is sort of threatening to
And
us, but sort
Joy.
of not. And Joy.
Pride and Joy.
Oh. And yes, we are, as always, debating what we should do. next.
So, the summary so far is Pride cracked her neck, walked outside, said, well, thank you, I guess. What am I doing for you?
Mhm.
And that was the summary, really, of where we're at now. The party deliberating, what do we want to ask Pride for that isn't just the answers we want, because Pride clearly stated they'll ask. Those will wait till the end, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've told us
In other
to
words-
tell us
Yeah.
answers.
Make the
But-
deal so when you get the answers you need, you'll regret the deal that you've just made because you'll realise you actually had the information you actually needed to make the deal.
Do you have any idea why Pride was trapped in the vault? Was Pride really trapped?
Because she was hiding her body in there while she was possessing Loudon. It was a safe.
Right, it was her
So-
soul. Okay.
Her soul
Yeah.
was possessing Loudon. So
Right.
basically, she kept her body in the safest place she could, a place only she could get into,
Gotcha.
Or somebody with a key.
which was her. Because it was only the second
Or
blade that
us.
could open that.
Mhm.
Or Joy.
Would have seemed a bit sus if Loudon handed Joy the first blade, or the third blade, because the third blade's the human blade.
Yes, third blade is the human blade.
That would have looked unusual.
The thing you might want to
Mm.
catch Falkwin up in as well as what you learned about the blades last session. Since you
Or that
what?
we can, it's, yes.
We
you can
could
be
use
given
it.
permission by
Mm.
If the person who's the wielder says you're allowed to wield it, you're allowed to wield it.
Okay.
That's how we opened the vault, because we
Mhm.
don't know in a combat situation if that maintains, but in like a, I give you permission to hold this and go and put it in that key slot.
Mhm.
All good.
Which is why we probably now couldn't pull it out and trap her again, because we would have just exploded.
Uh-huh.
She would have been like,
Yeah.
no, don't do that.
She walked very quickly in her
yes.
nice heels.
Yes.
And we didn't have
clack,
time to
clack, clack. Yes, there was a little cutscene so she could get out.
But she's definitely got like red souls. Like on the,
Oh, if I thought I could fucking batter swing her back in there with my sword, I would have. But I know for a fact pulling the sword's now not going to be a thing, so there's no point.
So the question for you then,
Mhm.
Falkwin, is there anything you want from
one of the seven
Demon?
deadly sins.
from one of the seven deadly
The
sins?
thing was, we were thinking was making her make a deal that she had to ensure that the circle,
I love that
all
we've
of
just decided it's called the circle now.
the circle, the circle of the five blades,
Yeah.
table of the five blades, whatever.
Magician's circle.
Yeah.
Yes, that she would guarantee that they never got possessed the way she possessed Loudon. So
yeah.
she couldn't do it again, and her siblings couldn't do it either. But we don't know if that's a bit much of an ask. And also, because of the way she is, this is a monkey's paw problem. So we need to
Yeah,
word this extremely fucking carefully. Like, every single word we says needs to be thought of forward and backwards to make sure she can't misconstrue it and can't warp it.
I also
to
still
what
said
she
though,
wants.
I can help you word your intentions. I am not private.
Yes, But you know what other arcs you need to happen for your story.
I love the
You
phrase
will
"need
want
to
it.
happen." Like that's ever been a thing I've run a game with.
So
Hence
you
why they
know
last so fucking
what
long.
You know what you need to orchestrate for the next arc to make sure it happens.
I orchestrate nothing.
There's some weird
I'm sure we could
like,
offer
tension
some.
here.
Yeah.
Where Pride is
But
definitely an
we're
unsafe
still-
genie.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
But
without a
again,
doubt.
still in-
Absolutely.
But Victor might
Still in
be
player
a
agency
safer
thing, though.
genie.
A safer.
But, not, but not a true safe genie, because a true safe genie, you just ask them, give me what I should wish for. And then if they're truly a safe genie and they're on your side, then they already know what the right thing to do is. Victor's not going to do that for us.
So,
So-
small anecdote. In my Wednesday game of years gone past, one of the players was a priest of like an Odin-style god, right? The kind of like I think it's just called the Father of the Seasons or something, or like the All-Father type vibe, right? And the party, including Alexander's Fleabite rat character, right? So the party and Chris, who was there too, were in this chamber where they found the Cradle of Creation, which was a ring of 3 wishes, and one of which had been used. So the party were now faced with a dilemma. There's 2 wishes. We could fix so many problems in the world. And we all knew Fleabite wasn't allowed to say anything with the ring, because he was a rat monster from another dimension. So Chris was surprisingly quiet about his thoughts as his character Keldrath, and it got left to Colin, who was playing Vangar, the dwarf priest to Odin. And the way Colin worded it was, can I just leave it up to my god to channel, his will through the wish? I'm like, no, Colin, I am not making the wish for you. You have to say the wish. I'm sorry, you can't bamboozle me into role-playing this scene for you. This choice is the player's choice. So, just getting vibes of that again. Like, what is the deal we should make?
We asked Pride. Pride, what would you ask for?
Yeah. No one's ever asked me that before. I want a pony with diamond high heels. And you're like, is the pony
And then
got
it's
the diamond high
effectively
heels, or does
me.
she get them with the pony?
So yes, that's where we're at. Is currently trying to figure out what to make Pride agree
We
on.
also, Pride has sort of hinted that if we ask for too much,
Violence.
the deal can turn badly against us. Either in a she'll just instantly kill us, or in a oh no, we're now all monsters living in a desert. So
That's a Falgain Barlen reference, by the way, about people that make deals with. Yeah. Just in case it's just a random, they've very specifically said what might vaguely happen to us.
So welcome.
yeah.
So, okay, Falkwin kind of has a shot just lined up ready for the taking here. I would have to actually think about whether he really wants to make a deal with Pride. But if he did, he would probably want Aluben to get a body of her own.
Okay.
Well, she's giving us a something because we let her out the vault. She's giving us something.
I think it might have to be an all, because that's what happened
It's
with
an-
Joy. We all have to agree with
It's
Joy.
an all-in thing.
You make your wish lists and then you all write down what you want. It's like, I want the diamond shoes, but the basket of never-ending apples is for Nori to practice his archery with, obviously.
Mhm.
This is thanks for letting me out. So to not be indebted to us, she's trying. She's because they are
Yeah.
compelled to. I feel she's being compelled to do this.
So
She definitely
we-
seems to be
yeah,
acting like she's compelled, right? Like, there's that vibe of
Yeah.
she feels like she needs to clear her self.
Yeah,
uh-huh.
she can
Okay.
not.
We need something sort of equal to what we've
Releasing
already
her.
done.
From a prison. So
Right. So using our wish to deliberately constrain her in how she can act in future would probably make us a very powerful enemy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can safely make that wish.
Also, Pride did say, we've all worked together well before, because
Yes, 'cause we
Pride
did-
as Loudon did hire the party for the first 2 story arcs.
So
So Pride
Yeah,
knows
no.
they're useful and did say, "Yous are very useful."
Yes.
So
With that
a
little-
wish that empowers us is probably safer than a wish that we deliberately intend to weaken and antagonize her.
so much weaken her. Just don't do that again.
Bad
Mm.
Pride. Bad.
Yeah.
No more
basically,
possessing people.
But
No, basically, don't do that again.
yeah, in a way that
A strange
I
thing
think-
just occurred to
So
me.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Chris, go for it.
We've already accepted gifts from her.
but we didn't make a magic all hands in the middle
Yeah.
deal, so I think it's fine.
And again, would
We
throw all
did a
those gifts.
service for her. but it was
Uh-huh.
still
I
a,
did
like,
mention earlier, like before, like Shauna joined, that your stuff you did with Loudon did resolve in one way or the other. The only thing that was left a bit up in the air was the fact that it was like go assassinate Vermi.
And we didn't.
But you also didn't agree on like specific things as a reward that time. It was just, you have been useful so far. Go keep being useful, and you could still vaguely benefit in some way. That was very deliberately not.
We never
Pre-agreed.
cashed in on that one.
Yep, exactly. So
So there
you're
was no transaction there.
you're reasonably
I can
safe.
tell you're I can tell right now, Chris, you're terrified that she's going to be able to puppet us right now, aren't you? Because
Oh,
we
yeah.
made some kind of contract with her. I don't think that's the case.
So see that logic though. That implies that you need to make a deal to puppet you, and yet we're aware they could puppet Loudon.
we don't know they
She can't
didn't.
possess
Nediam.
us all at the one time, Victor. That's not something she's capable of. If she could get other siblings involved, yes. But she couldn't get us all.
That
at
assumes
once.
they can all possess people. Maybe it's a pride only ability.
We also don't know what Pride and Loudon's history was. Right.
Mhm.
Jilted
And she's
lovers.
not going to tell us till we make this deal.
Until we make
Yes.
this deal. Yeah, she's not
Yeah.
giving us anything.
It was Pride's experimental college phase.
But she certainly, like, for your context, Sean, Riven's idol was a woman called Samda, who was
Mhm.
Loudon's bodyguard. It was the Queen's
yeah.
Guard. And yeah, she died conveniently in the time frame
Mhm.
where Loudon was under Pride's control.
Mhm.
In Caldera.
Mhm.
So Riven's a bit upset.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because it's killed our idol, and then also it's like you were parading around as our
Possessed
queen.
our queen. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's awkward.
Mm.
and also like on a kind of like other level, she obviously loved Vermi's father very much. That would probably be kind of devastating for Vermi's dad to just hear Loudon
Yep,
go off and
Brandon.
marry some fucking random guy when Loudon actually was dedicated to him and him alone. Like she's ruined a lot of lives.
Yep.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
that's
sure.
why I'm like, I don't want to give her a fucking inch because she'll take a mile.
She's taken the mile though.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
taking the mile.
Yeah.
I want to drag her back to the inch. Is the thing I'm trying to do. Be like, no, fucking back here, you stupid cunt.
So my thinking is, if we do try to put her on a leash, we'd have to word that incredibly precisely. Otherwise,
Exactly.
she could just get around it.
It's-
Well, luckily,
And
Sean, we
even
have
if-
a legal expert in the party.
Aha!
Which is you.
No, it's Lockhart.
Mhm, mhm.
But even
We
if
also-
even if we do that, then she won't like us very much anymore, and she could probably still get back at us without breaking.
She's got,
those
if she
terms,
wants to
right?
kill us, she will kill us. There's
Yeah.
Sure.
no going
Well, I think her
around
first
that.
thing out of the vault as a joke was her saying, "Oh, as thanks, I won't kill yous all immediately." Like very
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
camp
and-
villain-esque.
On another level, we don't matter.
Yes.
In this world, our characters die. We make new character sheets. It doesn't actually
We'll just throw wave
matter.
after wave of characters at Pride, and then eventually she'll die.
What characters matter are the Table of the Blades. They matter. Our characters can just get wrecked.
Hello.
And the thing is,
Oh, you insist.
if you, we've now been threatened by 2 demons in a matter
Yeah.
of 4 episodes, and both times we've not recovered from knowing how weak we actually are. So we
Mhm.
know they can do what they want to us
Yeah.
if they choose
Exactly. This deal or not, we're
There's also the element of she also has to agree. So we could pitch things that are like, we can haggle this. We
Yeah.
can pitch like.
Who knew haggling was probably
situation.
a
Sure.
favourite pastime of a
Yeah.
devil, right?
And therefore, like, even if it's the like, this is our shoot for the stars goal,
Mhm.
we'll
Yeah,
then at
and
least
then
get a read on what she'll agree to.
Yeah.
So
So I
when
get, I agree with Falkwin's point of like, she's probably not going to agree to anything that she wouldn't. Yeah, there would be a.
We
I'm
need to
not
start
saying it's gonna
fishing.
Yeah.
okay,
We need to figure out like where her line is of what she is going to agree to in terms
Yeah.
of
Yeah, find the brackets of
Um,
this conversation,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
what
so
she's willing to give us, at least as a token, as a piece.
mhm. So when I walked in and you said, "Oh, thank God, the speaker has arrived," I do
Oh, yeah.
hope you know Falkwin has an inability in charm, persuasion, and deception.
So does Myr'ra.
Falkwin is a shouter, not a whisperer.
My favourite thing is that this is literally like Lockhart's fucking raison d'etre, right?
And he ain't here.
Nope.
No.
Very tactically on his part, I do agree.
Right.
Like,
So, what do we say just to ballpark it? Just at her? Just.
yeah, so back in the room, and Pride's standing there eagerly with a very, like, oddly sexually charged grin on her face.
So is there a word in this world for like the species of the temples of the temple of this table of the fireplace, like elves and dragonborn and
Well, like a
humans
collective
collectively?
term for this
Yeah,
continent?
like-
No.
Or like humanoid, but not the rakish. Like the people
Humanoid,
of
but
this
not
continent.
catoid?
Yeah, like the
Not-
the
Not
sentient
those from
people of
across
this
the water.
like the sentient people of this continent.
No. There's two, I guess, like, denizens of the table would be
Sure.
Yeah.
the closest.
I
So, as
But
an
that wouldn't
opening-
cover, like... I guess, it probably would cover, like, refugees officially recognised.
Yeah.
But only officially
I would
recognised
also-
refugees.
just throw out quickly
Mhm.
in terms of like, if I think we need to specifically talk about like the rulers of the table, because if we talk about all denizens, then she's not going to agree to that because they need to get, that's how deals get made in souls.
Yep.
So we need to
Yeah.
talk mainly about the table.
Yeah, like rulership. Because if we're like, you can't possess anybody or take anybody's soul, she's going to be like, no.
I will literally die of starvation.
Mhm.
So, we need it's making sure she doesn't do this political bullshit again.
Okay. Yep.
So-
Yeah.
That sounds fair.
Who wants to talk? Riven's raring to go.
Who is neutral in their speed stats? Speech stats, rather. Because Falkwin's not up to the stats.
Yeah, I also have an inability, but I'll talk.
I have intimidation and seeing through deception. I'm pure neutral though.
But you could at least advise on the seeing through deception thing, right? You could support someone else as they're, like,
Yeah, see if
having the
she's trying to-
conversation. Yeah.
so-
You could vibe check Pride as we
Nori,
go.
you're being very quiet.
Yeah, Nori, why are you skulking around the background there, Nori?
What's your speech? Is it neutral like mine?
Yeah, it's neutral, but I do have this, which again would only help add to what everybody
If-
else has the ability to do. And I don't think we're in front of a demon who's actually going to lie to us.
That's about you
Because
sensing if they
they have no
believe
reason
you.
to.
Mhm.
That'd be if you
Yeah.
were lying to them, you could tell they believe it or not. So that's not about telling if they can lie, I believe.
It says sensing
Yeah.
lies.
It says sensing lies and whether a person is likely to or already does believe your lies. That's one sentence.
Mhm.
They sound like two things though.
Mm,
Trained in sensing lies and trained in detecting whether blah blah blah.
no, I think it's
Trained
maybe
in
one thing.
sensing lies and whether a person is likely to or already does believe your lies. It does specify them as two different things in the wee bracket.
But why would you have to sense your own lies?
Well, that's literally what that move is. It's sensing whether someone else does believe your own lies.
No, but it says that in a different bit.
No,
It says
fair
trained
enough.
in sensing lie and whether a person is likely to
Okay.
believe yours. But either way, none of us are. I don't think lying to her is
Yeah,
going
We're
to
gonna
go
lie to
well.
her. Yeah.
And likewise,
No.
I don't think she's the type to lie. She's too prideful for that, you know?
Oh no, I think she'll lie through her teeth. But
Oh,
the thing
okay.
is, she's already in the back foot. She owes us something. We've already got the thing in her court. She needs to try and throw it back. So this is what we're at. So are we thinking along the lines of no possessing other members ever again?
Can
Just
we,
as
only, can we
again,
only constrain her with this? Like, because if we tell her, no more possessing other Five Blades people, she'll be like, okay, well, Envy can do that too.
you
So
really
just,
think envy,
get their
pride?
help.
Do you think pride would ever go to its siblings and
So
say it needs
I
help?
think you're going beyond the immediate circle of the moment. You're starting
True.
to like add and add and add to the what if this could be this, could be this, could be this, which is granted a problem, but you might need to pull it back into the room and be like, we're in front of Pride. We know our goal is to try and stop them doing what they did again. That seems to be the consensus if I summarize everything. So yeah, you might have to pick an avenue and go with it and see how it goes on, but it does involve
Okay.
actually speaking to Pride again before the
Okay.
session runs out.
We're just we're in a huddle.
Mhm.
We keep doing that thing where we look back at it and go,
And she does
I
other
know
wee like
what to do.
suggestive poses. Yeah.
yeah. Every time we look, she's moved again.
Something on the lines of you do not seek to take control of other members of the Table of the Five Blades ever again. Is that where we start? Is that the high bar and we'll see how far she tries to knock it down?
That's a try.
Okay.
Control, manipulate.
Chris, would you like to take this one?
No.
Me and you two don't have a disadvantage. Fine. Okay.
So
I'll-
okay. I'm
Come
in. So I'll move around the pack and
You can stay behind me if you
meet her
want.
probably halfway between the sword and everything else. And we'll say,
Well, she's kept the sword between the
Um,
group and herself, right?
Uh-huh.
Very
It's
like
her,
poignantly.
sword, Riven, people behind Riven.
Yep.
yeah, and I'll go. We realise that what you're offering is probably personal to each of us, but we're not here for that. We don't understand what's going on. We don't understand most of the politics of what has happened in the last 2 years. But our aim here is to protect what we have, and I think if we were going to have any demands of yourself, is not to repeat what has happened in the last year or so. Possession of those members of the table
Or any after.
should never happen again. Sorry?
Or any members
Say that again.
thereafter.
Or any members thereafter by yourself or any others that you have influence in. That would be what we would want.
And she's like just grinning. the
I'll
whole
look over
time.
my shoulder and go,
Did I do good?
He gives you a thumbs up.
And she like she has this
Riven is
great.
genuinely proud. Like Riven gives you a genuine smile.
So she has a very like obviously big grin, as if finally you have said something. That you want. Goes, I assumed you would want something like that, but user, it's not your fault. User very short-lived. I have a slightly wider field to maintain. What if one of the rulers is awful? Who would be able to stop them if not me?
Of your many siblings.
Trying to dethrone me already.
Through what I've heard in the records, your brother did a better job than you have.
Really? I don't think anyone thinks that.
I do. So you're wrong already.
Okay, 1.
Better than 0, which is what you just said.
Is this the game we're playing now? Where we're trading tit for tat?
Answer if that's a yes or a no. What Nori said.
She kind of like rolls her eyes, and Joy just looks at her, panics, and starts scribbling harder. And then she's kind of
Before,
John's like
before we
hangman
move on
with
from
like,
himself.
just like, oh god, I don't want to make eye contact with anyone in this room. This is fine though. It is fine. Everything's fine. I'm loving my
happy
job.
to be
Yeah, I'm glad I'm involved, but also, so
The deal's breaking just being here.
yeah, just like vibrating. So yeah, and then Pride
as
says,
Riven
Oh.
starts ranting again, I'm going to turn around and say, all very well. This is all very well. But if one of the swords chooses who is to be the next ruler, that is not for you to deny or support. It's up to the sword. If that ruler is bad or good, then the people, their people, will take care of that. It's not your job.
and she kind of gives you like a kind of look, and she raises an eyebrow and goes, I'm not implying I was going to cherry pick my favorite people.
That's not what. That's exactly what you. A bad ruler. It's your job to deal with that. That's not your job. That is the people of their kingdom to deal with that. Not you. Never you. In somebody else's kingdom.
And she kind of like sighs and goes, oh, such small lifespans. Ah. People can be awful. And if the wrong person was chosen by the Blades, an arbitrary system I might add, then what if someone caused 100 or more of your years of suffering to your Denk and Elven people? Wouldn't
That
you want someone
is
to be able to
not
stop that
your business.
suffering?
Yes,
Surely-
the people will rise up against them. It's the way of the world.
And she's like grinning again. And she says, how about I pitch something instead then? Because clearly I'm not going to remove any agency I have over defending myself from the other rulers. Are we all open to that? She stresses.
Said you
Mhm.
couldn't defend yourself against them. We said you could not possess.
Control, influence, possess. Language is so fluid. But anyway, as I asked, are you open to some offers?
Pitch it.
She grins. Wonderful. So, I would very much like to pitch that all of us here and your Lion Queen upstairs have some information pertinent to myself, and I would like that to remain contained. Erased ideally, but I'll settle for contained. And I'm willing to sweeten the deal to accommodate that. And then she kind of like adjusts like her outfit as if first time you've seen her look a tiny bit uncomfortable. So, what do we say? Are we all going to keep our secrets? Big grin. I can offer you one of 2 souls. And she like starts tapping her nails across the blade that's like half stuck
Hang
out
on.
of the floor.
So she's
Mhm.
just basically said, give me more to give you one thing, even though I just said I owe you something.
Yeah.
It's exactly what
No.
just happened.
I mean,
I
so
cannot wait for this
I'm
fucking
gonna
campaign to
assume-
end.
she
I
seems
assume-
so
Sorry.
we get to just walk away, right? She seemed quite antsy to get to settle this debt, and if she wants to play hardball, we can just say, no, we're happy just letting you owe us.
She might just kill us though.
Yeah, I think she'll
Right.
just kill us at that point.
But I
Uh,
am willing, I'm
She
saying this right now,
kills-
as a player, I will do what I can to hold her while you fucking run. Because we all know the 2 souls she's going to offer. She's going to offer Loudon and she's going to offer Kairos. And that's
Samda
or Samda.
would be my guess.
So
Could
it's
be
one of
Chiral.
those. And that's going to be a shit choice for us because we are not good, regardless of what those we pick. We are villains then in the story.
Could ask for both of them.
She's only offering one.
Uh-huh. Starting offer. We did the same. And she's asking for more things. We've said, well, we've already done you one. If we're going to do another, we want both of those souls.
So what's her
And
response
she's
to...
also not said what those secrets are.
Yeah.
Do you mean
So it
souls?
could be. No, she said you keep my secrets. What
Oh,
the
of
fuck
course.
are her secrets? So we don't know what we're
Well, ask
agreeing
them.
to.
Ask.
Yeah.
Ugh, this is we're losing at the end of this, no matter what. Losing some.
We're humans. We lose.
Mhm. Yeah, we lose, we die.
Yep, that is
Just
life.
because we are
You
short-lived. Oh,
short shit, and then goodbye.
short.
So what is these secrets you wish us to pain? But another thing for you. You already owe us once.
She says, I don't think I necessarily owe you, merely a mild act of benevolence on my part. But yes, I don't think it would suit any of us to have what has transpired between us and Denk to be public knowledge. I think the chaos that would ensue would be bad for all of the table, don't you?
It's not what our queen wants.
Really? And
If
what
we say
does
yes
your
to
queen
this,
want?
That,
be able. Sorry, Myr'ra.
no. If you don't want the truth out, it's within your prerogative, of course, you would back a story that our queen would be able to tell
Of course.
and support her right to remember her mother.
And in no way
And-
would I ever impede a truly chosen sword wielder. She looks directly at Nori when saying that, and grins at everyone.
Actually, directly.
And yet, you possessed one.
It's because Nori said the thing about you don't get to pick or interfere with
sure,
the swords.
sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she was having a dig at him.
Mhm.
While agreeing with him, though. Like, tempting.
That would be my response to that. But you did possess.
These things
A
are in the
chosen-
past, Nori. We're dealing with the now and the future.
It is indicative of behavior in the future. Did it want your high chance to do it again?
And here we are with the opportunity to sculpt the future together. Perhaps we could be great allies.
I would rather fucking die.
Well, you will eventually.
These souls, if you want more from us, then surely it seems fair that we could get both of whatever these souls are.
You hear like the quill
I'm
going.
trying to make myself look taller, and then I
Yeah.
just go, I feel quite small.
You hear the quill go through the parchment that you gave Joy, and he goes,
Mhm.
"Oh, I seem to have got to the end." Turns it over and like clearly just gets ink over her hand as she's holding the other side and starts scribbling more. And then Pride says, "Ah, yes, negotiations. Okay. I would need Vermian on this deal. Joy, go fetch the Lion Queen." And then
No.
Joy immediately starts leaving the room. Obviously, it takes a while for Joy to actually get out of the room because it's quite big, and you were at the far side.
Surely you would need Vermian on this deal to begin with, if you want to, because.
I mean, that's
There's
what
a high
you-
chance Fermi's gonna just try and slice this bitch's head off.
Yeah.
Well,
Last
If
I
they
mean,
met, they fought.
Joy.
she's our boss, right? So
Yeah.
So,
Another clash of the two
Who are
swords.
they?
It's also
so,
like, if Frank's trying to buy our silence.
so, in the moment before we live out in player agency, in the moment, so Joy is set off, and Pride says, "So you want to up your side of the deal for both souls, and you don't even know who they are."
I'm asking now.
You could have, I'm sure there's enough of their residual essence left to coalesce Loudon or Samta.
Samda died for queen in her mind. It would be Loudon.
And she kind of grins and goes, "And you would deny that poor boy his mother back?"
Yes,
Also, if Loudon returns, what happens to Vermi's right to rule?
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So we say no to
Mhm.
both souls. Say no to both. It's not Cairo, so
Mhm.
it's not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So deal. So no. Say no to both. Samda died doing
So,
what she knew
On
was
that
right.
thought, though, right? If it is saying no to
Mhm.
both, what's the pitch after that? Because if you're worried that it's going to get violent, you would need to have a pitch to stop it getting to that step, right? If that's the worry.
Pride
So what
doesn't
did
really
we
do
We
us
asked for
favors here,
them.
right? Like, in theory, offering us Samda and Loudon is a really big deal, but also it benefits her because it's
Mhm.
throwing chaos into human politics.
Yep.
We don't get to win this. Right?
She also
Because-
didn't say she was going to offer both. You just wanted both. So you are adding the
Sure.
chaos into the human
Yeah.
politics part. That
So
isn't
what
her.
did she offer Sans the Souls? What was her other offer? I'm just getting so fucking muddled up here. What is she now actually offering?
Well, you've asked
I feel
her
like
for
it
2
was-
souls. She was offering one,
Yeah,
you've
she
asked for
offered one.
2, and she goes, well,
No,
if that's...
before the Souls.
What do you mean
It
before
was
the
set
souls?
up us to keep our
Protection,
secrets.
protection for the. She's
She
basically
said,
refused
"Keep
to
the
give
secrets."
ultimate protection.
Mhm.
And then she would protect who? Just Vermi?
No, she said, you keep my secrets, like, we'll discuss nothing of what transpired, basically, right?
Okay.
And you'll get a soul back.
So nothing about
Ooh.
protecting the So it's worthless.
Yeah, so she refused our opening gambit.
Yeah. I think that's wild if it's bringing them back. I think I was definitely like, yes, so they can be released into the cycle. Yay. We could ask for that. We could ask for
I mean,
like, we don't
she
want...
didn't say resurrect them.
Okay.
She would...
Yeah, but
Give
like,
you-
I assumed it was like these souls get... Yeah. To be fair, we should ask that.
As a party that are
Otherwise, we
currently
would do it
wielding
wrong.
a soul, right? Like,
Yeah.
you could up your collection significantly.
Get a friend for
Mhm.
Alan Ben's dollhouse.
So yes, but
Yeah.
for 2 souls, she did imply she'd have to up her side.
Mhm.
So we're literally going to get nothing for letting her out the box at this point, which is annoying.
Well, she's here not
No.
killing you
Yeah.
and having the conversation about a deal in the first place, which she doesn't need to do,
Mhm.
as you have established that she could just kill you all.
Yeah.
So that's still there as a placeholder.
So
I do think that is like... Sorry.
it does seem like this is going in a direction where anything that we ask for that affects the overall plot, she's not going to disadvantage herself.
What do you mean by overall plot?
Okay, that's I guess at a meta level. As far as Pride's motivation.
So you don't mean Pride's plot, you mean my plot as a writer?
Yes.
Okay, then no, never think that way.
Sure.
I will always adapt the story. It doesn't,
Yep.
you know...
But-
I have not
okay,
written an ending that I want out of this conversation. I just know how
Mhm.
Pride will act in this conversation. It's up to you guys to move her.
But for
Ah,
Pride,
we
so
have
for,
nothing!
so for what Pride has
We
been
do have
saying and the way she's been acting, it sounds as though she is not going to give us any concessions that disadvantage her.
Why would she?
Exactly.
Yeah,
She is overwhelmingly the incredibly powerful person in this room. She could kill us all if she wanted.
Mhm.
She isn't doing that, which is nice. But rather than us trying to get her to willingly notch herself down, maybe we should instead switch to thinking what we can get for ourselves personally that bump us up.
You willing to make a deal with a devil?
Well, I mean, she's offering us something for kind of free. Right.
Nothing from this thing's
Mhm.
free. Not a damn thing.
I think that's a very
No,
accurate take, right? Like, nothing out of this is free. 100% accurate statement.
But we've already paid up front, right? We've let her out and given her the sword.
But that's what I'm saying. At this point,
Yeah.
us letting her out is now just, I'm just not killing you yet.
Yeah.
That's all that's actually worth. She came out and was like, oh, I'll give you some. Now it's like she's getting further and further. She's moving the goalpost further and further and further and further and further. And we have nothing to leverage it back. Absolutely nothing.
So
Yes,
we should
we
probably
do.
stop.
Yes, we do.
So we should probably stop helping
Which is
her
what,
to start
Chris?
with, right?
Help us, because I'm giving up. I'm ready to swing at her just for fun, so I can see what my level 2 character can do. Because I've got nothing that I can
There is
contribute.
There is only one option open to us
Which
as
is
we are playing a game of poker. and that is to fold, just to walk away. We can't agree to her terms. We cannot ask for anything. She will not agree to protect the circle and not interfere with world politics. We have nothing here, so we walk away.
Well, she's not going to agree
We
to
fold
limit
and
her
we walk away.
options. That is what you asked her to do. Was limit her way to, in her eyes, defend herself.
Mm-hmm.
Which should tell you a lot about who they are as a entity. If that's how they see protecting themselves.
Yeah.
And also, folding, as you have discussed already, sounds like you would go to the bad place.
What do you mean? Like walking
Well,
away?
you have
I
discussed
think-
walking away might cause them to kill you, is what you have discussed earlier in the session.
Yes,
I don't know if I
and I
buy
think
that.
that's time to test
The
that.
thing is, it's not necessarily true, it's just what was discussed earlier in the session.
What?
Like,
Yeah.
Because there seems to be some vibe of Pride being like magically beholden to us to give us something in return for us returning the sword to them.
And at least in
And-
her eyes, being able to sell it as, "Oh, I'm being benevolent."
Mm.
So asking
is
for
the-
something that makes her feel like she's doing us a favor.
So is the option here
We
we
can't
just
make her
go?
feel like she's in control.
So do we just walk away before like poor Vermi gets dragged into this? Do we just just say goodbye? Walk away.
We can possibly recall that, like, we can, if we don't want 2 souls because we're not sure we want 1, but we should ask what that means. What do you mean, give us a soul? Is it the person? Can we talk to them? Is it a way for us to get answers that way from the mouths of these people? Or is it them being resurrected, which we know is not massively a thing in this world, and therefore that would be terrifying? And how would we deal with that? Or is it we can re-release these souls? Maybe they did make deals. Maybe that's why Pride has their souls.
I'm
And
convinced
therefore
that
they can
sword, when
release
it
them.
kills people, sucks their soul out of them.
Could be
Is
for
it
sure.
also
There's
It's,
their-
it's Nightmare Edge from
Hold
fucking
on,
Soul Calibur.
guys. Sean?
Is it also their complete soul? Like she did have a throwaway line about, "Oh, there's probably enough of their essence lying around." Like,
So is it?
do we get them back and they're actually just sort of the soul equivalent of a vegetable?
Yeah, is it so? Is it scraps? When we get
Yeah.
shards of a person, it's not worth banking. She's not honest enough. She's not telling us anything. You're making a deal with someone who is not giving. She's not going to give us anything of worth, true worth, that will help us.
But then
in
it's
the
the
long run.
decision of, if we think not making the deal, do we try and walk away and see if she carries through with her threat? Or do we try and take the deal to get out the room and
Yeah.
then see what we can do? So make sure we don't
She's
lock
also
ourselves
try
into-
and take the deal before Vermi comes to add their voice to the...
Yeah. Do we
So
want to try and do
that's-
that? Because
that's-
so
this
it's
was-
not
this
on
was-
Vermi to decide. if
That's
we
why
want
I'm
them on.
saying we need to
Yeah.
get out of the room. We need to leave.
This was
Before
my
Vermi gets
suggestion,
pulled into this, we need to leave. We walk the fuck away. We're on the back foot. We have no guards in our deck. They are holding all the cards, you know. As I said last
So-
time, you know, Morpheus said they are guarding all the doors. They are holding all the keys. We cannot get through. We've
This was
lost.
my suggestion earlier, where so if we walk away without making a deal, then Pride still owes us, and that would be provoking her. But if we make a small deal that gives us a bit more power, not on a national, international scale, but just on a small party effectiveness level, if it buffs us a wee bit, then
I do not want
we
any of
clear
her
the deal.
magic around me ever. Can you imagine just vibing demon magic for the rest of your existence? People know that.
yeah.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing.
Your wife.
My wife, yeah, she's a Helborn, but that's the thing. Like, you're always going to be on the radar. It's basically a Helborn.
So, Victor,
Yes.
for you, is that actually what's on the table here?
What?
Is this a demon deal where the payment is instead of our soul? The demon.
I
the
mean,
payment
yous
is-
aren't offering your souls, and that seems to be a
Exactly,
key component in the deals the Barlen make.
Yeah.
Barlen are
So we're-
soulless.
So we're not becoming Barlen here.
No.
We're just,
Unless she's
we're
asked to.
yeah,
You could up the
yeah.
deal on your part if you all wanted cool new demon powers. I will happily bring out that one table, like a 1,000 result table of random mutations again, if we want some Barlen
That's
fun.
so fun.
But I don't know. We're not going to gain anything truly out of this.
I mean, you could gain 2 souls out of it and give them some kind of peace, I suppose.
Or we could
Yeah.
Again,
gain-
she said
Like,
they
if
were
it came-
fragments.
She didn't say
She
that.
said it was.
You theorised
we
that.
like-
She never said that.
No, she said
Yeah.
remnants.
Nope,
she
she
said
didn't.
something along.
She
What
said
did she
there's
say?
probably enough to coalesce one.
Right, so they're in bits, and probably have been demolished inside that sword.
This is all theory.
Yeah. But again, if
I-
that is our
I
theory,
still agree,
then
though.
us for
I don't-
being able to free
Also, you then said both, and she was like, well, if I'm doing both, I need to up the ask, which implies she
Mhm.
can immediately give both.
Yeah.
Because if the deal
So,
was happening,
she said
she'd
at the
have...
start was a lie.
Yeah.
She's like, I've only
It's
got. So
bargaining, yeah.
nothing she's saying is the truth. Don't bargain with her.
I think so. I think we put the souls off the table, right?
Yes,
We're not doing the souls.
we're not doing it.
Is that unanimous between the party? Are there other people that would like the souls in the party, since that just seemed to have been a sweeping statement on 2 members' parts there?
Sure. Okay. Yes. Put that to vote. What do you
I
think?
don't see any benefit to having the souls as an elf or as
No.
my character. Releasing the souls back to the the way they should be.
Ian and
Like,
Yes.
rejoining the grand cycle
Yeah.
is a thing.
We
Also,
we join
telling
the cycle.
Vermi your mum's soul is no longer in a devil's sword is probably a nice thing to do.
yeah.
Not saying it's a great gain on your part, but...
She doesn't ever need to know though.
Okay, so you want to keep
Read about
secrets.
quickly.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
What makes you think Pride wouldn't tell Vermi that immediately, that you chose not to free her mum's soul,
Who would
just because she's a
who
dick?
would she believe? If Vermi would believe Pride over us at that point, Riven would throw down her sword after everything they've done for her. So
Even
that's
though it
the end
was
of the game.
True.
But again, it's,
Yeah, it's a bit hypocritical there, but yes. Anyway, back in the room, what's the next step for you guys? Because you know that you're now on a rough timer because, like, Vermi is many staircases away.
I vote we leave.
So, I vote that. So my view on this is that this is sort of like the reward for a quest. You know, we're not dealing with a devil here. This is like imagine you're back in the throne room with Loudon, and then she's like, "Good job, guys. Here are some rewards for you."
Yes.
That's the way I see this, and
Yeah.
the way I see it, we take that offer just of a kind of small, like, I guess if you're thinking at a meta level, like numbers bump on your character sheet, like maybe some
Yeah.
new Cypher, maybe some better equipment, something like that. Take that. Deal is done. We get out alive. We've not antagonized her too much. We can then continue the conversation because she said she would also give us answers anyway.
Mhm.
Did she say that?
I mean,
Said she
does it
gets
matter
it
what she
later.
said at this stage?
Mhm.
If you don't
Yeah.
believe her?
You're
Right, right.
She's
This is...
lying every fucking third sentence.
So, okay. So do we just take the...
Keep in mind, right, what was
Yeah.
your actual upfront goals of this arc?
not
deal
causing
with the
or
sword
two?
without causing
Oh,
an
well,
international incident.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you have an opportunity to do that, which is okay. If you walk away from Pride, who has already shown their hand by saying, "You know my secrets and I don't really like that."
Mm.
How do we feel about that as a party? And I mean from a, if you's walked away and went, "We would all like a hamburger each, please," and then goodbye, right?
Mhm.
Do we feel Pride
I-
would be satisfied with that ending?
No, absolutely not. But that's what we're
Yes.
trying to do.
Yeah.
We're not trying to provoke her, but we're trying to make her realise that.
But what
choices
I'm
here,
saying
we know the
is,
choices.
you are
Choices
a
are
threat
death.
to Pride.
Or to agree to you.
But that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You're a threat to Pride. Someone you're already worried could just kill you in an instant, right? They're clearly posing this to you guys as a, I am definitely willing to make a deal here. Let's negotiate some terms and come up with something that everyone's happy with. My thing's specific though, this.
Yeah.
So they don't want to look
Yeah.
like they're saying, by the way, let's keep it stum, you know. Again, I go back to the maybe they really like saving face. Who knows?
I also know it doesn't necessarily in terms of like stat bar, like, but if there's a chance for two souls to like be at peace, like whatever our religious beliefs in this imaginary world are, I know that seems like not a massive thing, but I think it's a fairly important thing for those
Would
people.
you ask a child of the person who murdered their mother
No.
to
So we
make a deal with the person who murdered their mother? Because the only
is
way
why
we get
if-
both is how we do that.
Which is why, well, is that like she said, let's bring Vermi in.
Yes.
Oh, but
to get both souls.
it's because she wants to buy her silence.
Yes,
so we only get that
100%.
if we buy Vermi's silence.
She also wants
right.
Vermi into the don't tell the secret.
Yes. Because it wouldn't make any good deal if it was just you guys can't speak. Vermi's like, okay, so I know this thing that just happened. Yeah.
And Vermi wants to be able to tell the truth. She said that. Do we make sure our queen can do the thing she wants to do?
Yeah,
Pride wins regardless.
Well, you discussed that earlier, right? You could phrase it in that, Vermi wants to explain how her ascension to the throne took place, right? That was the gist of it, right? Like, she wants to really tell the people what happened as to why she would attack Loudon. And your pitch earlier was, we can still say something possessed her and that is now resolved. That still lets Vermi do her thing.
Yeah.
Without throwing pride under the bus. I mean, that's a bigger question for the world, right?
Would that be satisfying for Vermi?
I don't know, you'll find out when she gets down the stairs.
Vermi is aware at least that she can't just say, pride possessed my mum, and that's why I did it. Otherwise she'd have said it already.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think in a political, realistic, like she knows that she can't pick up a sword at the table and point it across.
We just need to accept pride wins. No matter what we do, pride is won. At the end of this campaign, pride's won. We've lost.
At least we're getting out of this.
I just think it's zero sum. I mean,
again, I think
again, we're too many circles away from the room, though. I think again, I think we need to pull ourselves back in.
In the room, Riven wants pride to lose.
Okay, but you've established you don't think that's possible. So what is your next plan as a player playing a game that needs to be moving forward?
To set it up so she inevitably loses.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to happen either.
But there is no way to do it.
Not with this deal now. It doesn't mean
so just make sure this deal now doesn't limit your ability to affect pride. Then is the only thing you want out of that. Then, which is
No, those are the two things I want. I can't get them. So
and we established that any game where you want to move forward, you then have to pick something that works moving forward.
So
and I leave it to them.
Okay, so not being able to move forward, we would like to also not prevent ourselves from ever moving forward. So it would be nice to just move sideways. And a sideways move to me means either walking or taking the token deal. Walking, I think, would provoke pride, which I mean could be interesting. But
yeah, I think we can't. I think we've established
we can't leave without saying we're going to keep the secret. We can't. We know that we cannot leave without saying we'll keep the secret. It is going to turn into a one-round fight of us maybe hitting pride once, and then all seeing a raid nuke move. However they may be formed in the game, but
isn't that the answer as well, though?
Is the answer just all of us going out in flames?
Yeah. Alternatively, we know that pride. We know that doesn't bother us. We ultimately don't care as long as this doesn't end up in an international incident that it's Denk against Pride and his armies. I know we want Pride to pay for killing a queen and killing your
idol,
your hero, but our silence, fine.
Is
But
the zero sum
for
of
the
that
two souls-
getting the 2 souls of the people they killed, and thus kind of half undoing some of the damage? Not all of it, but some of it.
But my problem, and this is what we keep going round in circles in, is that the souls in our mind were already gone. They were already back in the circle. Now we're all working on the assumption that they're in the sword.
Mhm.
So, is it enough?
And it does seem the deal's open to moving, right? It started here, it's now there, it could go here. Pride still hasn't said what additional thing they need for both souls. Because they've got Vermi in and the keeping secret part of it. 2 souls, they immediately said, oh, clearly it's possible because I'm willing to move forward with that, but I'll need a tiny bit more if that's the case. We still haven't heard that yet. Or what you can do with the souls, or anything, blah blah blah, right?
Could we backpedal at this point? Could we say, actually, yeah, no, okay. If we backpedal at
I
this
think if
point,
we
I
know
feel like
there's
I
two
feel like
souls,
if
we
well,
could possibly free them.
even if we backpedal in the sense that we're now saying, you know what, we don't really feel like selling our silence. Can we just take something smaller instead? I feel like that would in itself be provocative.
Yeah, I think
Probably.
I think we know that we have to
We're-
agree to the
yeah.
silence bit, and it seems like we're okay to do that to a certain extent. It's the other souls.
Well, the thing
So
is,
do we just
she's pulled
quickly-
in the souls to completely make us look away from what our original ask was.
Correct.
Mhm.
So what if we sell the
Which means she's
silence,
still
but-
got games within games going on.
Yes.
So what if we sell our silence, but still ask for something sort of token-esque that isn't one of the souls, but is bigger?
But the souls aren't the
cool.
problem in that scenario. That's what Hannah was saying, I think. Is
Mhm.
that the souls
Mhm.
aren't actually going to affect the deal in any way. So having them is probably better than not having them, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
What the souls are is look at this shiny object. That's what she's doing.
Yeah.
So
But
this
also,
is
then,
Yeah.
if we're aware that we just need to make our deal in order for her not to feel beholden and us all to get out of this room alive, why not take 2 souls that are then not either trapped in a sword or trapped in a hell space? Not hell, because that's a
Yeah,
nice
yep.
place.
So if we're okay with the idea of this, shall we just wait for Vermi to arrive and then barter from the 2 souls with her in the room? Or do we still want to get this sorted before she gets here?
You probably want some outline, some consistent outline between all of you
Mhm.
as to what you want, so that Vermi can just be caught up with a sentence that isn't me as Vermi talking to me as Pride.
I think
Mhm.
at this point that might be best.
Because also, to be fair, Vermi might want to be in the room for answers about what also happened.
To her mum, yeah.
Yeah.
But if Vermi has to make the deal as well, that will happen.
Mhm.
Because,
Yeah.
Pride ain't going to share anything until
The
after
deal's
the
made.
fact.
Yeah. So I don't necessarily think it's a terrible thing for Vermi to come and get to have some form of closure and also then hear the truth.
So,
hopefully. Yeah.
do you think Vermi would want her other secret protected as well?
Are we talking about Chiral?
We are talking about Chiral. Because that being released, could that be our next bit in this little negotiation?
Yeah, maybe
Oh,
Pride
we
don't
have
mention the
secrets
fact
too.
that Vermi sided with a Fae.
Yeah.
It's maybe something you want to add into your side of the deal.
Herb.
So there's the next part.
Oh,
Chris, you froze?
Chris
I
died.
froze.
I'm alive. You're alive.
Riven has killed
can
Nori.
I saw one frame of movement.
I'm here, I'm
through
still
Okay,
here.
cool.
Are we still here?
Aha,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
you're alive.
There we go.
Yeah.
didn't touch anything on there.
Hello, background person.
Because again, just an extra 2 pennies. What we actually want to know is the information. So realistically,
Exactly.
like, if this is what Pride is offering, do we want to try and shift it? Do we want to just say, well, we'll take one of the souls? Do we want to say, well, we'll keep your silence as long as you keep Vermes?
It's a fair trade.
What do we want?
I think that latter sounds like our most.
I mean, you could even
throw
you could throw in something akin to, and it's a bit vague, but obviously you can shape it as you wish. But we'll keep your silence, and so will Verme. You'll keep Verme's silence, and you won't interfere in Verme's affairs unless they directly threaten Caldera.
Yeah,
because that's really
that
what
at least
he's
gives Vermes some protection.
That's what we want,
in terms
but
of short human lifespans.
That's what we want, but that leaves that up to Pride's interpretation, right? Like Pride's a very long-lived being who might have very high flying concepts of what a threat is.
But that's why I said you can sculpt that idea as you wish, right? I'm not saying use my exact words.
But I think we should, because this is exactly what we want.
Yeah, but that's because I've listened to it without the threat of the scene. Because I've heard what you have all spoke about, and I can collate that without the pressure of, oh god, my character has to make an important decision. That does sound like what you are wanting, and if you can somehow get away with not being all murdered, keeping Verme reasonably safe, and getting 2 souls out of it, is it worth listening to what that ups the cost being? Especially if you're adding in you can't share her secret, because that's as devastating to the continent.
Mm-hmm.
It's alright, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So it would be like, okay, Devil Lady, we want your silence regarding Chiral. We want a couple of souls, and we want you to not fuck around with other blade wielders.
No, I think we just have to focus
unless
on
in self-defense. Unless you're directly responding to an overt threat that they made towards you.
I think that's a reasonable phrasing. Yeah, like if anybody makes like a move against them aggressively, sure. I think that's a reasonable interpretation.
Okay.
Like I know what you mean by that, and thus Pride will know what you mean by that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then we also need to ask, and what more do you want?
Yeah, and what's the increase in
what
price?
Is the cost?
Extra bit?
What is the cost for that request?
And then we'll talk about that for 40 minutes as well.
Okay, so what are you saying to Pride?
Am I going for it?
You phrased it well. Go for it.
Okay, right, Devil Lady. No, I'm of course much more diplomatic than that. Yes, so Falkwin speaks up and hopes that he is never asked to roll a dice regarding this interaction, because he's not the most persuasive or eloquent speaker. Yes, so we would like those souls. We would like their freedom. They deserve to rest in peace.
You mean you don't want to resurrect them?
No. We want them to rest in peace.
How very dull.
They should be returned to the cycle.
She kind of just scoffs at that.
Yeah, Falkwin is oblivious enough that I guess he can ignore the scoff of the devil.
Impressive.
Furthermore, if we are being silent regarding your transgressions, I believe it would be fair to ask for your silence regarding, well, the Fae.
Because, so we're on to that. Sure.
Okay. And finally, you did stipulate that there would be no no possibility of any actions which could limit your ability to take defensive measures. We're not asking you to do that. However, we would ask you that you not make unprovoked attempts at undermining the authority of other blade wielders. So we would ask that you only take such measures defensively following an overt act of violence against you.
Fine.
Okay. What are the terms that you would seek us to agree to receive those concessions?
You and your Lion Queen's silence. And by proxy, the desire to silence anyone else who may attempt to out this information. And that can be as violent as you wish.
Okay, so if anyone
Oh,
else
she's-
happens to know this and they happened to want to reveal this information, we would be expected to take
To
whatever
silence
action
them
was in our
in
part.
whatever way you wish to interpret that.
I see.
Vocal cords ripped out, or paid off. Whatever works well. I know people are motivated differently.
Mm.
And Verme has to rename that awful settlement.
Of course.
Acceptable?
Pride is
Yeah.
prideful.
And
Well, of course
prideful.
that's for Verme to decide.
Mhm.
I think for our part, the concessions that we directly would have to make, I think we're happy with. I can't speak for everyone. I'm happy with.
That seems
Given the
like a
situation.
reasonable.
It
Yeah.
seems like the best we're getting.
Very well.
So Verme's part is on Verme.
And lo and behold, we can assume that time passes enough for them to have somehow made it down those stairs.
There's a slide.
Yeah. Wait, there was a slide the whole time? Verme walks in the room and obviously immediately clutches her blade as soon as they see you guys in front of Pride. And obviously Joy looks incredibly polite but output and stressed about the whole thing. And Verme, like, just very, with their slightly broad walk that they have, crosses the room to kind of meet up with you guys and says, "Well, isn't this a jolly chat?"
Positively joyful.
No.
Myr'ra looks a joy.
She gives you a polite smile, like, "Oh." Like Pride looks at the group. Pride looks at the group, smiling, and she says, "Well, catch your queen up."
We catch our queen up.
And how do you do that?
Oh, I've never met the woman.
We're seeking to mutually resolve our situations in a way that helps keep everybody Joy happy. Looks at Joy again.
Safe. Safe.
And keeps avenues open for being able to tell some version of our story.
Well, this all sounds dreadful. Why would we do this?
Pride has promised to release the souls that she took.
Verme gives like a side-eye glance to Pride and back to you as if like raises an eyebrow.
And not to kill us all here, so...
Oh, great! I'm so glad I was invited.
Mm-hmm.
What souls?
Loudons and Sounders.
There's a very visible shift in her, like the way she carries herself. And she kind of like very much through like gritted back teeth. And she has those souls. And you just hear, I do.
And we, once knowing that, didn't want them trapped.
I see. It seems like we all benefit in this agreement. Anything else I need to know?
We also promised answers.
She kind of said, I have very little interest in what that thing has to say, but if they will bring some comfort to you all, then fair enough. Are you going to tell her the full deal, by the way, or are you just going to leave it at that?
No, we have to tell her.
Yeah.
There is one final request in these negotiations. As well as our sign ordinance, we have to rename a certain
Are you willing to say it in the
area of
room?
death where we first met.
And it takes her a second, like it does take her a second when she's looking at it going, what? Like the realization on her face, and like very quickly glances at
how petty that
yeah, then looks back and goes, do you have any preference to what it is called? And then obviously our camera pans over to Pride and he goes, just nothing referring to myself or any of my activities.
Pride has also agreed to make sure that other parties involved also remain secret and safe.
What does that
And
mean?
Myr'ra will kind of like pan like her coin out of like her pocket and then put it back away.
And then she kind of just nods like once and goes, well, none of this seems like we get ripped apart. So if you think this is a good idea, again, gritted teeth. So I would very much like my mother's soul to be at peace. They weren't interested in learning how to resurrect her, however, Pride says into the room.
Oh, shit. You bitch.
And Vermi like raises an eyebrow again. Don't know how high up her eyebrows are at this point. Looks at Pride and looks at you guys. Looks back at Pride and says, is that even something within your capabilities?
Something like her mother.
And like, Vermi gives you a look, Riven, and you genuinely know that answer is edging into, if it's possible, yes I do. Obviously there's all of the reservation of dealing with the fucking devil though on her face. Like she, like, you know, as we know Riven can go immediately into an aggressive stance, like Vermi very much is similar that way. Carries themselves like they are a warrior. And Pride's like, well no, not me personally, but I am a key component. I am a celestial after all.
All in one.
Did you say that out loud? Yeah.
I say that. Riven doesn't. I do. I would call her far worse if Riven.
Probably, yeah.
Said goodbye to your. Do not state she could return in. Cycle exists for a reason.
And yet she was stolen out of the natural order of things, so it would only be kind to put her back in, says Pride. I'm assuming I don't have to define who's speaking because it's probably quite clear who's talking, but let me know if you're ever confused.
For me. Look at me.
She does. So she's talking about very, like, struggling to look away from pride, though.
Said bye. It's over.
And she says, Riven,
over
from
this
what this
point.
thing is telling me, it seems like I was saying goodbye to a corpse and not the soul of my mother.
Sit back to the cycle. Goodbye. Say just goodbye. You can. Because you do not know. None of us know. Can I assume that Talanis has had the time to talk to Vermi about the soul in the crystal?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Mother, at this point, those crystals, state she's in, do not know. Release it into the cycle for the gods to return to us in it. She will come back to this world. She will come back. That is the way.
The Vermi just
She's
very
always
calmly,
here.
like, says, if this was Hedera's soul we were discussing, or Talanis' soul, would you be so quick to counsel the same?
Yes.
She gives you a look
I
that just tells you she does
as-
not believe you.
I said it before when we went to look for Samda. Figure out what was wrong in Loudon Hall. I believe in only one God. No, sorry, I have
Yeah.
faith in only one God, and that is death. Not deny that God. The gods take afterwards and they do what they will that is beyond us. But I will not deny it. All of us will die. Even that thing will die.
She like does
One
that
day.
mocking fixing her hair over her ear when you say that.
Every single soul that you have met, you will ever meet in every iteration of your existence has been and gone. There is a cycle for a reason. Don't go the other way. You do not swim upstream against the gods. I know you love her. She knew you loved her. There is nothing more you can say or do bringing her back than you did every day you were apart anyway. You loved one another, and no one can take that. It does not change just because she is not here. She knows.
And Vermi says, yes, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Riven. But we're not discussing someone taking. She's offering to give her back.
To state. Do you know?
And like
what
when you say
will come
to what state, like Vermi does like turn around and says to like I am Pride, she goes, she devil. What? And she very openly says that, and you can hear like you just kind of hear the back teeth of Pride grind sharply. And like an almost chalk on a nail board screech from the teeth. And she says, she devil, if you're saying that this can be done and you're not lying to us, how and what nature would my mother and Samda be returned to this world? And Pride, obviously annoyed at having been called a she-devil, says, the soul well will restore a soul to a vessel. You just need their bodies, and if their bodies are damaged, you just have to make sure they're in some kind of operational condition.
Samda's been buried for months.
We don't know how long your mother has been. Well, we only seen her shell.
Like Vermi
We've seen her shell in the capital.
the wards were put on my mother, as they were Samda. There should be minimal decay.
What are you willing to give up for this for me? How many souls?
She like raises an eyebrow, and she goes, I thought the ask was we get to, and lose none. That sounds like a
There
win.
is going to be a cost here. She said she was a component. What are the others?
Vermi again will turn to Pride. Because I'm assuming you're aiming that at Vermi rather than Pride.
Yeah, I'm like,
Mhm.
you're saying yes to something you don't understand.
And Vermi kind of like again turns to Pride and goes, well, answer her. And Pride goes, the soul well is down there, and gestures to the centre of the room. I can't access it alone. But we can, as long as we can convince one other blade wielder.
So they need a majority of the 5
Mhm.
blades
Need 3
to access.
of the 5.
Yeah, so a majority of the 5 blades is needed to access this thing called the soul well.
The soul well.
That we don't understand.
Mhm.
And Pride seems to be more than happy to take us there.
Pride's getting what they want, though. Think about that. You've already
Mhm.
agreed
Yeah.
that you won't talk
A thing
about
to eat
her shit.
souls, though? Need a soul well?
This soul Pride getting access to this soul well thing sounds.
I mean, Pride has access
Nefarious.
through the table, though.
Mhm.
Yeah, but no.
But they would need 2 other blades to say, yeah, okay, let's go together.
But you're also worried about Pride possessing people as well.
But then she still only has 1 blade because she can only pick up her own. So she still only gets 1. She can't do much else.
It only counts as one.
Player agency,
Yep.
agency. How much agency do we actually have here? Like,
None. This is
That's
now
the-
between Vermi and
If it's,
Yeah.
Pride.
yeah.
if it's a
Well,
potion bottle, we've
negotiations
drunk
are
quite a
over.
lot of it.
I don't
Yeah.
think we should be doing this. Like,
Yeah.
bringing her back sounds like a really bad idea because, as I believe
Mhm.
Sean said, what does that do to the blade? Because the blade's now picked it. Does it try and revert? Does it go to chaos? Like,
Mhm.
what happens? And also, resurrection's not really a thing. And then suddenly
Mhm.
we're going to resurrect a queen? That's going to go poorly.
Mhm.
And her Queen's card.
And her Queensguard, who's been dead for
Yeah.
4+ months at this point. Like, this is just stirring shit in Denk. Bringing them back will cause
Mhm.
chaos in Denk amongst the common people going, oh my god, they're back from the dead. What happened there? She was alive 1 minute, she's dead the next. How
But
many
remember,
queens are we
not
going
every
through?
blade wielder died to lose the blade.
Sometimes
Yeah,
it
but-
just picks another
Yeah.
person. Yeah.
But hasn't the queen's death been announced yet?
I mean, the faculty, have been made aware, right? Like the people that were obviously in the room and such, and all
Yeah.
the people that would need to start moving the admin, hence why like KT's job and stuff was up in flux. So everybody, like, people know there's a new queen. They don't necessarily know the details, which is the whole point of the story arc, right?
Mhm.
Is getting Vermi the agency to say, by the way, here are the details that I can live with.
What can we say to Vermi to tell her this is a terrible idea?
I'll be honest, I don't think there's, like, I don't know if MD could word it better than you did, Nat. Like, that was a very good
Yeah, it
pitch,
was
to be honest.
That was a very, very
But in
good
Vermi's
scene.
eyes, it's, we can gain from this, why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Because everything
her
with
mom.
the devils is a loss. Somehow. There's a loss somewhere around the lines. Also, what was the deal exactly? She's not gonna possess any more of the blade wielders.
She's not going to take any actions unless she's aggressively targeted.
Targeted, right,
Mhm.
okay.
It's the
Right,
summary, I
because
think, right?
Because I was
Yeah.
gonna say she's just gonna jump back into Loudon. Because then she just gets to go, it's not a blade wielder.
Depends if you still
How
count
would
the
that
fact that...
benefit her? Yeah.
How do we say this to Vermi to just say, look, we're getting deeper and deeper
We can't
in.
now.
I
This
think
is-
what we
this-
could play is if do we really want to get anyone else involved? Like if this involves widening this circle, does that
Yeah.
not break the original part of our deal?
Ooh, very good point.
And is that, I guess, like, I still think that's a hard play because it's her mum and
Yeah.
And
I
like
think it's hard.
Cleft's wife, Jack's
Yeah.
mum. Yeah.
yeah.
How
Yeah.
does... Because I'm making the assumption the souls are in the sword, the second blade. So for her to pull the souls out of the sword, that sentence was harder than I wanted it to be. The third person's going to see her do that. So person number 3 is going to be like, why the fuck do you have Loudon and Samdra's sword in the second blade, you absolute psycho?
It's almost like you'd need to pick the third person very carefully. Who would you pick out of the 2 options you have? Because there is only 2 options.
You'd pick one.
Quilburn
Well,
or Margot.
yeah.
Because the elves can't open the vault.
Yeah, because it's
No, one of them's walking around with like a severed hand on their belt, and it's just like, right.
This is our king!
Oh, wait, the wrong way around. Right, no, move the pick. No, that finger goes there. Right, we're good. It's like the finger scanners. It's like, shit, no.
Like breathing on it to heat it up.
I've got ink on my finger. It doesn't want
So, daughter, lover, releasing
or
mother,
uncle.
uncle. It's her uncle.
Brother-in-law.
Dad's brother.
Yeah, uncle.
Yeah, so Brandon is
Sorry,
the
yeah, is
brother to the king, Quilburn.
Yes. Yes.
And Brandon was
I mean, do we
Hermes'
get
dad.
like I'm fishing for a happy ending out of this so hard. Do you get the happy ending of because Vermi is queen, her mum gets to go with the man she loves because she's not the queen of Denk anymore. She gets to ride off into the sunset. Which also, I'm going to still say it's not that great ending because poor
But Douglas
fucking
Dugal?
Gal is going to be like... Could
The
happen.
maze
that
dropped. We're all dropping again.
Yeah, we all dropped briefly there.
yeah,
But we got the poor Douglas Dugal, I believe.
Poor Douglas Dugal, yeah.
Yes, I
because
got that, yeah.
His
The
wife's
important
going to pop back
information.
and be... Because let's say Loudon might not have any memories. She's going to be like, this guy, why the fuck?
Straight to the annulling the marriage, yep.
There would be also that devastation for Loudon of coming back and she didn't have... we're guesstimating about 2 years of having no autonomy over her body. Imagine not knowing what someone did with your body.
Let's not
for
think
2
about
years.
that.
That's
No.
horrible social
No.
stuff.
Get
No.
to deal with it.
Yeah,
deal
I'm
with it versus
hoping
being
that's
dead.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, oh, she goes back and she
Yeah.
gets the body's memories and goes, no, no.
Well, the way to think about that
so
is if the soul's what gains experience.
Then she didn't.
Then
She
Oh.
doesn't experience it.
Yeah.
So we could ultimately get a happy ending out of this where Loudon gets to go away with the dragon, or the man she loves in Mariam. Vermi stays queen. Pride.
Everybody keeps quiet.
Yes.
Pride in you guys all
Everybody
keeps quiet.
Yeah.
And Pride can't
Riven
make
doesn't
aggressive
need to
moves
become
against
God.
people.
Jack also gets his mum back.
And
Jet
Jet gets his mum.
One
Jet gets
thing
his
we'll
mum
need to
back.
do. Wait, Myr'ra. Because my ring's
Hello.
broken. My ring is broken. I need one of yous two to do it. Open that fucking box so she doesn't wake up inside a tomb. So she's not just like, where the fuck am I? And wakes up in a stone box. That may be actually quite a scary experience. We need to make sure we shout that ahead.
Should ask once we know what's.
Yeah, need to keep that in mind. I just realised
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I hope
We can
Sam's not
send Myr'ra.
claustrophobic.
Mhm.
Imagine just waking up and being like, oh no.
And you
Um,
do have access to like teleporting. It's just not,
Yeah.
you know, something you want to
Yeah.
use a lot of.
But we've met the people in that town. Like we know about the Church of Light. Like we could tell them, Samda's about to pop back up. Get to the box now, please.
Maybe unward the angel.
Yeah,
Do
that
something.
might be like a small nuke going off. Because the soul might,
Oh,
it
we've
might
seen it,
fight
haven't we?
Yeah, it might cause problems because there's an angel stopping.
Oh, you just
that.
unward it first, and then
Right, so one of you two need to do it. My ring's busted.
Okay.
I used it all up.
remember we've got Lockhart's hand that he isn't able to stop us using.
Okay.
Just whispering to his
Like
ring.
the elf hand. Do the thing. Could be worse. It could be like Thing from Adam's Family. It's just scuttling about everywhere. They're like, "What's that? It's the first blade."
So,
Is it? Is it?
So, why don't we take a very quick 10-minute break, right? It lets everybody collect some thoughts about how to pick up the scene.
No thoughts, head
Um,
empty.
And we'll come back in 10 minutes because
No.
we're a bit delayed at our break, so we'll do that now, and we will return. BRB in 10 minutes, folks. We are
the soul well takes you to the moon.
Okay, that's what we've come back on. So, anyway.
So, the soul well looks like a Mario pipe, and we just jump in and go. Boop, 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 boop.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Anyway, is the audio working? Here's
It
hoping.
is,
Perfect.
and it
Thank
started
you.
with that.
Yes, it did. Wonderful. So, welcome back to part 2 of session 6 of the Demon Blade. Don't even know if I named that at the start. It is the 22nd of June 2024. I'm Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
I am Sean, and I'm currently back in first place in the Discord order. I will be playing Falkwin, the mystical speaker who keeps a magical ally.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I am still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin and is very stressed.
Evening all, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate, likes to hide, and is getting worried that there's no place to go in this room.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, the tough warrior who masters weaponry and still has a hand in her sword and is wondering how, and why.
Fair. Very fair. So, we are in the room, which is the Vault of the Five. We've just learned that you need 3 of the 5 to open the vault that all of them share, because that's where they keep this thing called the Soul Well that seems to be able to resurrect these 2 souls in question. Loudon and Samda. Vermi seems very eager if they can walk away with that. Quite eager for that to happen, because it doesn't sound like there's any additional costs mentioned by Pride.
So this soul well, Falkwin is naturally very interested in this because of his personal interests in magic, and also I guess he has a soul for a friend who maybe once upon a time had a body, and there might be some motivation there. But yes, so this soul well, what is it? Where did it come from? Who built it? Why? What can it do? Just all the questions.
Joy says, I might need more paper.
I hand him a paper.
Yeah, she gives you oh, thank you so much.
I've also got a piece of paper I could write.
Yeah. And Pride, after smiling in that kind of, well, hurry up, exchange between you two, turns to Falkwin and says, that's a lot of questions. Perhaps you should just pick one, and we'll go sequentially through them.
Who built it?
And she looks longingly at the floor. And she goes, it was the Ironroot King's hand that crafted it.
The Ironroot King, the First Blade.
I'm sure he had many titles, but yes.
And scuttles around the background.
I could check my notes for what his name was. I don't remember.
Brannon L.
Yeah, Sloth said his name was Brandon L. Yep.
Yes. Why? Why did he make this?
Why does anyone make anything?
It's clearly important. If it requires 3 of the 5 blades in order to be accessed.
Would you want something called a soul well at the hands of just anyone?
Well, then why... Your comment just now then, but why does anyone make anything? This wasn't made by anyone, and this is not anything. This is a clearly powerful and important artifact. What was...
She smiles, right, and she laughs a little, melodically laughs a bit to herself and goes, it sounds like you're going to have this conversation yourself.
What was Brannon L's purpose for creating it?
You'd have to ask him.
Is it something that the members of the table access frequently?
No. It was agreed after the Fey War that we probably shouldn't have this power. It was instrumental in ending the Fey War.
I was about to ask
Yep,
if I went
yep.
to the Fate War. Yep. Truly
Oh.
desperate then.
There was a
And-
lot of people at risk during that war, and like this is the first time her tone's taken an actual serious note.
Hmm.
I am, because she was there.
Mhm.
You would have lost without it, wouldn't you?
And she looks at you like, and there's like, you know, there's no smile or anything on her face at all. She just has that kind of a almost like
It's
severe.
proper war talk.
She has like a
Yeah.
severe look on her face, and she goes, "We were losing."
Again, with Riven's notion of what she thinks this thing is, they literally started turning to heresy to win.
Yeah, this sounds like they just every time they lost some people in the fight would just bring them right back.
Important people
This-
as well,
This,
probably.
this sounds like the respawn point.
Yeah. This is the, if anyone plays any Elden Ring or Souls games, this
Yeah.
is the bonfire. This is the
Yeah.
The sight
The
of grace, yeah.
the site of grace.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the get back up and keep going. Because again, as Viktor said in one of the previous sessions, the Fae, if they needed more, they just had more. Like almost like we need 50 people to fight this fight. Yeah, there's 50 people here though. Like even though like there might have been 1-2 seconds ago there was 50 all the time anyway though. There was never 2, there was always 50. What are you talking about? So their numbers were
Mhm.
technically infinite. So you couldn't
Yeah.
you can't reproduce fast enough
Yeah.
as like a biological life form. So the game became we can't let people die.
It's
Which
like,
means then this thing was designed to bring people back with the least amount of devastation because they needed to probably be able to get up and go straight back into the fight against the Fae.
And-
Mhm.
Pride, you think that one of the you think you could get the required third member of the table.
Why would I need to
To-
get them? We have such
Uh-huh.
skilled diplomats here. And I'm not family.
What would they need to do in order to? Would they need to know who we were reviving? Would they need to? How much would they need to know?
How
in
much
order
would
do
you
their
want to know?
part? What to need to? What's
She kind of grins at that and she goes, I think that's the problem. We won't know till we ask them.
Hmm.
I wish I could do a better Michelle Gomez impression. I really do.
Very good. No, the
What-
sing-songy.
Thank you.
what does the soul well really do?
Kind of like raising an eyebrow, and she goes, I wasn't part of its construction.
Okay, but how is it used? How?
And she kind of
What
like,
happens?
she says, we will need someone that can channel impressive celestial energies. There are 2 people in this city I would trust to do that. Myself and the speaker.
So we need 2 more people to be involved then, technically.
Oh, really?
No,
I mean, if
Pride can do it.
Alright.
Who's the speaker again? The speaker.
Alexica Cridge is the speaker,
Yes.
and she's the
taking care of the
oh, so she's the
cast
head
right
of the
now.
White Hall, which
Mhm.
is the Church of Alata, like the god, like along with Gian.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, basically the Church of Light. She's the top person in that, and
She's
she's
the
a,
Pope.
yeah, basically she's the Pope, and she's the one that arbitrated the meeting at the Table of the Five Blades
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
told
yeah,
the
that's
Rakishan to shut up as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
Just put them in a bag.
yeah.
Shake them.
Like if you could just wait over here, here's a ball of string and some catnip. We'll be back.
Have you ever seen the girl with the dogs on YouTube? She does like grooming.
Oh, I thought you were just going, I want to pet that dog. I know that
No,
one.
no, no. So
Dog.
she does dog grooming videos, and she's got names for all the implements that she uses on the misbehaving animals. And she does
Ah.
cat grooming as well. So like, there's the happy hood, which goes over and covers their ears, and then there's the trouble bubble, which is like
It's just a sphere that goes around
It's just
their
a
head.
sphere that goes around the cat's head to stop it biting you.
It looks like an astronaut.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Oh,
That's very cute.
adorable. We need one of them. Full pride.
Or
I was
sun.
gonna say for
Yeah.
the cats.
Yeah, for sun and moon. So yeah, when you've asked that, and then Pride says, "We will need 3 blades to open this," and gestures to the center again, because you can still see the kind of formation of the slot that's in there. Because you've got the one near the door that's still the sword's still in, but the one near the center, obviously, that corresponds to that door, is there.
Mhm.
The fact that Vermi has walked in this room with their blade, there is a second one on the floor in the center and at their vault.
Okay.
Would this third person not need to be aware of the situation as to why you have Loudon and Samda's souls?
She kind of like shrugs and goes, "Accidents happen."
Oh, are they only needed to open? Is this is? I point out the 2 light.
We just
slots.
need access to the well.
There is not a soul up there that's not going to ask why.
We better think of
You're
a good
clever than
answer.
that.
Also, I can't put my blade in there yet because that would alert all the others.
So
If she touches that, they know she's here.
Yeah, if she unplugs from the vault door and slots it into the center, it's the
It's
rest.
an alarm system.
Lights go on upstairs.
It's a good system, right? You want to protect
yeah.
that?
So
Yeah.
that also implicates that she couldn't ever get Joy to have opened that for her.
Well,
It needs to
Joy
be
would still have
Chloe.
had to have convinced 2 other people to have.
Yeah, to come down.
So is it okay? So we have to simultaneously.
So the other thing then with that is
Oh, it's a quick way of getting people in the
Um,
room, though, if she just does it, and then the 2 people upstairs that will be made aware are likely to come investigate.
but so the thing with this is Pride knows what's up and Vermi knows what's up. And Vermi's dragon uncle
Mhm.
is gonna find out what's up because I guess he's our target for
More
the
than
third
likely.
person. Dwarven person and elven contingent.
Elves can't help.
The elves can't help. They don't have a blade.
Hand is in the vents right now. They don't know where it is.
Okay, they can't help, but they're going to be alerted.
No, they're not.
Whenever we are
They're not blade
thought-
wielders.
They're not
technically.
blade wielders.
okay, the
None of them are.
The dwarven person.
So yeah, Queen Margot Stargazer will be alerted of the dwarves. That's the only other rogue element to this.
Will she be alerted even if all 3? If there are 3?
Yeah.
Is it like a fate?
Yeah.
So just anyway. So
Yeah.
They are
okay.
aware that the
Okay.
soul cairn has been opened. They
Okay.
all need to be aware.
It
just
was
in case.
designed that basically the reason why it's 3 out of 5 is because if the table ever disagree and it went to war, the majority doesn't actually, because given the devastation capable anyway between the blade, the table of the blades, you'd want the most people to come out of it.
Mhm.
Thus, the system was designed very basic. In the time of a Fey war, they didn't have a lot of time to set up a lot of rules.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It's logical. It is logical. And also, I suppose, how deterring would that be? If you were one of the 2 parties who weren't
Mm-hmm.
in there, and you can
Yeah.
feel the soul
Yep.
cairn getting opened up, you're like, well, fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
They're now going this hard against us. It's time to put up the white flag. So yeah, that's probably also a deterrent of going, we've opened this. Do you want to actually keep playing the game?
Mm-hmm.
Now up to you. You know you're on a losing side there. So actually a very, very good idea. It's very simple, but it would be exceptionally effective.
Yep.
Okay. So Aluben's on Falkwin's mind.
Okay.
And this soul cairn is a very cool thing and a very rare relic, and he's interested in that.
You need to ask if
But-
Alben's okay with this. You need to have
Probably
a wee
yes.
mental conversation
But I mean,
to let her advocate for herself.
yeah.
Because
I
you might have
think
the
we've
best
not-
intentions.
Mhm.
We've also not heard
It
from her
also-
Noel. But I
She's
was going to qualify everything that I just said now as well with a huge but,
but
which is that, politically, this seems stupid. Why are
it's going to get a bit messy.
Yeah.
There's nothing to stop you guys telling both Quilburn and Margot.
Sure.
You only need one. And then the
This
other
is
one would
becoming
know.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be a
It's
secret.
becoming a runaway train.
Because
I
all the
mean, so-
context around what
doesn't
you're
it?
doing doesn't need to be explained. Just we have an opportunity to do this thing. We have 2 votes saying yes. We only need 1 more to say yes. And do you think Quilburn would deny his brother his love back?
Okay, so our pitch to them then.
Also,
Is it
Quilburn loves
something-
magic things. Sorry to cut in there, Sean, but Quilburn loves
Yeah,
magic.
he
So
probably
Sure.
he probably
I
had to be
mean,
dragged
wait.
away from the soul cairn
Yeah,
the first
okay,
time he ever
okay,
got
okay.
to see it. It was like, no, you
that's
need to go.
assuming
It's like,
he's
no,
ever seen
no.
it.
He's maybe been
Yeah.
told.
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
It keeps
So-
every time he comes, the alarm gets set up.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So is our play then? We tell them that because so they're still waiting to hear Vermeer's report on what's up.
Yes, and
Is
they're
our-
giving her 2 months.
Mhm. Is our
To get
play
sorted.
that
I think so.
we tell them? Okay, yes. So some messy stuff happened with Loudon, but there are no hard feelings, and in fact, we have the opportunity to resurrect her, and we feel that that would be best in this
And that
situation.
could
And we
be the
have
play
2
we
votes.
use.
Yeah.
Is Pride may have done the oopsie, but Pride's going to fix it.
Good.
Therefore, no retaliation, no going for her for what she did. She's fixing what she's made. She made a mess and she's now cleaning it.
Yeah, we're shaking the Etch-a-Sketcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if we
Yeah.
go to them and say, because we still have to explain why she has Loudon and Sam's soul,
Mhm.
because I imagine Quilburn's intelligent enough to go, you have them, that means you did it.
I think we
But
need
if-
to ask Pride this as well.
Yeah,
and
like-
then say,
Is
look,
this breaking the deal? Like, if and like, how does that impact the deal that is
Mhm.
currently on the table?
because
which is,
she's not an idiot,
Yeah.
unfortunately. She knows that she's going to be seen. She probably knows that, like,
Well, she did
I-
pitch this
Oh.
whole idea. Like, she pitched
Uh-huh.
this idea, so she
yeah. So
she would want to do it if she was losing. We've established she wants to save
Yeah.
face. Like, she's willing to be
Uh-huh.
even or win. She's happy with that.
So it's what we pitch to her, and also Quilburn. Quilburn?
Yeah, Quilburn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I've got it.
And I guess the Dwarven Queen as well, since she's going to
Oh,
get her alarm set off the middle of the night.
I'll talk to her. I've talked to her before.
Mhm.
Riven's backstory is she did help negotiate with the refugees with her. Talanis and her did it. So that I could get Talanis involved and just be like, you've talked to her before, do it again, please. Is we paint it as the queen basically abdicated in some way to her daughter, and Pride's got her somehow back, or if we try and spin it in some way that she never was actually dead, it's just, miscommunication. It's just your queen. There's a new queen. You just misinterpreted. You just thought she was dead to the general populace. Not actually dead. She somehow managed to magically abdicate to her daughter. The queen wishes to retire with her partner and probably going to be husband in the near future, Vermeer's dad, and disappear. Pride then gets to just paint it that she was never involved.
Mhm.
At
Just
And you don't
any
really need to know.
aspect.
You don't need to say that the souls come out of the sword either. You can just
Uh-huh.
say they were able to acquire the souls for us.
Due to the celestial nature of
Mhm.
Pride was
Figure out.
able to pull them back, and through all of this, Loudon's going to go retire. Her daughter takes her place. Loudon gets to push that as well, so Verme has an even stronger standing. And ultimately, even though Quilburn will know that something's fishy, I imagine he would turn a blind eye to see his brother happy and his niece.
Mhm.
Because to our knowledge, Quilburn has no offspring and no spouse.
Oh, we've not went into that.
Right. So there's a
17
chance
children.
in our mind that this is his most direct family, that he has nothing else. So he probably would be quite protective
I mean,
of that. So
He definitely seems fond of anyone, from what you can tell, right? Like he was.
Yeah,
He kind of chuckles as he talks. I think I described
a
him as.
jovial kind
Yeah.
of spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is that how we paint this to Pride, that this was an abdication? Miscommunication occurred, and a celestial entity, you will not be named, But someone of great celestial power was able to return Samda and Loudon to us. The Queen has abdicated to her daughter to retire with her lover, wherever that might be. Whether she goes to where the dragons are, or she stays with Vermi, I don't know. But that
I
way,
think that's-
Pride's
yeah.
name's washed of it.
Mhm.
And also,
If it
there's
doesn't
no
break
like, oh, she
secrecy
died.
deals, yeah.
Not really, though.
Sounds like a decent
Because
fight.
again,
We can
people in that room saw like people could be rushed off and kept
exactly.
alive behind.
You were
the
all
shadows.
bamboozled by magic. Like,
Yeah,
Yes.
miracle recoveries.
Mhm.
The Queen was overtaken by a moment of madness, abdicated
Yeah.
to her daughter. And Glenn Loudon would be able to come and like push that story to be the truth. So ultimately, and then we get Pride's name out of it. Entirely out of it.
and you rename Pride's Fall as well. That's the
Yeah,
important bit.
Yeah, important. The most important bit.
Yeah.
I think that's a good pitch. I would pitch it too, Pride.
I think it's a good plan as well.
Okay. Right. Riven.
I mean,
Calm down.
do you want me just to reply as Pride based on
Yeah.
that? Would that be easier
Yeah,
for you?
please.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I got the gist of that, yeah. Just to save having to repeat all of it, because I think it was quite well worded as is. So, Pride just goes,
Amicable.
so we're going after the dragon man, and what of sweet Margot?
I'll worry about that. She'll understand.
She kind of like grins for a bit, looks over everybody like hungrily, and says, "Excellent. I have some suggestions for naming the aforementioned, but we can discuss that later."
First of all, Alu. With all this talk of souls.
Is this in your head, Alu, or is this just in the room?
I do.
Yeah, I'd probably do this in my head first.
Okay. Yep.
Alu, what are you? What's your response to this?
And there, you can feel like Aliben's presence. It's not like in that room upstairs. You can feel like Aliben's presence here, and like again, you can hear their response. Obviously, not audible to anyone else. So this is probably stuff that happened simultaneously as you guys were chatting. Yeah. So like Aliben says, "I would be lying if I did not have great reservations about everything transpiring now. However, we have much to discuss in private. This is not the place.
Okay.
I have learned much that assists me from sloth."
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, meta moment for me, because it's been a while since I have been playing, because I missed last week.
Well, the last thing you remember
Yeah,
when you were here was that
I-
Aliben said she'd meet you outside sloths.
Yes, and we never.
And
saw
we've never had
any mention
anything.
of that, yeah.
Yep, nothing's
Yeah,
come up about that.
Okay.
This
yeah,
is the
so
first
that's
time that
fine.
has come back up as a plot thread.
That's
Because
fine.
you're here!
Yay! Okay, we will talk later.
However, I feel like if we can resolve this situation and people seem to find some kind of solace in the comfort of former acquaintances, then perhaps the lesser evil is allowing this to transpire so we can leave.
Fascinated by this soul forge.
It's a soul forge!
As fascinated by this well of souls as I am, I do also have reservations. But leaving this room alive would be nice.
My concerns are that I have never heard of this. It must be long before my time.
Aliben's not as old as the Fate were now.
I mean, no. They've definitely, like, the way they discuss everything, they've never stated how old they are, but the way, all the context of every conversation you've ever had with them lets you know that they were a good bit after.
Right, yeah.
It's never directly come up. They've never given you, like, no, the way they always give you, like, flowery metaphors about stuff.
Mhm,
Like, yeah, they've always been like, no, let's not kick up silt in the river of journeys together, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
So very much once this thing was not needed, it was not needed.
Yeah, it was pretty much locked away. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those, well, we turned on the thing, and then we won the war, and we swiftly turned off the thing, and we locked it away, is the implication in this, yeah.
Why
Didn't
the
we all
hell
turn
are
down
we-
millions?
About to build a nuclear weapon.
Why the hell are we letting Fate switch it
Only
back
the
on?
We have
Okay.
made the biggest of oopsies.
How does Vermi look about this as the kind of forward path?
Yeah, so, obviously, is there anything else you wanted to ask Isla Ben while you're in that scene out of interest first? We'll deal with that first. Isla Ben seems to be I'm not getting in the way of this, I have other shit going on, and this seems
Yeah.
beyond me.
Like the thing in my head right now is, well, Alu Ben's a soul, and this thing seems like it could put souls back in bodies.
Did say you needed a vessel.
Yes, it did say we needed a vessel. And also, I'm kind of reading the room. Like, even if there was a vessel, I don't imagine this is something she would be comfortable with doing herself. So,
It's
Out of interest,
Probably
let's explore that for a little second. What do you
Okay.
mean by that? Because I'm not saying you're right or wrong, I'm just curious to how you came to that decision.
Aluben seemed very uneasy about the entire concept of this device in my reading just now.
Okay.
And my reading of how this thing works is that it's a sort of soul and body go in, and soul in body comes out.
Yeah, like a laminator.
And even if we had a suitable body for Aluben, something about the way that she reacted just now makes me feel like she wouldn't be comfortable using this thing to
And you
get
could always
her
ask her,
back.
right?
I could always ask her. Aluben,
There's
do you
also-
ever miss your body?
I mean, do you know what
Do you
happened
ever
to her
have
body?
a body?
Yeah, I was
I
going to
don't
say,
know.
like,
I don't know.
there's so many unknowns with Ella Ben.
There really are.
She currently seems made of wind when you see her, so yeah, like, what does...
Did you have a body once?
So what would you like to ask Ella Ben off the back of that, as Falkwin, in his mind, talking to his mind friend?
Yeah. I feel like I've been playing Falkwin as quite whimsical so far.
Yeah. And, like, if that's the case, like, she'd be familiar with you talking whimsically to her, right?
Yeah. Say, Alu, did you have a body once?
There is a very audible silence for a beat. He goes, yes, but it has long since left this world.
Do you miss it?
You can hear the eye roll. And she says, if you are asking if I am unhappy with my current existence, the answer is that it has sufficed until now. You can tell there's a tiny tone of discomfort, obviously, which probably answers your question, right? They probably don't
Yeah.
like how they are now.
Out loud, Falkwin says, so how do souls really work anyway? What is, like, does every soul have one true body? Can souls be happy in other constructs?
And then Pride gives you like a look as if, okay, left field a bit, I guess. Not quite though, right? We're still in that same kind of ballpark, I guess. It's just... And she kind of looks around as if, oh, you're asking me. Like, realising that's who you've aimed at. And she says, I was never an expert in souls. My job was ferrying them.
Who is the expert? Well, where did you ferry them to and from? Let's start with that.
Mother and father. And they say that with as much spite as you can taste in the air.
Of course, they were celestials.
Yes.
And then they probably stopped doing their job and got kicked out of heaven.
And then Eve made another offer.
And while souls are on this plane, I guess normally in the natural order of things, soul has a body, and when the body is no more, the soul leaves, and the soul goes back into the cycle, and that's how the cycle works.
And then the soul goes back into another body.
Mm-hmm.
The soul gets a billion bodies.
Do
So it's
souls care about their bodies?
I mean, you don't remember.
Yeah.
Because the
The real
experiences the
question-
soul picked up are
Here's
gone.
a thing.
Would
Mm.
Alabin be happy wearing somebody
That's
else's face?
Mm,
There's that psychological aspect of you're not
Yeah.
looking at you, and you know you're not looking at you.
mhm.
You know it's
There's
someone
actually a-
else.
Caliban's a different scenario because she's still sentient and still has her own
She
thoughts
has her
and memories. She's
experience.
taken all that
She's
into her
not.
body.
She's not been emptied out
Yeah.
yet. So
Mm.
Yeah,
that would be
she's not
quite.
been drained of her experience.
It's not, yeah,
too.
because you've got like Loudon and Samda's souls are Loudon and Samda's souls currently. They
And they're
didn't
gonna
go
go-
back to the cycle, right? So if you're going to put
Yeah.
them back in
Yeah.
there, you know, that driver's going back to the car they know how to drive, right?
Mhm.
Alabin saying their car was written off.
Yeah.
It's not to say they wouldn't necessarily, yeah, because again,
Eight.
we don't
Also,
know.
they said vessel. A vessel. I mean, going into like other kind of worlds and stuff. I don't know what kind of
Yeah.
stuff exists in Victor's, but could you Pinocchio it?
Yeah, this was my
You're-
thinking. Could you
You're
have,
a
like,
genius.
automaton?
This is your thing. Is this your thing? You make a vessel suitable for Aluben. If she's suitable to live in that bracelet, and let's say it is the stone, you
Mhm.
Iron Man it and make a fucking iron suit with that's the chest bit in the middle.
This was literally what I was imagining.
We have the same brain cells.
We're synchronizing, we're synchronizing!
The brain cell is currently DVD bouncing between all of our screens. It's just going. boop.
Need to get it into the corner. Boop.
Yeah.
It's got a point.
Hey.
You've
So
got
that's-
until we come back with a queen and an ex-guard to make a new body for Alabed, if that's what you're suggesting.
Mhm.
Okay, so inside voice, I say to Alabin, we'll discuss this in more detail later.
And she kind of just like acknowledges that and says, I do believe that whatever is transpiring here, this vermin needs this. I don't believe you could convince that woman to leave this room.
I don't know her very well. She does seem.
I know
Yeah.
loss. And that's pretty much where her conversation ends.
That's I think all she needed to say.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I just continue to stay silent after
Mhm.
that, letting Pride think of me as some sort of weird lunatic.
Just stares
Like,
through her.
yeah.
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 Every so often she'll look over her shoulder like, am I missing something?
Is there something on my shoulder?
Yeah.
Is there someone on me? What am I? Is there ghosts? There ghosts again? God damn it. I mean, at this point, I think we've all in agreement, but I think I as Riven, am waiting for her to answer the questions because we have pretty much said yes.
Not made a deal
Said
yet.
she had answered. So is the deal that, and again, just like reiterating
Yeah.
all I said about.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is the
so,
way we're
like,
gonna work
since
it.
we've talked a
Loudon's
lot,
gonna come
yep,
back.
mhm.
You're not gonna. We're gonna keep your name out of it. We're gonna change the name. She gets to have her happy ending. You get to fuck off. And you don't do your shit again. And if anyone comes for you, fair game. But
Mhm.
until that moment, no.
Yeah, and I think that's a reasonable pitch, right? Like, if you are being attacked, you get to do what you want, but
Ham.
you don't get to preempt,
Uh-huh.
which I think's fair. And she did very quickly go, fine. Like,
Yeah.
With this.
I'm acutely aware of the fact that this doesn't limit. This might not limit her minions, and it certainly doesn't limit her peers. I think this is this weekend. So
Again,
Yeah, but
I'm
that-
running on the fact that Pride
Yeah.
won't ask for help.
there's that.
I'm running on that. Too prideful to ask for help.
I love
I
that
guess.
the main thing she asked for extra
Yeah.
was that the name of the town got changed.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, this tells me lots about you.
Yeah. We're.
That was
I'm
the
not
first
gonna-
thing I wrote when I was like scripting bits of this session was she definitely needs to ask for that because it's the
That's
pettiest
okay.
thing ever and I love it.
I think Myr'ra would maybe ask, is this time frame? Can this happen tonight? Or do we need
And then Pride goes,
time to
well, you'll
prepare?
need the bodies.
Okay.
I would
to know.
suggest that you might ask for my help retrieving one of them.
For the Celeste, yes.
Wait, there's
Sanders.
Sanders is in Loudenhall, in the graveyard,
Oh.
protected by a very powerful celestial angel that was bound to that body.
Yeah.
While you are having a think about that, I'm just going to read the slightly lengthier comment that went in our chat.
Mhm.
So we've got Ewan's comment of, you could even get a bit creative with it if it's too hard to build an operational vessel, like some kind of mechanical golem. You could organise a timeshare deal, putting an extra soul in the same body. If Pride can do it herself through possession, why not any other soul? Or could you even use the well to enable Alu to possess a willing vessel in contact with her bracelet? I just seen there was enough keywords when I skim read that I wanted to read it out loud. So thank you for that.
Falkwin, do you wanna let Alu in the driver's seat?
That would be so cool.
That would be quite funny.
Okay, actually, let me redo this. Alu, do you want to be in the driver's seat for Falkwin?
Vroom vroom,
Yes.
motherfuckers!
I'm scared of this answer.
Alu Ben, no, Alu Ben, yeah.
But yes, contextually, the bigger problem you face is retrieving Sanders' body without fighting an angel.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
Pride seemed quite happy to volunteer.
And our power against your celestial brethren was granted by your mother, Eve.
Kind of like withdraws a little bit, goes, no, Eve is not mother. And she kind of goes to say something and it just goes,
Like she couldn't say it
no, like she was disgusted.
at the notion of Eve being a mother.
No,
Or
at,
no.
at the notion of
Notion.
mother,
Of mother because
Mhm.
of Gian and
Alata and Gian.
Alata and Gian.
Is Eve Pride?
Are you going to ask her?
That sounds like a big question to ask.
So the mythology, the religious
what's
lore
the-
of this world is that Eve was banished to a lightless world. They were denied light and heat, which is why all demons have like ice and shadows rather than fiery powers.
Mhm.
So it depends if you think that about Pride or not. Pride's sword burnt with white light.
Mhm.
Because you didn't see it personally, but the rest saw Loudon appear with it.
And it was very bright.
Oh yes.
But Eve unshackled you?
She kind of like, again, recalls it and she goes, we're getting personal, I see.
I am confused by such entities. Such pettiness.
Yes, it's
There
all
is so
very
much
petty.
life.
Luckily, some of us are above that.
The Argite, I have to say, well, below you fell.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
The thing is, like, whether or not she's telling the truth is irrelevant if she believes it, right? She says, let's stick to the matter at hand, shall we? You'll need me to take out that celestial. It's clearly pales by comparison to my abilities.
Not simply unshackle it and allow it to return to the...
You
Mother
think
and
it will
father.
simply relinquish its duties?
I think it might be intelligent enough not to fight with something as powerful as you.
She kind of just grins, like incredibly satisfied with that response.
That's what I'm doing for. I'm trying to stroke her pride into
Oh, yeah.
saying that.
Yeah, like 100%, like she loves that. And she goes, yes, well, do you want to gamble though?
I am simply stating that in a battle, even if it struck you, I imagine it would be no more than a...
Oh, no, there would be no fight.
You then simply cut its chains and let it flutter away like an uncaged bird.
She kind of like smirks and goes, oh, I could so lie here. But no, it would have to die.
Are they eternally shackled then?
She kind of like rolls her eyes and goes, well, I may have edited the ritual somewhat.
Is she implying the ritual we're about to do to get their souls, or?
No, the one that
I think
shackled
she
the
means-
angel.
Because she's the one who shackled the angel in the first place.
Who asked for that board to be put on Samda's burial site?
Loudon.
Yeah.
Who was
Yeah.
prayed?
Probably explains as well why it was such
Mhm.
like.
So,
Mhm.
so she
That makes
also
sense.
did this to be vindictive towards an angel, because
An
I guess
angel, because
that's the demonic version of kicking puppies, I guess.
basically.
Yeah, pride being petty and like be like, just shackle an angel, totally fine, keeps the body safe for days.
You
Yeah.
really do like to play the long game, don't you?
I've got plenty of time. She always said that like with no joy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we let Pride kick the puppies?
So, wait.
Right.
Sorry, the implication that Sloth had was an eternity of existence where you never fill up. Pride sounds bored about existing forever,
Wasn't Pride's plan.
Mm.
but Pride doesn't want to be part of the cycle because she hates mum and dad.
Mhm.
They didn't let me colour my hair when I was 14, bastards.
Maybe
I
Pride
wanted
wants.
to listen to Green Day.
They made me
Yeah.
get a Saturday job.
I mean, far
There was
be it
only
for me
one
to
street.
psychoanalyze
Hold
the
on.
devil.
Sean, go for it.
Far be it for me to psychoanalyze the devil. Maybe Pride wants to be mum and dad.
Could be.
That's
Hmm.
Are we asking Pride to murder an angel? Yay or nay?
we are. We have to.
Yeah, sure.
We need Sam's body.
Also,
Keep-
the implication of that then is it shouldn't be shackled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's what
Eh,
Sister Elman said. That it was a very risky,
Unusual request.
unusual, really
This
old
thing's-
thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
this is an unusual, this is an unpleasant thing she's done. This is now we are
For Sean's
euthanizing
benefit,
it.
for Sean's benefit as well, it took Sister Elman, who was the head of the Church of Light in Loudenhall, so like a kind of like local priest type thing, and like her and 12 other sisters were only used to create an interface between the party and this angel, and it cost them probably a good chunk of their life force by doing that,
Like,
just to
lost
hold the
years of
angel
existence.
there so that the party could
Adopted.
interact with them.
So,
Which makes sense if we were now going up against Pride's magic unknowingly. Mhm.
so yeah, we are asking her to euthanize something that she has basically now been torturing for 4 months.
It's almost like she's willing to clean up all of her mess.
Yeah.
Sounds neat. I guess we can play a sad violin for the angel afterwards.
I will look to Vermi. We'll go get your mother.
She kind of says, that can be done in moments with this. She like gestures to the sword. Still, like, you can almost see that her nails have dug into her palm from the grip on the sword. She goes, that can be done with this. I can get back to Denkmark and return here in moments.
And we need to talk to.
With us.
She kind of takes a beat on that as if, oh yeah. Like, as if maybe only some of the conversations got into like her.
And she's too focused
Yeah,
on
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to get my mum back.
And just the implications of everything they've went through up until this point, right? It's a way of like clearing the board for her as well, in a way, right? Doesn't have to worry about the bronze-maned lion baggage, if this is the case.
It's all done.
So you've got that. She then says, I think it's best I break the news to him, but leave the details to you while I retrieve my mother.
I'm looking right at Pride. We have a deal.
We certainly seem to. I am happy with this. Are you happy, Joy? Joy just nods while scribbling, like, smiling.
Joy is happy.
Yeah.
Joy is nodding.
And she
Does
says,
Joy write about themselves in the third person?
probably. And then Pride says, well, looks like we've got some people to visit.
Oh.
Hey, we're
Hello?
live again.
Okay.
I'm still here.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I think I was still here too. But
Ah.
yeah, so
No, I
Pride
just
said-
thought
no.
I just heard your ba-ba-ba. So yeah, Pride says, looks like we've got some people to visit then. How would you like to travel to Loudenhall?
Did you not say you would give us answers?
Yes, once our deal is done. We haven't got everyone that will need to be part of this deal agreed.
Okay.
Try and
We
meet
could-
back here as soon as we can.
And she kind of smiles and goes, oh, I'll have to come with you, of course.
Upstairs to see the blades.
No, I couldn't possibly desecrate a grave without some company.
I am not fighting an angel.
Oh, you wouldn't have
I
to. She
saw
like,
that
dismisses
thing
that very
once,
quickly.
my
Oh, you
eyes
wouldn't
hurt.
have to.
Are we dividing and conquering here, boys and girls?
I mean, Verme's happy to go get her mum. You just could all talk to Quilborn, then go with Pride. How long do you think the conversation with Quilborn's going to take, really?
we will return here in hopefully less than an hour. There is a lot of stairs.
China smirks and goes, I'll get the ball rolling then. Goes and picks the sword up and moves it to the other slot.
She just fucking.
Okay.
See you soon!
Does she back
That is
out
so
when she
knows
said
No,
that?
she's
Such a
she's-
messy thing.
She's standing there,
Oh,
just waving.
God.
Verme immediately looks at her sword like, they know.
You must have been insufferable as a child.
Wouldn't
You
know.
just got worse.
Did she ever have a childhood?
I don't want to fucking know. She probably cried every time she lost the game.
Will we
Should
screen wipe? Yeah,
Darling?
I was gonna say, will we
Screen wipe
screen?
to go.
Yeah, we'll screen
Leave
wipe.
him on the stairs.
Yeah, so we're gonna screen wipe up the stairs to the, like, I guess, grand chamber, where the council.
Role playing every step.
Yeah, let's do that, right? So, so you get to
Trip
the
over.
you get to the top, and you meet Hedera, who's like, you see the back of Hedera, and obviously Greed finishing a conversation as they've stepped out of like an office that's outside the council chamber, and you can tell by her posturing she's tense as fuck. And then
You can tell that we are as well.
Greed seems to like acknowledge you guys walking closer, and then like clearly says something that ends that conversation. And then he leaves. Hedera then like turns around and then like puts two and two together as to why that conversation ended so quickly. And it just closes the gap between you and says,
Hug.
she gets hugged. And then she's like, it's done. He knows. And
House
that's,
of Stones.
yes, and then she looks around after like getting out of the hug. And kind of breathes heavily and goes, deeply concerned.
Greed is.
Yes. That many souls in the capital?
Fear the Farron. Attacking.
And she looks a bit like, brave faces are fine, totally brave face about the Farron. She says, he was concerned that they were so close to the capital, but he has never gained support in their eradication before. I don't even know if that's what we should be doing. I think there was many good points raised in that meeting. We've never attempted, successfully at least, to make contact with them in a meaningful way that hasn't been violent. I would hate to think that they're mindless. They seemed to understand everything that happened during the attack. They adapted. That is not the mind of a wild creature.
See, any theories on why they would give us such gifts?
No, he said he was going to go speak with Alexica to see if she has discovered anything from her time with the Rakashans.
I just kiss her on the head. You've done so well today.
She just like
Proud.
she just hugs in that wee bit extra, and she's like, "I think I'd like to go back to sleep now."
Our rooms, you know where they are. It's closer than back home. Just go to my room and go lie down.
She's
My deepest sympathies.
she like looks at you and goes, "Thank you." She goes, "I'll be in my office. The couch is comfortable enough, and it's familiar enough." She like
I take
grab.
off my cloak, fold it up a few times, and wrap it around her. Familiar scent, at least.
She kind of like touches it, like kind of like reassuringly, and like to grip it over her shoulder because it's definitely much bigger than her.
I've had to like
yeah,
half it like
yeah.
a blanket and then go over her.
And she says, "If I can be of help, though, I will be napping." And then off she walks. Like
That's one good thing.
leaving the council room at that point in time. Like a bunch of like low level like bureaucratic people, and they all part ways for Modesta Lara to be walking past them all. They all immediately just like move out of her way, and she just like slowly walks down the corridor out of the chamber, and then like past the party.
How tall is she? She's quite big, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's probably 6
Tall.
foot.
Yeah, she was tall and blind.
Mhm.
I think probably reflexively, like, and most of us probably do it, is like a bow to her as she goes by, because that is like, you gotta respect that one. You gotta respect them all, but that one especially.
Yeah, and like as like I don't know if MDLS does it or not, but like as at least Riven gives the acknowledgement, like she just curtly nods, like very, very faintly, back, as if even your slight movement has been noticed.
Even though she can't see me, that's impressive.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's been time to talk to Vermi about, did she on the way up, would I be able to say that going up the stairs, did I get to say to Vermi, did you tell the gang, the circle, did Talanis get to tell you, and have you told them about the crystals yet?
You could have had that conversation on the way up, definitely.
And the stairs could
like
be to that
yeah,
phase.
like 100%, and like Vermi would have said like she was able to give brief explanations because she knew so little herself. Merely the concerns that were raised, and yeah, I think probably since the stairs are fucking huge anyway, there'd have been enough time for Vermi to say the one most concerned was Modesta Lara.
Surprising. Who has the gem? Nori? I'm just putting out there, do you maybe want to offer it in the bag and say, we kind of like, we discovered that, here's one if you want to kind of look further into it, so you don't need to fucking go hunt one. May you figure this out, kind of thing. Up to you. You're the one with it. But you would need to talk to the elf.
The elf.
That's just going through my head.
One of the elf.
Yeah.
I would also throw that technically this one is the one we got for Ali Ben to do whatever she wanted to do with it as well.
That's true.
But
There's a lot more pieces at play since then, though, I think.
There's so many more that
Yeah.
we could get.
That
so,
too.
So
it's true.
it's
We
up
know
to
where they
you.
are.
I'd just like to see Nori shine a wee bit, right?
And how many times are you going to get a chance to speak to Modesta
It's
Lara?
not.
Uh-huh.
I think-
Yeah, remember, I'm still trying to hedge from the elves.
I know.
Yeah, I know you do. So, yes, okay. As she's wandering by, we nod. I will take a deep breath and I'll go, my lady.
She like stops on the spot and like just kind
I
of like
believe
just
you
turns
can-
round to look at you, even though blind.
Sorry for interrupting, but I believe you've been told about the gems that have been circulating in the city.
You have not interrupted me. There's nothing else she says.
We have a gem. We have a gem with us.
Yes, it seems our
We
city is
brought
plagued
it
by
for-
them.
Would you like one to investigate it further, or should we return it?
I would like to return it myself, if possible, if you are willing to bequeath it.
I'll look to the group, make sure they're happy when we're doing this.
Yeah,
I'll take out my
Yep,
pouch and
yep.
yeah, both hands crossed. I'll hand it to her.
Yeah, and like she'll very daintily pick it up, and then hold it. She does seem to be looking at it, even though, or maybe listening to it. It's hard to say with the kind of facial expression, and then she just crushes her fist, and the I guess white vapor just immediately dissipates like you've burst a balloon. And then she says, "May you find peace in the grand cycle."
That's how easy it is to release them.
She's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Who is Modesta Lara?
She's
The
the.
Gold Leaf Queen.
Oh, God.
She is.
That was a great reaction, Sean. Thank you for that.
Yeah, perfect.
She is the one that we magically believe if Quill went against her, it's like a solid 70-30 in her favour, and he was nearly the leader of the Arcana
Yeah.
Drinks. Like, she's Galadriel. She's Victor's Galadriel right now, just the blind variant.
Yep, 100%.
Yes.
So that's what that is.
Tiredness was
Oh, the
taking-
Rakshasas are in deep shit.
Mhm.
Oh gosh, well, she might be walking around looking like, what's the Queen of Narnia called again?
Not Jadis.
Jadis, but instead of a lion's mane, it's gonna be the fucking belt.
Yeah, the Black Panther main, yeah.
Mm.
A Black Panther and a Snow Leopard, yeah.
I know, one on each side. Holy
Um,
shit,
Yeah, so she then obviously
Well,
is just real from that, and she says, "Do you have any more?"
gave the other one to Sloth, didn't we?
no. Yeah.
And then Alu Ben appears and walks past the group and
Alu?
holds out another gem.
She took it back from Sloth.
And
took
the-
it back.
The Gold Leaf Queen looks obviously through Alu Ben, and then kind of a slight head tilt towards Nori, as if I'm still aware of you too. Don't worry, that kind of acknowledgement with a slight cant of the head, and then Alu Ben offers the stone over, and she goes, "Please help this one find peace too." And Modesta Lara takes it again very carefully and then crushes it, and again that very rapid vapor. I'm
going to say that Nori can't help it, but Nori goes down onto one knee just now.
Yeah. And then
yeah.
Alu Ben nods and dissipates. And then as that happens, and then Modesta Lara notices that you've got lower.
Where'd he go?
Goes, "You need not kneel to me."
You are way above. I am unworthy of being
She's
here.
she smiles and puts just a hand on your cheek. And she goes, "The folly of the young." And then just walks away. Just
She knows Bless you.
I'm never washing again.
Typical Samwise Gamgee moment. I have.
Yeah, Chris! Yes!
Yeah, she clearly doesn't
Sneaky
like
Ellie
seem
Pen.
like she definitely doesn't seem like she wants like reverence for her position.
She is so powerful.
But sometimes you deserve it.
Yeah, like the people that
She did
this one-
openly just free 2 people in front of us.
Yeah.
That deserves some reverence.
Yeah.
like with like no hesitation, right? Just okay, done.
Her hands are going to be so covered
I'm
in
gonna get
dust
more
by the
gems,
end
I'm
of
gonna get more
it. Like,
gems.
you'll
How many times per day can she do it? Is there a limit?
She just line them all up on a desk and like whack-a-mole them all.
So it's like a
together.
Taskmaster episode with all the points for Modesta Lara.
Now my question is, because we now don't have one to test it, if we saw the one who conquered the moon, could he do it?
Linda
He's just
Ranthwil.
standing there going, just fucking faints trying. That would give us a good gauge on how easy he could do it. But we don't have a spare one.
No.
Let's go talk to Quill.
Yep.
I
So
think
yeah.
you're going to have to help me up.
Riven definitely puts a hand on your shoulder and like kind of pulls you up, strong soldier style, and is just like, I am so proud of you. Dave. Then you need
Not from her. Never.
proud of who you are, Nori. I am. I'll turn and walk.
I will pull my cloak round about me, embarrassed, and start walking.
Doing this.
Oh.
I like the comment as well. So
Yeah,
if they can-
no, I'm not touching it. I'm going.
no, I'm
Yeah, this crossed my mind. I didn't mention it.
you can read it if you wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ewan says, so if the containment of a soul within a gem like this is heretical enough that she doesn't even investigate how it was made for information, she just feels the obligation to free it from its cage. Why didn't she comment on Aluben's existence?
Because Alubin still can come and go as she pleases.
Yeah, I guess.
Like,
Something
Alubin-
different.
if Alubin could never come out that gem,
Mm,
and you always just talked to her like a walkie-talkie, that would probably be more akin to what she just dealt with. The fact is,
Even then,
Alubin can
but-
come out and slap the shit out of you, Falkwin, and take the bracelet off you and put it on somebody else, should she so choose to.
I
She
don't-
has agency.
doesn't have that much agency, as far as I'm aware.
What
Um,
agency?
From
did
a
whatever was in
mechanical
here?
player point of view, there's very little Alabin can do because of how the rules of the game work. But from an in-universe, cool, mystical unknown, we really don't know what Alabin's limitations are.
Sure.
Alubin could decide who gets to keep her.
But
The
we-
soul in that
I
gem
mean,
could.
she could stop interacting with Falkwin, that's true, right? That's probably the most extremes that Falkwin's experienced, at least. We've obviously seen that she's quite defensive of Falkwin. Willing to help you guys, because you guys ingratiated yourselves with Falkwin. So she didn't take really any convincing to also be like, right, use her in the circle now. So, you know, I guess we're talking. Clearly saw, obviously, Modesta Lara release that soul and thought, yep, this next one's going to. So yeah, there's clearly something going on there.
And
Okay,
again,
'cause
Alabin
I'm right in saying,
didn't seem to have any fear of it, so
Sean, am I right in saying that Alubin used to be an alchemist of some form?
As far as we can tell, that's her special interest, at least.
So, for all we know, this was an alchemical disaster that occurred to her. Like, was she making a philosopher's stone and got stuck in it? Like, at least
Yeah,
she
who knows?
potentially had agency over how she's ended up where she is. The chances of those two souls having a choice in being rammed into those crystals, not a lot.
Yeah.
So, is that the difference that Aluben's decisions led to Aluben being what they are. And again, they're getting to choose what they do. Because again, I do imagine that with Falkwin on occasion, she has just like grabbed you by the ear and pulled you away from things, being like, nope, 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 nope.
Sure.
Do not mix bleach and chlorine. That is how
You have not eaten in 2 days. You said you would eat on this day. You will stop reading this, like, you know, former random professor's notes. You will have to go eat.
She could control you as much as you can control her.
In the fiction, yes.
In the fiction, yes. She can just be like, Falkwin, no.
Yeah.
And you're like, Falkwin, yes, Falkwin, no.
But yeah, Falkwin definitely has a lot more influence in how his mechanics work.
Yes.
That's also a very important like line to draw. But yes, so anyway, Vermi isn't with the group. Vermi obviously went into the chamber.
Total laughter.
Not like this is pretty much while you were talking to Modesta Lara, and is now like, you know, nowhere to be seen other than, you know, they went down that way. Leaving the chamber is Lindoranthwil and Snowstorm. They seem to be like chatting very briskly in Elven with each other, mostly muttering about things that need done from an admin point of view. But basically just Lindoranthwil giving Snowstorm his list of activities he has to get on with. Snowstorm acknowledges the party, like, as they're going past, while taking the notes they have to take. Obviously, Lindoranthwil does not acknowledge the party. And yeah, they like pass by. So yeah, the chamber doors are left open. Obviously the corridor is lined with guards anyway, but that's their job to stand there ceremonially. So yeah, you can head into the chamber, and as you go in, it does seem to be Margot and Quilburn sat at the table. Margot is tapping her fingers on the table, and every so often just like pulling the hammer back and letting it go, and pulling the hammer back and letting it go. And
like a slinky.
Yeah, and Quilburn is just kind of standing there like towering over Vermi. Again, big dragony shoulders and scales and big dragony snout, like wings all like tucked in behind him. And they seem in a very intense conversation. Hard to tell the emotions beyond intensity. And yeah, as you guys walk in, Margot like stands up with her like hands on her hips and goes, "So what's going on?"
Good to see you again, Your Majesty.
"Oh, I'll be good in a minute."
A lot going on. I'm assuming you have been appraised of
Who's opening the vault? I've got a guess.
The gems. You're an intelligent enough woman. I've lost enough decks of cards against you. You're probably right.
What does she want?
What would anything like that want?
She does not look happy with that answer. She kind of just goes, like, picks up the hammer and just like starts like flipping it in her hand, as if doesn't know what else to do in this moment. Just some fidget toy, basically. And then Vermi and Quilburn like join the conversation, and Vermi says, "I have explained things as best I can, or at least as best as we're able to hear." And Margot gives her like a dirty look. And says, "I think this is stupid, but I don't really get a say because I can be outvoted." Quilburn's like, "No, no, no. This is fine. It gets some very important people back, as far as I'm aware, and lightens the hearts of two people close to me."
If I may, ma'am, sir, ma'am.
Quilburn looks at you. Like, "Ma'am?"
Well, no,
I know that's I'm assuming you're aiming that at Margot, but it's definitely Quilburn that's like, "Ma'am."
ma'am, sir, ma'am, in the order Margot, Quilburn, Verme.
Mhm.
If I may, yes. This is, in a nutshell, Pride has made a mess. Pride is offering to clean it up.
Like Margot scoffs and goes, "How far back are we going?"
Am I supposed to
I would
answer
laugh.
Yeah.
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 I
So
would
that,
rather not.
that tension lingers,
Yeah.
and I think Colin goes, "Well, Myr'ra's put to bed now anyway. I've said okay. I'll be there. Margot, you're welcome to be there too. Kind of makes sense. We all witness. Just in case Pride tries anything else."
So I would like to see you kneecap her with that hammer.
Yeah, she can't hide the smirk on her face at that.
No, she
Um,
can't.
Like, there's a tiny crackle of lightning from the hammer, like with that, the tiniest bit of static electricity.
I heal wearing. Okay. Please.
Yeah, Myr'ra will like grip your arm and like deep breath. Deep breath.
We're
We
doing our
got
breathing
this.
exercises.
Mhm.
Majesty, you have always advocated for helping people.
Getting souls away from the demons is something I will always do. And she says that very flatly, like, I said that once probably in the past, and I'm gonna be sticking to
100%.
that, so I'm not gonna contradict myself now, because that'd be hypocritical, but I'm not happy. Yeah.
It helps right or wrong.
Yes.
Thank you.
Would I know if they had children?
Oh yeah, 100%, yeah. Like,
Uh-huh.
yeah. Got a husband, got like, you know, kids, etc., yeah.
Uh-huh. How much think your children get you back?
Hopefully nothing as stupid as this.
Stupid enough makes us stupid. Oh, that.
Oh, I can see
She
that.
knows I'm married to
Yeah.
them.
That's what our response is, oh, I know that very well.
Exactly. It does. Love is more powerful than pride. So let it be in this moment.
Quilburn's like, well, we'll head down. I will leave yous have got other places to be. He says very like delicately. Remy just like pats his chest a couple of times on his robes, and then says, I don't think you should tell Brandon yet. Not until we know.
This could be a happy ending for your brother, for your niece, for
And he kind of looks and goes, it's the only reason I'm even entertaining the thought of this. He like breathes some like steam out of his nostrils like that. Like,
love makes us stupid. And you're a smart man.
There's enough
Did you
pride.
just accidentally call him Loveless?
No, I'm telling him that even with all his smartness, he's still saying, yes, you can be the smartest man in the world, you'll still do the stupid thing because you love
Well,
somebody.
his response to your like sentiment is, there's enough pride downstairs for this evening. We don't need more of it up here. Like shuffles past awkwardly because he's massive. Like
I just have this mental vision that his like wings up on his back look like sheathed spears.
Mhm.
So he always looks like he's ready to fight when in reality he's just some guy.
Yeah, just a guy.
Just some
And he's
guy.
like, Margot, shall we get a head start on these stairs? He chuckles.
Oh, the stairs.
As Margot goes by, I go, resist the urge, because I somehow managed to.
Well, don't take long then.
I think
She
that
just
one
like
of the-
spins the hammer in her hand again, just like, don't take long then.
Riven and the Queen obviously really like each other.
Mhm.
Margot is someone that Riven.
Margot's the queen that
Thank
would
you.
sit and have a drinking contest with you, like without
Yeah.
much convincing. That's Queen Margot.
She
Also, she'll
reminds
talk
me
about the
of-
stars all the time. She can.
She reminds me of what was the dwarf that we knew in the Friday game?
Dawn Drabella.
Dondrabella. She reminds me of Dondrabella. The way you've always kind of pitched her to me was like Dondrabella, but instead of
I guess she's a bit, yeah, like
she that energy of like having a thing she really likes to talk about, but she's a very real soul who just wants the world to be okay. Like that idea of if everyone was just nice, none of this bullshit would be happening.
She's a very pragmatic person, very like, again, what's right for the majority, what makes the most sense, like don't overly romanticize stuff because that's how you make stupid decisions. Like, yeah, that's kind of Queen Margot. Very academically minded because she loves stargazing. Hence her name is Margot Stargazer. Yeah.
But yeah, she reminds me of Dondrabella the way I've always pitched her.
I was literally going to say earlier, like, if I was casting someone, it would be the artwork of Dondrabella because it's great artwork.
Yeah, it's that energy, like the same way we went to her and we're like, we really need diamonds, and she was like, all right, here's fucking family heirlooms. Like, if you went to the Morgan and went like, I need these, she'd still say yes. She'd be like, you're a dafty for doing this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I should tell you you're an idiot, but she'd probably help.
She'd help, yeah. Same energy.
Yeah.
That's why I love her, because I love Dondrabella.
Well, I mean, the massive risk of trying to move Calderan through her territory, right? Like, massive risk. So, but she's like, it's the right thing, though.
Yeah, it's ultimately the correct thing, so... right,
so,
let's go.
They two leave. Verme's there going, I'm gonna go retrieve my mother's remains. I will be back here momentarily. I hope that your journey with Pride does not take as long. If you need my authority to utilize the Arcanatrix, you have it. She kind of just nods, and then she just takes a couple of steps back and just like holds the sword and then just bamfs.
Oh.
Okay.
How do we call on that thing again?
I think we have to go back down the stairs. Come on.
We'll catch up to them too easy.
I try and like...
Riven, I think, for fun, just kind of slumps entirely on you, but she's almost able to put her hands on the floor in front of you to walk on her hands and feet, using you on her belly to not, like, collapse. Off we go.
So we'll screen wipe to you guys walking in to the conversation between Margot, Quilburn, Pride, and Joy. Where
we just sent Joy away. I feel really bad for her. She's run out of paper, definitely.
Like writing and like turned it over and like writing like, smaller. And Pride's there just explaining that this is the best possible outcome for everyone involved. Everybody wins, everybody's happy, especially Joy. Yeah. Quilburn is just there, like, exhaling steam from his nostrils, unconvinced. Margot is there, obviously, stone grip on their hammer. It's definitely not subtle.
Her knees.
Like, the hammer is still sparking.
Right, Pride, time to go. Like, Riven's like, nah.
And that's when she's like, and like when she sees you guys walk in and say that, she goes, yes, hold those thoughts of violence. I'll be back. And then she, like, very, like, awkwardly, like, steps away from like the central circle and like, you know, then rightens herself and click-clacks towards you guys at the door.
She might be immortal, but I don't think it gets to her there. She's doing well. One will magically pulverize her, one will just meat cleave her to death.
Yeah, it's not a great outcome, right?
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. Right, let's hurry up.
She kind of like grins and goes, and how are we travelling? I think it would be unbearable if we got a carriage.
Said you could get us there in a jiffy.
Did I? Because she didn't.
No, she said she could be...
She said she had to come with us.
I guess that's why Vermi said the Arcanatrix.
Oh, we can loop them in if you want, but I could call in some favours.
With who?
Chair just grins and goes, people who owe me.
I think Myr'ra looks at the rest of the party and kind of shrugs, like, we've come this. Let's just...
I think Riven's thinking if it can get them out of a deal with Pride, like, fuck it, like, get as many people off of Pride as we can, like, sure. Utilize them all.
We'll need to be outside for that.
Oh, the stairs.
Yep. So, we'll screen wipe.
Turns around and sadly walks.
Riven has carried Myr'ra eventually. Like, just
well,
on her back.
We will screen wipe to you guys ascending back to the ground level, and then leaving the central, like, the council structure into the open air of the city. And Pride's just like...
Oh yeah, you probably can't bamf in and out very easily in this place.
Yeah.
Without the sword.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that makes sense. This makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. It's almost like the swords were designed to make sure the people that need to get to that place can get there.
And are the only people that could do it.
And then as you're outside, Pride just like seems to be like taking in the air, going, fresh air.
Vault, you were in a box.
Now. We're all in boxes of our own making.
Well, let's go get Samda out of her box,
Just-
shall we?
I need a moment to concentrate. And she like strikes her really like almost Freddie Mercury pose, really dramatically in her like pencil skirt outfit. And then two quite demonic looking entities appear. That seem like, you know, one's got like horns that all seem windswept out the side of their face. Like kind of glowing cyan eyes. And the other one just kind of looks like a very, very hairy man. Just like almost cousinette levels of hair, but you know, can see other features, almost like Sasquatch-esque. And she goes, gentlemen, we need
Jen.
transport. And she goes, can you be the interface? She gestures to you, Riven.
Define interface.
They need to know where we need to go.
You want them to go into my head.
And then they look at each other awkwardly and like awkwardly hold hands. And then they both put their hands out to you.
You've been there. Why not you?
Me?
You're the one that decided she got buried there.
I wasn't in attendance.
Bullshit.
That would look terrible. I wouldn't play favorites.
I take their hands.
Yeah, they look as sad about this as you do.
Yeah. I am thinking about getting these two people. I'm like, this is another two away from her every time. Every bit of this is a victory. Riven is clawing at this notion.
Riven, what are you thinking about?
I think about the first time I saw it and laid flowers down in front of it. The outside of the mausoleum, all the silver decorations built into it. How we could just see the kind of stone inside, because Nori did manage to get the metal gate open, but the kind of beauty of it and all the flowers and everything.
Didn't know. Sorry, don't know what you mean.
I know. I was away with the kid.
Not crime.
I envision like where I was standing when I first saw it. So like maybe about 5-10 feet back from it.
So as like you
picture
impart
that in my
that, they let go of your hands, like, and then they both like hold hands together, like, and then they like put their palms against each other, and then they step back, and it like pulls open a portal. They look like this is causing them some degree of strain
In now, quickly.
to do this. And he goes, "We won't be long. Stay open." And she like,
Okay, quick as we can.
yeah.
Quick.
So yeah, you head through. I'm assuming everybody goes, because that's fun. And then, yeah, you appear in fairly familiar, maybe not to Falkwin, but a fairly familiar graveyard. You're kind of like in the centre, just where the mausoleum sat off. And there's like a big swirly portal behind you that's definitely still there. You can't see through the portal, but it's very swirly and magical. As you step out, I'm sure the special effects budget was amazing. And Pride goes, just again, as if taking in a new place. Goes, which one is it? Goes, well, do we have a key?
Maybe deal with the angel first.
And she kind of like goes, oh, we have to get to the body first. So remember, it's like the body's in the sarcophagus, which is in the mausoleum.
In the mausoleum. Nori, you have your talents.
And she goes, I was only kidding. And then she walks up to the door anyway and just pulls the door.
Of course.
Yeah. It definitely does not like look like it will just close again, though. It looks like it's bent.
She ripped it off its hinges, basically.
Like enough that it wasn't a grab door, rip off, flies away immediately. It was
wasn't
definitely
a halt.
it was
pull,
just like
door.
a grab the door, pulled until it moved, and then it buckled out of shape, and it moved. And she goes, "That was better made than I gave it credit for."
You
Kinda
paid for the best.
Like checks her nails, and she goes, "Yes, good to know that the craftsmanship of the Denk mark is of such high quality. You should be proud of that, everyone." She smirks. And then she just very casually rips open the other door and pushes it open. Just off of its locks. And goes, right, this ward. Yous are familiar with it, yes?
Going to be right again, is it?
Yes, I would suggest you step back.
I will take my sword out the same way I did last time, anchor it into the ground, and just stand holding it. Same as last time. Get behind me.
Pride shuffles past with the click clack of her heels on the stone, steps up to the
I
mausoleum.
didn't follow her.
No, what I mean is she's leaving the mausoleum, going past you. She click clacks.
Oh, right.
She licks her finger and holds it up to the air for no apparent reason, and then goes maybe further back than this, and it's halfway out. So now when
I hadn't left beside the portal. I didn't follow her towards the museum. I'm still standing just.
No, she's telling you to go further back.
Jesus.
Keep going. But that's the tree that Lockhart hit. We should be further back.
Okay, I'll get like.
Yeah, that's probably about halfway, right? The tree. So yeah, it's probably about the tree line that you want to be
Sword
at.
in again.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm beside the tree now. So people can
Yeah.
be at the tree and I'll be standing watching.
I explained to
Sword
Falkwin that Lockhart knocked himself out against a tree.
Falkwin's just deeply confused at these whole proceedings, but has a very strong feeling of, I'm in danger.
Yeah. That strong feeling is Aliben telling you you're in danger.
I think that's all you get from Riven is shield your eyes.
He goes, yes,
Good
this one, and Pride says, this won't take long, but it will be, intense.
Explosive?
We'll see.
I'm going to put my helmet up
Yeah.
on so the the metal grate can kind of cover my eyes a wee bit as well. Just here we go.
And then she does a almost power pose in her pencil skirt suit jacket thing, and she cracks her neck, and then rips open the top of the sarcophagus, and obviously every single ward lights up. All the kind of celestial runes in bright white light immediately light up as soon as her hand touches the sarcophagus. There is intense hissing, burning, blinding light. There is some kind of horrible celestial scream that could be mistaken for dial-up internet, and yeah, after 3 seconds of that horrific noise in everyone's ears, you're probably bleeding from your ears. Potentially your eyes and nose, depending on how badly this affects your constitution, but definitely the ears will be incredibly sore at this. And then all the light kind of dissipates, and Pride walks out on a wobbly heel, down the steps, sizzling, as if their outfit has just been torched. Then just slowly adjust their hair. You can move the body now. She looks quite delighted at how that went, would be the best way to describe her. Even if she looks like she's just been torched and her heels broke.
Puppy kicking. She likes puppy kicking. That's...
We know that already, though.
Looking at Samda, what's the state of her?
Yeah, looks like incredibly well preserved in her armor.
Is there any signs of how she died?
Not
No burn marks on her face or nothing?
not visibly, and it would imply that if Samda had been in some way injured, they have either repaired or replaced the armor they buried her in.
Yeah. We did think that,
Yeah.
probably. Because the sword was wibbly wobbly.
The sword was incredibly burnt. Yes.
So with like great reverence and care, Riven will take the body.
And nothing explodes on Riven when she does that.
Probably saying a bit of a prayer to gods that she has no faith in. Sorry, we're gonna kind of be fucking with the system, but
Like as you're like maneuver, obviously Samda out of the like in the mausoleum, Pride's just there like licking her fingers. We're like, are we good to go now? I'm sure that was noticed. Well, tally ho, and like through the portal she steps.
follow.
Okay, and then like you step back into Cascade City, and then those two people look like they have just ran marathons. Like they're incredibly like put out to the point where they also kind of look like they've been sick for a week. Like they don't look good at all. As you step through, and it seems like whoever's first through after Pride, you can see that it seems like every time someone steps through, it gets worse. And once you are all through, they both kind of like pleadingly look at Pride and goes, "Oh yes, you can stop now." And then like they let the spell drop. It kind of like dissipates with like a crack and a fizzle of energy, and they both kind of like seem like they're trying to catch their breath, but like are wheezing and stuff. And she goes, "Well, go." And then they both bamf out.
Picture in my head of, in Monsters Inc., Randall's assistant Fungus, how after he's like trapped in the Scream Extractor, he's all like coughing and wheezing and like drained of all colour. That's the image I've got in my head of those two.
Perfect. So yeah, you head back downstairs then.
Yeah, I'm carrying the body of someone that is known to be dead. We need to fucking hurry.
Yeah.
Luckily, like you've bamfed in and out on like the
Full
council
armor.
steps, right? Like obviously a portal would get noticed, but it's also a magic world, so if there was going to be high level magic, it would be in this city most likely. Just hope nobody else randomly wandered through, which they didn't seem to, which was good. Those two guys were like, no more. It's fine. Just don't go through. Don't jump through it, kid. Stop throwing those like acorns through. But yeah, you head back down the steps. Obviously, that tedious montage plays, and then you just get there, and it does look like they've moved some kind of like not table's the wrong word, but like I guess what's the word? Mantle. Essentially, like a stone style ceremonial like slab thing for like something for Loudon's body and another one for Samda's body has been moved down in that brief time, and Loudon is there already with Vermi at her side, and yeah, it's go time essentially. And then Pride's like, "Ugh, I suppose I best do the next part." Kind of like smiles at everyone, and then like wobbles on her heel and then kicks her heels off, and just like chucks them to the side. She probably did that on the way down those steps, but she probably tiptoed down those steps and didn't notice the broken heel initially. That'd be just comedic if she fell all the way down them. Well, I'm down.
I think Riven was into
Yeah, Riven pushes slowly, like oops.
We shove in the back. And,
All you hear from the bottom of the stairs is, "Nailed it."
Yeah, so she kicks off her shoes. She goes, "Joy," and she goes, "Oh, of course!" Like immediately, Joy takes off her shoes and hands them to Pride. Like she puts.
She don't just manifest a new set of shoes.
Puts them on, and then Joy just picks up the other shoes and just kind of cradles them. her bare feet. And then Pride's like, well, mine's is in place. And Quillburn again just harumphs, like, oh. And like his big slab of like metal that he pulls out, because it's very big, flat, kind of almost huge butcher-esque blade he has, slots it in. Again, Vermi looks at her blade, Margot looks at her hammer. And then Margot looks at Vermi and goes, I can do it if you want. And Vermi just like shakes her head. And she walks over, like leaving Loud inside, and puts the sword in. All the swords like sink right down to their hilts. And then the entire like floor starts to like slide down. So the room descends. Yeah, very much, but very quick. In the part where like it goes so quick that, again, from a like a stability thing, you don't necessarily feel like wobbly or anything. Like it just moves down in one really smooth motion. Parts of the floor have connected up the doorway, so there are stairs down to the door. Like they've all been segmented as they slid down, bit by bit.
So very much the Soul Cairn portal.
I don't know what that is, but okay. I don't think I got to that in Skyrim. But yeah, so as I said, this thing's the size of a circus tent. Most of it has descended, and there seems to be a brim that goes round the outside that was stayed at that level. But as I said, the part with the main door in has segmented down into stairs, so you can still leave this room when this is open.
Jump really high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just climb the stairs. Yeah, in the centre, there is a very reminiscent of the crystal at the top of this room, and the crystal at the very top in the Grand Council chamber. There is what looks like a massive kind of like crystal bed, like I would say round, but it's all faceted, so it's not really round. And it's a massive black glowing from within crystal that's just like pulsating. And like everyone like has that tingle of static electricity just from this happening. It doesn't really leave. There's just this almost excitement in the air. Kind of like running over everyone's like skin. And Brian's like, well, pick one. Who's going first?
I would look to Vermi. Just nod to her as if, get your mum.
And she kind of like just nods and heads over, and then like Quillburn helps her. Like, even though Vermi probably doesn't need the help.
Don't want to be carrying your mum's body.
Yeah. Quillburn helps move Loudon's body onto the soul well. And Pride's like, just a moment, and like it's like gesturing over the sword and then slowly forming like it looks like a very elongated like crystal in the shape of like a D8, a very elongated one. Again made out of like crystal with the glow inside. She goes, that should be her. Kidding. And then
Nobody laughs.
yeah, like she seems to have enjoyed it enough for everybody here anyway. Yeah.
I swear to God, she's 2 steps away from getting a fucking hand up to the ribcage. Like,
Oh yeah.
I can sense the dwarf.
Yeah.
Like Margot's here to be like, when am I able to hit her? When, not if. When.
When
Yeah.
like, Riven is one stage
Neil.
less than her somehow.
Yeah. We'll have to warn Margot that she's allowed to hit back.
Yeah. So yes, the soul gets like suspended above like the body lying on this big kind of crystal bed, and it just kind of like almost floats there and like turns and like sparkles, and it seems like it's brighter and brighter, and the pulsing beneath gets brighter and brighter, and then the crystal slowly starts to crack, and all the vapor slowly like seeps out and all like billows down into the soul well from it, until there's nothing left of the crystal above, and all that kind of like energy that, as you saw from upstairs, like vapor, like a balloon. Oof. This was very much more like smoke falling or liquid, like or like ink in water is a good image as well, I guess. And the soul well glows very, very brightly at this, to the point where like it seems to be like illuminating Loudon entirely, as if you had a whole bunch of LEDs underneath her. Very much glowing. You can like see the skull and stuff through the skin and whatnot. Like it's that bright. It's quite hard to look at, to be fair. And then Pride says, "Step back," and then starts muttering some kind of high celestial that doesn't sound like it's easy to say for her. Like some effort is going into this ritual on her part. It also is getting incredibly cold in this room. And like, yeah, the ritual, again, you can imagine lots of ceremony and pomp and words and stuff and special effects and whatnot, to the point where you just hear the breath intake of Loudon's body. And then like the light immediately like almost solidifies into the body. The eyes open and like the body buckles itself and the breath comes out. And as you see, like Pride's there, and Pride has like frostbite all over them. Just very carefully dabbing it away. And obviously Verme's immediately over at Loudon, like hugging into her and whatnot. Loudon definitely seems out of it, like, as you can imagine. There's probably a very strong sense of awe in this moment. You all probably feel like that light penetrated through all of you and then now is gone, and that's notably absent now. Like, experiencing celestial stuff always resonates with people afterwards. The people that interacted with the angel the first time around definitely, you know, felt how extreme that was, just trying to talk to one, never mind witnessing a soul being integrated into a body. And then like Pride's like pacing, like with their back kind of turned to the group, just waiting for all of that kind of sentiment to finish. Does anybody say anything in the moment?
I mean, I'm going to say this out of character. The implication of this is the only people that could use the soul count properly would be the devils, unless somehow somebody else was celestial. They would have had a speaker, I'm assuming.
Probably, yeah.
Back in the Fey War.
But that's still
You're limited to 8 people. The 7 devils and your 1 speaker to do all of this resurrection.
Well, anyone that is high enough in wielding celestial magic was the implication Pride gave.
Yeah, so 7 devils, definitely.
Well, keep in mind, there'd be a lot less sorcery back then, because there were less demons.
newer.
So the 7 devils, definitely. The speaker, definitely. Is the implication the fucking Iron Roots could do it? Did they fuck off back to heaven? Is that where they went? They're like, right, I'm peacing out. Are they celestial? Technically. Because...
Well, all of you are technically, right? If you have a soul.
Jesus Christ.
But keep in mind, the speaker is a person, like a human.
Yeah, yeah. But that person's had to like really work to get there. You have 7 people of a natural talent to do it. Kind of, yeah. Because of what they are.
Yeah.
The Bronze Spark. Let's say the Bronze Spark did make this. They wouldn't have made something that the Iron Root. Sorry, thank you. The Iron Root wouldn't have made something that only the devils would be really good at using. They'd want to know how to use it. So the Iron Roots know celestial shit. Fucking hell, they're scary.
So I'm going to also highlight that Falkwin's magic's celestial in nature. Because it's not sorcery, and it's not draconic.
I was just going to say...
It's people with swords I'm thinking of.
Right.
The sword could be shared between the
Another
7.
20 tiers and we'd be there.
The Dragonkin wouldn't have known it. The humans wouldn't have done it. The dwarves wouldn't do it. So you're limiting yourself entirely just to the devils and the speaker, who you would imagine's working on their behalf. But let's just say the devils. The Iron Roots wouldn't make something that only the other devils could use as like sword wielders. I'm thinking.
They didn't do that though, right? They built in the safety that needed the majority of the table to agree to use it.
But you made a thing that could only be fueled by them. I'm just saying, like the implication of this
It was
to me
also
is
war, right?
the Iron
Yeah.
Roots could do celestial shit.
Maybe.
They could
But
do
I'm
a
still,
lot
I was going to say, I'm still
definitely.
standing by the
Probably.
fact that
Yeah,
any
yeah.
race can do celestial shit, because it's a type of magic.
It's a type of just yeah. The Iron
It just
Roots- the
involves
Iron Roots-
working with the gods in some way.
The Iron Roots managed to craft this, which is an item of celestial nature.
Mhm.
You can't build something unless you understand it. Well, I mean, I've done IKEA furniture. But I don't really recall for much.
How many spare parts do you have? What's this soul regulator for?
So yeah, that's interesting. But I think that the silence would just be listening. I would listen in silence just to hear Riven and not Riven, sorry, Vermi and Loudon speak to each other, like just the mother and daughter to bond
Yeah.
and be in awe.
That, obviously, they have a very private moment that is witnessed by everybody here. And yes, it definitely seems like Loudon needs a lot of time to come to, obviously. To be like, what the fuck, basically, is happening.
I imagine it's a little bit like a newborn lamb, like body probably feels foreign for a minute,
Yeah.
like watching a fawn stand up.
There's not really much said in words, other than just mostly like some kind of like sobbing and gratitude towards Loudon from Vermi. And like some slight realization and recognition in like Loudon's face when like they're like almost focusing through the haze. And be like, oh, I know this person. They might not quite be able to put all the pieces together yet because they're still bamboozled. They still have fatigue. Pride then like cracks her neck again with her back to the group and turns like, can we speed this up? I'm getting tired.
I think Myr'ra would maybe grip Riven's hand and go, family aren't here. Well, you idolized her. We might have to be this for her. And we'll come and like help you carry Samda.
Riven will be quite like emotional with this and so reverent with the body.
And I think it's that like Myr'ra's actually much stronger than she looks. So tries to take more of the weight so that like Riven can have more of the like emotional like connection.
And like Pride turns back around and face everything. Is like definitely like shaking off like flakes of ice from them. It's like, okay, number 2. And then starts doing the same thing over the sword to pull out the essence to like form that crystal. As you just place Samda on the soul well and obviously move Loudon off of it.
And move away.
Yeah. And obviously a very similar thing happens. Again, once that kind of like light touches everyone, there's that again inner warmth and comfort that's immediately felt, and then as soon as it's snapped away there is like a distant cold. Even more so when the actual cold of the room hits you. And yeah, like Pride looks pretty fucking frostbitten at this.
How bad does she look? Is it the first time we've probably seen her weak looking?
It looks like she has been frozen.
But she's moving?
Oh, she's definitely trying to like break out of like the cracked off bits of, form, shall we say, from the ice. It looks like it fucked her up quite a bit. Yeah.
Are the stone things that we brought them down on still here?
Don't be tempted.
Yeah.
Don't be tempted.
I will, if she allows me, go over and kind of snatch her up and sit her on one. You've done your bit, sit down. It's the greatest thing to thanks she's going to get from
Yeah, like I think she doesn't really know how to take the approach, obviously. But then you like obviously maneuver her and then sit her on one of the stone kind of bench things. And she kind of like takes a second to like, almost as if she's trying to calculate what the fuck's happening or why it's happening. And then kind of you can see visibly dismissing that thought because she doesn't care. She just starts rubbing her hands together and just breathes into them.
I'm gonna run to
Myr'ra will.
Santa.
Yeah, I was gonna say Myr'ra will try and usher Riven towards Sander, and we'll
Yeah.
pull out a thermos of tea and give that to Pride.
Yeah.
Warm up.
Good
job.
Pride looks
And
at you
we'll go
confusedly
pull out Riven.
and goes, "Have you poisoned it?"
No.
How
Don't think poison
how
would
bland,
affect
she
her.
says, and then sips it.
I've got some cinnamon.
I think she
Have you
snorts
got
when you
any
say that.
allergies?
She probably just snorts when you say, "I've got some cinnamon." Just snorts. And then you can see like she is shaking though, like shivering.
Yeah.
Samda obviously gets up much more violently than Loudon did. Like immediately jolts up, hand goes down on like the kind of crystal, looks around, sees Pride, leaps for Pride.
Grab her. I'm gonna grab her.
Oh no, you're not fast enough. Samda is fast. Literally,
How is she this quick up?
she leaps for Pride,
Went.
and Pride like stands in front of Myr'ra, like body blocking Myr'ra, and just pams Samda back onto the crystal with a thud. You hear the metal crunch of the armor, and it wins Samda. And then Pride kind of just shivers and like sips the rest of the tea really obnoxious, like.
I will get to Samda and
And all that
I'm sure
happens in
just to
like
keep her
it
down.
definitely like happens in like seconds. All that exchange, right? It goes to show like Pride being that fucked up still can just bat her away.
and Samda recovered quick.
Samda got up on her feet very fast.
So I suppose she went down in battle. but
Yes.
Maybe potentially how they both died might
And I'll
indicate.
just hold her down and just Samda, because she's met me at least once. We
Yeah,
established
yep.
like it means at peace, at peace.
And she's like,
Return.
she's trying to catch her breath now because she's been winded by that action, not
Yeah.
the resurrection. She's just like trying to like breathe, and then she goes, "What is going on?"
Oh fuck! Too much to go into.
And she goes, "Can I at least sit up?"
I will help her set up.
And she does that thing where she like now very laboriously like leans over like as if rolling out of bed, and like just puts her both feet on the ground and like leans on the stone like the crystal like to balance herself. Then she kind of looks at the crystal and goes, "What is this?" Like shakes her head as if, "Oh, don't know what this is."
Loudon is returned.
And like her eyes snap around the room and spots Loudon with Vermi. And Sanda has an expression that doesn't really know how to respond. It's very much a blue.
She knew about fucking Vermi, didn't she?
And then she's just like, "What is going on?" And she kind of says, "Is this the afterlife?"
It's life. Or returned. Returned to us all.
And you just hear, "Fuck." Just as an exultation.
Indeed. Your
Because
son.
why is
Jack-
that thing here? She
is it
points over
fixed
towards
it?
Pride.
It fixed
She looks
it.
to you like you are mad.
It made a mess. It cleaned it up.
And like
Son,
Sanda like pats her
Jack.
chest as if.
Oh, like that's probably where she got hit.
Mhm.
Your son, Jack, will be so happy to see you.
She like our eyes can immediately like soften as if what? Like
Uh-huh,
my son's
I'm-
okay?
I'm-
Like yeah.
I'm trying to get her on that. Your husband visited. And your husband. Boy's been through a lot. He spoke to Celestials. Not that type. Gesture to Pride.
And yeah. Like Sanda has no idea how to take this information. Like she's very overwhelmed right now. Loudon's only really becoming like a person again, like booting up properly. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
We will explain everything in time. You are alive once more.
Yeah. She just nods. Goes, "I think I would very much like to go home."
I think that would be a wonderful idea. But we are in the middle of Cascade City.
I can
This
tell from the
is-
architecture. She like draws her eyes off the room.
So might take you a minute to get home, but get you home.
She like pats you on like the shoulder a couple of times. Definitely more steadying herself than
I will. If she's wanting to try and stand, Riven will stand alongside to
Mm.
make sure she doesn't.
She had like her ceremony,
Yeah.
like, you know, lovely kind of the blues and silvers of the, you know,
The
House
ceremonial
Loudon.
armor she was buried in.
Yeah. And yeah, like Loudon, eventually, like in the interim of, you know, natural recovery and stuff, like Loudon and Samda like share a brief moment, and then Loudon, Samda, and Vermi share a brief moment, and then everyone gets a message in their heads. The message that has been sent to everyone is: the city is under attack.
From who?
So the
Could
message.
it be the Farron?
So, Vermi, Quilburn, Margot, and Pride all immediately stand up and grip their blades. The room, like, starts to revert. They can't take their swords out.
So we have one person that still has their sword.
So Margot is there with her hammer. Yeah. And then they look very much like Pride does the very, that can't be right, and tries again. Because obviously Pride has another reason to think maybe they couldn't have pulled it out the first time because they've just had the crap kicked out of them by this.
Yeah,
Magic.
like it's an
Yeah.
energy thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
That's
like
logic.
Quilburn just immediately tries and just is baffled because
Like-
his hand doesn't like come off or try again. He's just like, what? Yeah, Vermi, very similar reaction of what the fuck. I don't know how any of this works anyway, but is this normal? And yeah, like Pride's like, oh, well that's new. And then in through the stairs run several Farron. And we end the session there.
They got up.
Okay, bamboozled.
It was to turn us into a beacon. Right. We'll be fine
So,
because we are with two of the most magically capable people. Somebody
Yeah,
that
it was
still
a
has
bit
their
fucked
fucking
out of
sword.
mhm.
I still think Pride will eat a Farron if they and there's us.
Well, do you think
I think
Samda
she
could take a
would-
Farron in her like heyday?
Yeah.
So
100%.
if Pride can like through tired fatigue backhand Samda,
Yeah.
probably can take a Farron, right?
This is the worst time they could have picked
also
because like you literally have the nuclear power bombs that are Quilburn and also Modesta Lara, who is probably, because I know how Victor's minds work, is walking down the corridors doing that wrist flip that Galadriel does in The Hobbit and just evaporating the fuckers. Just like out.
Be gone.
Yeah.
So, what are we naming
Can
this
you
session?
put her name into chat for me, please?
Oh,
Who? Modesta
That's
Laris.
Need her name.
Modesta Lara.
Modesta Lara.
I'll put in.
I just do it
I'm not even trying to
phonetically
guess.
because I know I'll say it wrong if I don't.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do as well.
Modesta Lara. Okay.
It may have been obvious from my quietness for the past hour and a half or so. I am fucking exhausted.
You did so good to get here. Oh, Myr'ra.
I wrote it down as soon as you said it. I was like, title. I know it's long, but it was a good
It is
one.
long, but yes, it is a good one. Yes, let's get our title suggestions in, then we can get through our wrap-up chat, goal chat, and XP chat. I'll get it done as briefly as possible.
Cats are gonna get turned into fucking rugs, man. Rugs.
As
They
much
will
as it's
go-
clickbaity as hell, I don't know if I could actively call one of my sessions puppy kicking. It seems too mean.
Yeah,
It would get more clicks though, but I'm not that kind of person.
Aww.
trying to. You've recently watched Has Been, haven't you?
Me, yeah.
Victor. You remember the song
Aw.
Lucifer sings
I mean, yes.
when he's singing against Alistair about who's better? Nothing like pure angelic.
I mean, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad at all. I mean, I feel like you've learned so fucking much about Pride, but we'll deal with that in the wrap-up chat. So yes, any other suggestions for titles?
I mean,
I wasn't being last this time.
I'll see if it fits, okay? I will see if I can get that to fit. It might be too long.
well, you could change it to greater. Is greater less than powerful?
I think it might need to like drop a
Greater
word,
than
but I might, as I said, I'll try and fit it in. But yes, if not that, I'll try and reword it in some way that keeps the same sentiment.
Love is greater than pride.
Yeah. Even something like love beats pride is like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the same.
Appropriate
Pride.
for June as well.
Yeah.
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 So, title done. Excellent. Love is more powerful than pride. Although it's a bit of a mixed message, right? Hey, for June. Happy Pride, everyone. That's all we really have to say in the sentiment of that. Is Happy Pride, everyone.
Yeah. It's Pride with a capital P.
Yes. It's the she-devil we're referring to. I mean, she-devil's good too, to be fair. I do like she-devil. And yes, you're in Happy Pride to you as well.
We can't name the episode She-Devil Pride. We'll have a canary about that.
That's true. She'll make us rename.
We still have to change the name of a fucking mountain right now. Named an episode of that. She'd fucking have
it'll
a
become the town formerly known as Pride's. Like,
I know.
Pride's
I mean,
The memory
that-
cannot be erased. We'll know.
That's the title right there. The town formerly known as Pridesville.
another long one there.
So, let us do wrap-up chat. Now I'll do goals after that. Because I think a lot has happened. So, wrap-up chat. Sean, you can start because it's probably more kind to start with you.
I'm alive.
Thank you, Sia.
I think your might and speed score in real life are sitting maybe like a 2, and your intellect creeping on those numbers.
That might be all I've got for you. There was a lot of discussion about how to handle things. It went around in circles for a while until I think we settled on something that we were all happy with. I don't know how happy we can be in a situation where Pride has us wrapped around her little pinky, and we all kind of know it. But yeah, we seem to have. We're all live, and we've gotten some people back. And Pride, on the face of it, doesn't seem to be. On the face of it, she seems to be not wanting to fuck with people so much. So I think that's quite good going for us. Nothing deeper. Sorry, I want.
That's okay. Any Aluben related thoughts that you have, since that's obviously.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see Aluben and the Chucky doll.
So what we do in the Shadows doll as well, like
Oh no.
Nadja.
It's mild peril. It's mild peril.
Mild peril.
I think more likely some sort of automaton or something, or maybe some body sharing. I don't know. Aluben could be getting some new decks. Who knows?
Well, you still have that private chat with her.
Yes, that will be interesting. I pray that I will be much more awake.
I would recommend it be
that
better if you
than
were awake for that chat, probably.
Yes,
Like,
that
probably.
seems important.
We can make those decisions for you.
Well, I don't think there's any Pride Parade next week that I'll have tuckered myself out by going on. And then, like, spending way too long trying to climb a tree once we got to the meadows in Edinburgh. I
Were you
almost
successful
succeeded.
in climbing the
Almost.
tree?
Very, very, very close.
That's all.
Trees are made for climbing.
It was a nice day. I'm tired.
Excellent.
We see that.
Nori. Yep.
Once again, there's a lot going on. Once again, we feel like we're getting to the end of a segment where we're starting to put some things together, and then no, we're not.
I don't know what
We
you mean.
have gone up against a demon. Well, we haven't yet. Another half an hour in the next session might clear up some other things. We've resolved the issue with the sword. It is now stuck in a stone. We don't need to bother with that anymore. Dealing with pride was always going to be tough. But I think we've resolved things.
He's made a
in the
very
best way
efficient
possibly
deal.
can.
Like, Pride gets to save face, yous get quite a big thing out of that. And it shows how valuable Pride saving face was to her. So,
But my problem with it is Pride's obviously got more going on than that, because, well, trying to keep that small part a secret. I don't trust demons. On that note, don't trust demons. And I've met a goddess and an elven woman,
yeah.
even though she's blind and sees right through me.
But I mean, she definitely said think more
Yeah,
of yourself,
again.
right? That was her sentiment to you, right? Like, yeah. Didn't feel like you needed to kneel to her.
Yeah, it's the things in Nori's background that still needs resolved that keeps him down a little bit. So
We're getting to
yes.
see a bit, like,
Uh,
we're always circling that backstory, but we're getting, that circle's getting tighter, which is nice. We're getting there. We're chipping away at it. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, another great session. We talk ourselves around in circles sometimes, but we always get there in the end.
But I mean, at least you know you care about the outcomes, right? Because you worry about the outcomes. So that, you know, it shows that, you know, it's important to have it right. Riven.
Did the thing. Nori did the thing. Ravenous proud. Nori did the thing. I will get to your backstory. I will get there. I will find you. I'm going to probably not talk about the first part of the session because I was not enjoying myself at all, and I think it was fairly evident, and I apologise for that. Yeah, I like to believe there can always be a happy ending, and I didn't see one. And then as we beat away at it, especially Sean, well done for actually figuring out how to word it in such a way where it was like, oh, we're actually going to gain something out of this. Was fantastic.
It was all my remaining brain cells.
You used them so well. Thank you for using your resources, all of your available resources. We got them back, and hopefully we get answers, but we're now a bit busy with the inevitable roll for initiative. That's how the next game's going to start. So let's just all spend an hour before
the
this
t-shirt
game
back
looking
on.
our shoe. I'm in the shadows. Again, I still think 7 Farron versus
I said several, not seven.
several.
He
Several.
said several.
Yes.
Several.
Could have been any.
I still think Quilburn could probably take several on his own. I imagine Pride can take several on her own. And also, what's the name of the dwarf? I'm now going to keep
Margot?
thinking Dondra Bella. Margot. I think Margot will bowling ball those fuckers. She will just absolutely end them. So I'm not desperately concerned. It's when we get past all that and try and get to everyone else that I'm going to get concerned. Because I have a wife to go and try and find. And my countess. So.
And just to highlight that they are down those stairs already.
Yeah, they have swarmed the city. It's bad. So yeah, but Pride is petty bitch. Prideful petty bitch. But again, that soul well's an interesting piece of tech to have even been crafted, because it is just again big piece of heretical material. Of I know you go to the cycle, but not just now though. Later. Also, the notion that you'd have to just file all the bodies down and get them back up and file them back up. Everyone form an orderly line!
It doesn't seem that efficient, does it?
No. So what they were using that for in the war, it certainly was
important enough to bring back.
Yeah, instrumental and Pride's, yeah, because Pride's basically implied it was like, we made that because we were losing.
Yeah, like what I had in my head was like that it was a respawn point, but maybe it was
not.
Yeah, it doesn't seem practical for it to be used like that.
Pride looks like she could do 3 and maybe have to say, I'm done.
Yeah.
I can't do more than 3. And Pride's Pride. Pride would push probably for 4 and fail. Like, I can do one more than my sibling. Yeah. Pride has the highest count of resurrections. We all know that. That's canon. It's carved into the fucking wall around here somewhere. There's tally marks beside names that were like, what?
It was carved by Pride.
Yeah.
By Pride, yeah, 100%. Pride has the highest resurrection count in this room, without a doubt. So it's not a respawn point where you're just like fucking lemmingsing people of just like, on you go. Cannon fodder time, but it's something impressive. So we did get a lot of lore. And it's probably now, I'm going to make the assumption that the Rakshasa brought those gems to turn us into a fucking big beacon that the Ferrin couldn't help but run at. En masse. Because they did say that we've never seen them in massive groups. Like war-sized groups. It's been pockets of like maybe like maximums of like 20, did you say?
Like, I never gave specific numbers, but it's never been like you say armies or anything like that. It's always been skirmishes, if anything, but very little reports because most people are killed. Like, yeah.
So this is unreal. So I can only assume the Rakshasa are still here, and if not, we're gonna have fun. Now where we're going next with gifts.
Those gifts are violence.
Also, I'm pretty sure if Quillburn has a connection with the dragon, Nepal. Where are they coming from? Well, there they were, and there they are not. So again, like we are in the best position we could be for a Ferrin attack, I must say. It is just the general populace might be in a bit of danger. I believe the Ferrin that fucking ran into Sloth's house, however.
He's still just talking to them, being like, was it tea you wanted or was it coffee?
I know, like, because if they've had to get through the city to get to us, they went by Sloth's house. Like, oh, that'll be a fucking, like, why is this one house completely undamaged? I don't ask fucking questions. Also, KT's here, so KT's probably having a bit of fun. Poor sorry Thane having to do it again. But we know he can handle a few. So yeah, we are pretty prepared. And as I said, Modestelara is just Galadrilling our way around this fucking place, just eviscerating them by flicking a wrist. So we're looking forward to the combat next time. Get Riven, level 2 Riven, to have some fun, see how well she does. I just want to say, like, great game, guys, because holy shit, I felt hopeless at the start, and we have 2 people back. We have a potential happy ending. But yeah, overall, Chris, I am so proud of that moment you had with Modestelara. I can't actually articulate it. So happy. So happy.
Thank you all.
I would actually say
And
it's
thank
just
you for
you enjoyed it so
the
much.
game, Ryan. Right, Victor.
No worries. Thank you for playing as well. And Chris, you were saying?
I was just saying your scene with Vermi as well. But that was brilliant. So
Yeah, let's not undercut
just-
the emotional
Mhm.
resonance of they're gone,
Yeah.
you should move on, you kinda did move on, you're kinda
Yes.
moving back, don't do that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think though again, back to Arc 1, there's a resonance there. We can't all necessarily immediately think, oh, we'd make the right decision, right? Yeah. So Myr'ra.
I know there were points in the first part where it felt, but we were doing that like it's worth talking out, and I think because we talked it out, it then meant we could fully commit to what we chose. And I think that was like as soon as it became we can get people back, like so much of the first arc, like that's just so yeah, like the fact we can get Jekta's mother back, hands down, absolutely must do that. I love Pride. I know she's evil. That's why I like her. I very much enjoyed. There were a couple of very, very Michelle Gomez moments.
Thank
Just
you.
like, oh, I can picture it. I love it.
Thank you.
There were.
Um,
I have to give you credit, Victor. There were a number. There were
So-
so many moments
It
where it
was-
was just like, that's messy. Mhm.
It
I
was
appreciate
just
that.
before, I think you
The
summoned
shoes and everything.
the shoes, and then the two demon friends.
Mhm.
Where it was just like, and she posed. I was like, yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. Amazing. And I think it's like scary any time to interact with something of that magnitude in a world. But she is on the back foot. Like I know it feels like, but like she is so desperate to cover this up because it blew up in her
Yeah.
face. Like she is ashamed
Mhm.
as a Pride person.
Mhm.
Like, and as much as like she's trying to let us not see that, like she agreed to a whole bunch of shit, just like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, very quickly.
Because as soon as it's like she could play it off as like it was my idea in the first place. Like
Yeah, look how good
we
I'm
got
being. Yeah.
so much from her. That's like so much. But it's hard to like see that sometimes when it's like, but what about this? And it's like I like how we talk that out. I do really enjoy the player agency moments.
No, they're
So, like-
really useful. Like I know I joke about obviously
Mm.
jumping from one to another one, but they do help clarify thoughts. I've been in games myself where the GM's been like, "No, what do you say in character?" I'm like, "But us as players are playing the game too. We're
Yeah.
allowed to talk about what our
Yeah.
characters should think, without the pressure of
Mhm.
speak now." Yeah.
It's also I love that it lets you an opportunity to say things that your character maybe wouldn't either want to say or be able to say. I really enjoy Myr'ra, but she is definitely more of a like I'm going to help and I'm going to support and I'm going to be like looking and listening and learning. But it's nice as Hannah to be able to go, I think we should do this
Mhm.
in a way that Myr'ra maybe wouldn't fit. I loved it. There's so many little moments of just like I enjoyed the stair montages. I love that there's definitely like be real
Yep.
of us all running up and down those stairs.
This must be so fit
Um,
now. Like.
Yeah, great call.
Like
I
Scooby
know.
Doo footage
Yep.
of like the
Those are
room,
legs.
room,
I enjoyed
room,
that
room.
at the beginning, where there's definitely a whole bunch of like just peering out from behind Riven to say things and then going back
Yep.
again. Just as a final moment of like, I didn't say it again because it wasn't the moment for it. But I liked when Pride said, "You'll have to hold your violent urges." I was like, "I'm gonna hug Riven." No.
I want to hold on to the violent urge.
I love that we've now like properly met Quilburn and Margot.
Yeah.
Excited that Greed has like been given information. I feel like things are going, and like obviously the Farron attack might undermine the. Oh, let's solve a
Oh
mystery.
yeah, we do actually have fucking 3 devils in the city.
Yeah.
They actually couldn't have
Also
timed this
that-
worse.
That they definitely don't know because Pride listed who could do it. Did not like be like, ah, yes, and my other sibling who lives over there.
Mhm.
So again, either pretending not to know, but why bother? So yeah.
I mean, they're never going to
Oh.
give credit to their siblings anyway. They didn't mention
Yeah.
greed, did they?
no.
No, not once.
The sword's not coming out. What the fuck? What is happening? I was hoping it was just like it's like the elevator in the haunted mansion. It's not got to the bottom yet or back to the top, so it can't open. Health and safety. I'm worried.
Only elevator in the world I can cope with.
Yes.
I'm frightened of elevators, but that one is fine even though it's
Yeah.
trying to scare you. I'm like, what the fuck?
I think because its purpose is to scare you, so there's an acceptable agreement going into it.
Yeah,
Other ones
you
aren't
know
meant
what-
to, but you could, and that's not
But
okay.
then there's the Tower of Terror,
Yeah.
which was literally built to be like, hey, Nat, you know how you're terrified of this one potential thing and of an elevator dropping you inside it? Yeah, do you want to make a ride out of that? How about fucking no?
Yeah. Yeah. End of
Close.
day. We got 2 people their moms back. I consider that a huge fucking success.
Yeah. It is. Like, fundamentally, it is. I'll also add Ewan's comment there, saying, it's like the difference between acting out of character and having the agency to decide what that character's doing. You're not just playing the character from established traits, you're helping write their story. In reference to ability talk about being, like, talk without being in character, yeah. But yes, very true. I think, as I said from whenever I made up the player agency moment from the past in one of my previous games, it's just important. It gets everybody as a player to feel like they've been heard and seen, so that somebody doesn't just ruin a moment they've been setting up for their character and things like that as well. Like, the player just won't be like, I'm actually biding my time for them to do this offer so I can counter with this, so if nobody does that, I've got this in the bag, but if you've got a better idea, lead in with that, blah blah blah. It's such a great tool, and more people should use it because it's really, really handy. Hannah?
Also, I thought of one more thing. I'm so
Of
sorry.
course, no, there you go.
We did not roll at all, and I love
I was going to say, we didn't roll a single thing. Nope.
I love it. I love how in game we were.
But that's it, like, we know these characters, we know how they're going to act and respond, like, we have been them long enough, right? And it's back to how I like to run my NPCs, like I mentioned earlier. I know what Pride values. That helps me roleplay that character. I know what Quillburn values, or Vermi, or whoever NPC I have. That means I don't need to sit and roll dice or plan out they will definitely get to this point, because that doesn't matter. Like, unless it's I want to eat a sandwich today, and that's Pride's only goal for the day, very little's going to deter Pride from getting that sandwich, right? It's like, oops, I've locked myself in the vault. Guess that sandwich is waiting. Like, yeah, it's very in flux. I'm
We'll
not.
be rolling plenty next week.
Well, that's it, right?
It all balances out.
We'll be making
On
up for it.
that note, I'm going to make my exit now because if I wait much longer, I think I'm going to need to be poured out in some sort of water jug or something. I don't know. If
You'll
it's
need to do
appropriate for-
admin catch up at some point, because a lot will have happened mechanically, but we'll talk about it
Yes.
whenever you are a human being again.
Yes, I think I'm ready to make an advancement as well. Because I added the 2 XP from last time that supposedly
good.
we all
I did-
learned.
Good.
So yes, good night.
Take care, Sean.
I will
Hey, Sean.
probably resurface in about 12 hours. Going by how I'm feeling. Yes. Bye-bye.
Aren't
Bye.
you lucky?
Bye.
So,
Right, right.
things we need to discuss, obviously. I am now, and assuming that's your thoughts concluded, Hannah?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Yes, thing I want to add as well. You've learned an insane amount about the setting and people within. Very, very productive session for that. I think every second comment I think Pride made probably advanced the lower track, probably. That wasn't a catty reply. So yes, and also yes, good night, Ewan. Thanks for joining us. But yes, the goals.
Deal with the second blade is done.
It is
100%.
done. Very much so.
Try and help Chiral.
We've
get there.
he's not good. Yeah, but also we've vaguely protected his
Yep.
Existence.
existence.
Yep.
Keep
His
things
existence,
quiet.
at least.
Yeah, which makes it harder for people to continue to kill him.
Precisely. Keep things quiet regarding Vermi until it can all be explained. We've done it.
hmm
Eat the rich. Can we change the eat the rich to eat the Ferren?
It's probably not tasty.
Learn about Samda's death.
Well,
It
on
was
the way.
Pride's fault
Yeah.
because she fucking launched at her. So I'd say
if
that's
yous are
like
ha-
a
if you
50% one.
if you are happy with that being concluded, we can definitely maybe discuss that next session. Because I feel like you maybe need.
That's a next session one for
That's
me
an-
because I
yeah,
really
we
want
need
more
that
detail.
little- yeah.
Slash
Mhm.
pride.
Yeah.
We need those answers.
You also can
A
just
little bit of closure.
ask Samda now,
Yeah.
which is nice.
What happened
Yeah,
to
whether it's
Master
Samda or whether it's
Samda.
Pride.
Next go. What happened to Master Amblin? Visit the moon. No.
That's going to be my tieflings and their link to the abyss
Yes.
goal, where I just keep it forever. So I'm
I
like,
want
I
you
just
to.
want to know.
Rakshasan gave
Rakashan.
gifts.
Yep.
Yeah, we have dealt with they are.
They are dealt with, and I think we've also figured out why they brought them.
Mm-hmm.
Happy with that.
Learn more about Bran and Elle, the First Blade. What happened to them? We learned a bit more about
We
them,
learned a bit more,
but not
no,
what happened.
Yeah. I like the
Sorry,
theory
Thane?
that they're celestial and they fucked off back to heaven.
Maybe. Is that we're good?
Yeah.
I know that Viktor likes to do star-based elves. Celestial is still the sky.
Ooh.
So maybe.
Sorry,
I have
Thane
many
should get more
likes.
questions.
Sus! Sus! Sorry,
So-
Thane, many question marks. Yeah, that one's now
Always
pertinent
more.
again.
Yeah.
Is
How
he
so?
okay? Is Sir
Is he
Thane
okay?
okay? Is okay? Yes, no. Please answer. Also, who did we hear shouting in our heads? We're under attack.
Yeah, that was a
Generic.
city-wide alert.
Yeah.
There was no specific. It was just
Well, we don't know voice.
some random in the Arcanatrix has just jumped on the Tannoy system and blasted
all
the
people
city.
already. All people. Mhm.
Get
Mhm.
Aluben
Hit the sirens.
Gem to study and research in this area. Yeah, we destroyed it.
Well, she got it.
No,
she got that
no,
herself.
no.
She did
She
also
got it
got
from
herself.
Greed.
She Sloth.
She got it from Sloth.
Sloth.
She gave it to Modesta Lara, which is big moves from Aluben.
Mm.
Stop soul gems causing international war. Update council about gems. Well, we did part of that.
Only half
Yep.
of that.
The other half's now currently.
The international war bit.
Ask Vermi to get a meeting with Quilburn
Yeah.
or Modesta Lara. We kind of weirdly
Yeah, we've met both of them.
did
now.
it. Yep, we've done that. So we are down to like a handful.
Mainly Master Amblin focus.
That's one.
I mean,
two-
besides this Farron attack and obviously some personal interests of the party, the campaign stuff has been resolved. So it's just about clearing up the epilogue.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
we did 6.
If I kick Pride in the knee, would you get to continue for longer?
Well, I did say I've planned 8. We'll see if I make it to 8 or if 7 is enough. But there's definitely going to be a 7. Definitely. And depending on how well 7 goes, will
Can
depend
we
on
run
if there's
this one again?
Just try it differently. Right, I'm going to play a baker.
No, never mind.
Choose your own adventure. We'll do different
Yeah.
things.
I was going to say, if we run it again when Lockhart's here, would it turn out differently?
I would be fascinated. It would be so
Lockhart.
interesting.
You see, if he gets in next week, he missed the one session that he would have thrived in straight into a fucking combat one. That's bullshit.
We don't know if he's not become some master assassin guy, right?
Him and Joy, we're just going to have to put them in one of the vaults.
Sleep!
I know.
Be safe.
Protect.
So,
Protect mode activate.
a lot was done this week. A lot. To the point where if we even just go down the goals alone, everybody gets 4 XP from the goals alone.
Oh,
Jesus.
oh my
And
goodness.
and a bonus XP because of everything you've learned through the session
Oh,
as well. So that is
No, I'm not-
5 total.
oh,
I can do 2 advancements.
you're saying.
So can I.
Let's go.
I think we have to as well.
If you've got 8 or more, You need to spend till you're under 8.
I'm just doing both.
concessions. Oh yeah, you can spend as much as you want as well.
I think I might boost a few stats for reasons unknown.
So true, so true.
Who knows what possible stats could be boosted for the upcoming scenario?
I wonder what they are going to.
But yes, so that is what I'm awarding. What are you awarding?
Nori. 100% Nori. I'm giving it to Chris.
Riven.
That moment was lovely.
I think
Like
that
it was
for Nori, what we know of Nori, because you have done so good at keeping your cards to the chest with this character, Chris. I've always got the impression that as cheery faced and as much as Nori is like, water off the duck's back, it's fine, guys. You're terrified of the elves, not because you think they'll hurt you, you're frightened of all of the connotations of being found. And an elf as powerful as Modest Alara, who would see through your bullshit like it was a joke. It would be the equivalent of a toddler with its hand in the cookie jar saying, I didn't do what me. That's how good a lie you would be able to give her. You still were the one who approached her, you talked to her, Nori, for what Nori has been like, for at least the way I've perceived him, when this is bigger than me, and she is the elf out of the three. In my opinion, she is the elf. The fucking silver one, whatever. He can do him. He can think he conquered the moon, whatever. Sure, there's a flag there somewhere. My guy. But yeah, that moment of Nori just like swallowing that all down and going to the one who will know who he is, probably. She probably was in your head before you knew what was going on, and just was.
Yeah.
You gave her them, and we all then got to have that moment of seeing the fact that how strong she is, but also freeing 2 souls. We ultimately saved 4 souls today.
Yeah.
You don't disregard
I also
those
think
2.
that's such a lovely moment in that there was I think actually it was a very even. I think lots of people stepped up at different moments this episode, which I think was like so nice to see. But I loved that moment because it wasn't necessarily like, this is what we're aiming to do. Like, it was like Nori's backstory and like taking that moment in like quite a stressful episode to like have that like personal backstory moment. And then have that like reaction of like, I shall never wash my face again. It's just like a lovely character beat. Lots of like big party swings. And that's so nice that there's still time and space for that.
Because I've always got the impression that like your heritage is something you don't like in some kind of weird, strange sense. And for you to so fully acknowledge her and what you are, like, you are the one who, if she started talking Elven, was the only person that was going to be able to communicate with her. You were the one that went, no, I am the elf or the elven one of this group. It is my duty to tell one of the queens of my peoples what's going on and offer her this. That to me is profound for Nori, at least. So I think Nori gets it.
It's a step. Definitely a step.
Exactly.
Chris, do you also think Nori should get it, or are you voting for something else?
I picked Riven for that scene with
Fermi.
Yeah, I can't pick myself. So.
That was also incredible.
Yeah.
There's so many really nice moments this episode.
Yeah, there were.
As Hannah said, this is one of those episodes that, see if you turn around and give everybody 1 or give everybody 0.25 of 1, I would go, yeah, because we all deserved it. Bits and pieces of it through this episode. We all stepped up a wee bit, but.
Pretty sure without
You're the boss.
interaction, Joy actually's contract would have voided itself because she would have got so stressed that she wouldn't have felt joy. Probably like, what the fuck's wrong with her? It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Stepping up with Alu Ben, like there was so many, like really lovely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
For me,
some very nice moments in this episode.
Like, Lockhart managing to hold his tongue through the whole thing. Like, very impressive restraint on his part. Yeah. I'm not doing those stairs. No
Well, that's
way.
what I mean about if Lockhart was here, we could run this one again, see where it went, even though we know the answers
I'll
now.
universe it at some point.
He spent that whole time writing everything down and then rewriting it in a way because he was trying to double check for things between the lines with it, and he just got himself
And then he
written into a
looked at
corner.
and he'd
He was
already
just like,
agreed.
it was like, but that could mean this, and this could mean no, but that is no. Then it's, oh wait.
This contradicts a trade agreement from 400 years ago. Why would they do that? That seems really redundant.
Yeah,
Yes.
basically just confused himself into a corner.
Well, it sounds like Nori gets himself an extra XP.
I
I
I
can't have it.
You can have it, you just have to spend it. What are you sitting on now with that included?
9.
Yeah, you can have that. I never said you're capped
we
at 8. I just said when you hit 8 or go above it,
You
you
have
need to then spend.
You've got to then spend.
Yeah. But
Spend,
no.
spend.
all three of us need to go away and spend.
Are we all 8 and above now?
Yeah.
Mate.
8.
All right.
Very nice, very nice.
I've got a thought.
But I couldn't
Oh,
not give you that much given how much we covered this week, right? Like it was a big deal. Like yeah, like
If you
last
look
week.
at
This,
Yeah,
goals
looking at it
thing-
in the list really makes
Yeah,
that
how many of them are going to go
Yeah.
down to the goals completed is unreal. Like, it's going to cut it in massively down.
even the fact that like you have moved a lot of them on that you were working
Yeah.
on as well, or like some have adjusted, like
Oh,
the one,
definitely.
like the Rakishans and Aluben and stuff like that, and the gems and like things have resolved in different ways, but they were still resolved. Just slightly different to what you had intended. So that's why you ended up with obviously 4 XP for goals and 1 extra for the fact that you've learned fuck tons more about the world.
Fat people.
But yeah, I think
We
That's-
need many spray bottles.
yes. The
The scoosh. They're all going to get a scoosh.
I mean yes, there's a bunch of things left to resolve. Obviously, is there any goals you wish to add?
Don't die.
Survive the onslaught.
We know how those goals work from previous games. They're not good
Right.
goals. So yes.
Communicate with the Farron. There's plenty. What is your name? Who are you?
I mean, I can add it to the list if you want. Try and communicate with the
Your
Farron.
secrets.
Attempt diplomacy.
Attempt to-
Farron. I've got a
Capturing
thing
one
that
of the
would maybe
Farron
help
so
us.
we can have somebody can have that conversation.
Yeah, I've got a thing. I might try. Obviously, it's going to
Well,
go very well.
I
Myr'ra
mean,
can be the backup.
We have just figured out. They said they theorized that they were attracted to magical things. I think we're fucking near enough confirmed that one now, haven't we?
Yeah, I think that's confirmed.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Arcanatrix don't need to worry about fucking going, is this definitely how it goes? No. fucking
It does
no.
also highlight that how many souls are in this city, right? Given what we saw the Rakishans dump out, right? Versus the Arcanatrix's activities generally. And then it took until the soul well seemed to be opened for there to be any movement en masse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But for
so
them all
well.
to have reached us all at that time, it's almost like an anthill emptying by the sounds of things.
Oh, it's
like,
terrifying, like how quick they seem to be here. Because let's face it, we know the ritual would have taken a reasonable amount of time, but like we're talking that whole thing since you returned with the body till it was done was probably under an hour. Do you know what I mean?
So if you think about it, they came and dumped. Why did Steam just open? I'm not playing Elden Ring. Go away. Like, please no. If you think of like, if we take it that when the kitty cats turned up with the shiny gems, that was 2 days ago. So that's 2
Yeah.
days.
And that's
2
what
days.
attracted them.
So that was the initial kind of like. Ooh. So maybe they were.
And then
just
we lit
marching.
a giant bonfire.
And yeah,
Mhm.
basically,
Acceptable to us.
I wonder if they start. But also, like the impression that was given, like we rode all night to get to the one that was after Hedera. These things don't exhaust. Like those things could have, if again it's an anthill, they could have just started coming out of fucking miles away. and just ran and ran and ran and ran for 3 days, 2 days, 3 days till they hit us. Like, that could be it. It certainly seemed like these things don't know how to run out of gas. Which is, very almost Urukai, like, fucking let's go. They just keep going, which is a problem. But yeah, if that's it, like, they could have been very far away, because if Greed said they're dealing with them all the time in Caldera, let's say mountains, that far side towards Voros and Denk and Caldera, which is quite a distance from the city. If Viktor would kindly pull up the map for us.
I mean, I can pull it on the stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just will say "be back soon" over it. That's all. We are not back soon. We're still here, folks. No, that's the span. That's the dragon countries. Yep.
From
Also
Caldera.
moving us back to the campus. it's in Roll20, obviously.
Not a far run for them, because they seem to be an issue in Caldera, the way Greed was talking about them.
The territories that surround Cascade City are Denk, the Bronzebark Forest, the Goldleaf Forest, the Span, Caldera, and the Short Mountains. Yeah.
So, but yeah, Greed was saying that they had to deal with them frequently. So, and they are a rare sight in Denk, and the dwarfs don't seem to talk about them when they were brought up.
They're essentially rare enough that no one's been able to track where they go.
But they were more common with Greed. So
yeah.
they had
Greed did suggest it was over centuries, though. Rather than
there all the time.
Yeah.
But they're there every weekend.
I'm assuming maybe subterranean. Just come out the ground like fucking daisies. But I'm sure if we collect a few of them in a decent state, we can ask some questions. I'm sure Pride won't just reach into their mind and get answers. Because that's something she might try. Just blind them up and their brain might melt, but I'll get an answer eventually. Yeah, they broke that one. Yeah, I broke that one. I found a place.
I mean, you are very fortunate, as you've mentioned, to be in a location with a lot of big hitters.
Yeah, literally in a room with several.
Yep.
But the fact the swords aren't coming up is unusual.
Well, I mean, all of this scenario is unusual. Like, resurrecting people with the soul well, even accessing it for the first time in who knows how many centuries. Like, yeah.
We wait and see.
Any other goals to add to the list? Or are we...
What we've got?
Okay, well, I added Ferran Diplomacy to the list, and I'll go through that at some point and like filter it down to what's still active in what kind of form. And we can obviously edit that as time goes on. But, very well done. Very well done. A lot to catch Lockhart up on. And the fact that he's made a deal. Yep.
We just pulled his hand.
Yep.
Don't worry, you can keep writing with the other one.
Yep. It's the only downside of when we have to play or narratively excuse certain people. It's sadly the motion has to keep going forward. But yes, I'm very excited for next session, purely from a how does it all end, right? Because we are very close to the end now, given that the main campaign outcomes have been achieved. You've resolved the sword, and there's... Granted, this may be considered a diplomatic incident, but, it's not at the expense of anyone else.
Not the one not between Pride and the rest of the table, though.
Exactly.
The one we were technically trying to avoid.
The Ferran are taller than Riven, right?
The Ferran are... they vary between, I think I said something like 10 and 12, maybe, feet sometimes.
Right, so what we're going to watch is a tiny little raging dwarf fucking toes. Just walking around like whack-a-mole in their feet.
Mhm.
We're going to
Yeah.
see a bunch of Ferrin just
With his-
not
Stub
surviving.
toes.
Mhm. Mhm.
With his lightning hammer.
Yep.
She is going to blend them.
She's
She
so
is.
cool.
She will fuck them. Her people literally are the thing between us and Caldera. She sits and looks at the Falgain like, yo, I'm here.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. I'm excited for next session. Can't wait. Hopefully it is indeed next week, but we'll find that out as our schedules align. And hopefully we'll have a full house if at all possible. That would be nice, especially if we do conclude next week, because it's a high possibility we might get to the end, which would be very nice. So yes, I'm quite excited about that. I am also excited to see the possibilities of what else could be done with the soul well.
No, not playing with that thing.
Poke it.
Yep.
We also now pretty much know what's in that sword. All the souls Pride's taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the people she's killed.
Yeah.
And potentially
We
all the people
freed
Slav
them.
killed. Oh, freed too.
And we don't know how
Yes,
many are in
Dolly.
there. May have only been 2. Maybe they didn't
No.
snack on those ones yet, you know?
Victor, you're very good at using your words. Last time we heard this thing, it was a cacophony. 2 people don't make a cacophony.
Yeah, cacophony. I said that. Yeah.
2 people don't make that much noise.
It's allowed there.
We might be one
And we
all
know her
over.
name is Loudon. And the din of sound is not that loud. That's fine. Anyway, say goodbye, everybody. Thank you all for
Goodbye,
playing.
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Good night, everyone.